Present.
Rich?
Yep.
Excellent. Student volunteers, Nora.
Here.
Forrest. Jill.
Here.
And Daisy's new. Hi, Daisy. Tell us a little
Hey, Daisy, what's up? Welcome. They transferred you to the cool room, huh? That's good. You got to come to the cool room.
Oh yeah, excited to be here.
What's your major? What are you studying? What's your interest? Fun fact about yourself.
I'm a journalism major, focusing photojournalism, and I'm very into travel. I work for a student travel company.
Oh, that's cool.
I like traveling.
Do you do like overseas stuff and like?
So I work for Puppy Student Travel, and it's like we organize all National Geographic and Columbia and Smithsonian and our own high school and middle school trips all around the world.
Oh, that's super.
So I work in headquarters over the summer, and then I remotely work every year.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I love it.
Do you get trips out of it too?
No, I'm a little, interning isn't quite, but
There's a way.
yeah.
You'll figure it out.
They
Yeah.
almost sent me to Japan last year. I got to hang out in the airport in the Newark airport in the house.
That's an
was
adventure.
not,
Wow,
yeah. Yeah, damage control in Newark. I don't know if you count that as fun travel, but.
Okay, just two things before we start. One is that I keep forgetting to remind you that if you see something that's like super duper good, that could be a nominee for best of show. That would be helpful to keep those in mind or asterisk them in your tabs. Just if you want to, at some point when we have a break, we can go through, trying to remember some stories. Also, that story we saw last night called Sugar Ray,
Yeah.
that placed second. There was a concern from somebody watching that was done in 48 hours, and I don't know the answer to that.
That it was not?
That it was, that maybe it wasn't done in 48 hours. There was no hard evidence. It was just someone was like, I have a hard time believing that was done in 48 hours, but I don't know the answer to that. So I guess I can ask the guy, and we'll come back and revisit it if need be.
I mean, yeah.
So wait, there was the interview. There was him at the gym.
In the church.
There was him walking down the street. Yeah, him at the church, and then him at his place where he lived, which was at the gym, right? Or was it at the church?
I wonder if the questions center around the special effects type videos, you know what I'm saying, that were like shot on shoes. And,
Two
you know what I'm
layers.
saying?
Oh, right, all
Yeah,
that.
But that's
Well,
two
that's
layers
not
in-
impossible. I mean,
Yeah,
That's
that's-
easy.
Yeah, I
okay.
think
Yeah.
that's pretty
It's possible.
easy.
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
pretty easy, yeah.
This particular photographer is pretty gifted, so I would think that
Yeah.
that it would be not difficult.
Okay.
But I don't know. Anyway, just food for thought on that. And then, so this morning, I want to get through, I think we should start with investigative because it's a hard category. We should just get it out of the way. But I will say this, there are 3 entries that are really long, like one's 29 minutes, one's 22 minutes, and the other, I think there's another 22-minute one. So I'm okay with, if we see enough, we can pause and then go to the next one. And then if you want to come back, we can watch bits of the rest of it. I mean, it's up to you guys, but I don't think we need to watch all 30 minutes or all 22 minutes of what's long. The rest of them are, let me just see a second here. What number is that? 33. So the rest of those investigative are pretty short. There's a 7-minute, a 6-minute, and 2 more 7-minute ones. So actually, this one I said was 29 minutes. It's only 26 minutes. So yeah. So anyway, the time is gonna. You'll get what I'm saying.
So basically, we all have to agree we've seen enough.
Yeah, I mean, if someone says, "I want to wait, let's just watch a little bit more," that's fine.
Right.
But if you think you've seen maybe through it, if there's, I think these are typically like I would guess that these 22-minute ones are just half-hour shows with breaks in the middle. So you could say, well, if we get to the first block of it, or the first break, and you go, okay, we could, this is good. At least we'll come back to it.
Okay.
Because the first one, well, I don't know actually what the first one is. Let me go here, hold on. What did I say, 53? Broken promises, yeah. Promises. Now that one's the 26-minute one, is the first one, so, yeah. You guys have any other questions or thoughts or anything about anything? All right, I guess we are ready to roll here. This first one. Oh, let's adjust the lighting, shall we? Let's get back in the mood here, no? Is that good?
Do you gotta read the description thing?
Oh, that'd be good. It's keeping me on my toes. Investigative. A planned story where the photojournalist puts considerable time and effort into the production of the story with an emphasis on investigative news. It may be divided into a series or successive days. If so, edit the individual parts together, leaving a second of black between the piece. This says a 50% rule. 50% of the video must have been filmed by the entry photojournalist. We did that because a lot of these are graphic heavy or stuff like that. The file video heavy. So, okay, any other questions on that?
Nope.
All right, let's roll it. Are we on the stream? Okay.
It's a problem that has brought police officers to tears.
Oh, God. Are you kidding me?
Frustrated lawmakers.
It's one thing when you make one mistake, but it's different when there's a series of mistakes in the same exact way.
Survivors at a loss.
You're going to feel awful stupid when this child comes up dead, and look at what happened.
Our leaders struggling to find solutions.
There's no magic bullets. It's a dysfunctional agency.
Advocates demanding answers.
We are not following up on our promise. We are not keeping these parents supported. We are not keeping these children safe.
Good evening, I'm Doug Fernandez.
And I'm Shelley Rabando.
Welcome to this Target 7 special investigation, Broken Promises.
Behind us are photos of New Mexico children who died after they were placed back into their homes.
The state's Children, Youth, and Families Department sent all of the kids back home to their parents or guardians and exposed them again to people who had abused them.
And some of them died in car wrecks. Others were beaten, sexually assaulted, or left with no care.
Our Target 7 team spent months looking into these cases, trying to figure out why so many New Mexico children are placed back home only to die.
And in our search for solutions, we comb through records, talk to families, foster parents, legislators, advocates, judges, our Attorney General, and the Secretary of CYFD.
So tonight we will look into why there have been so many broken promises and whether anyone will truly do anything to protect our children.
And we want to warn you first, some of the images you're about to see are going to be difficult to watch.
Here now is John Cardinelli.
There is a twisted beauty about a garage.
It's kind of fallen into a little bit of disrepair over the winter.
As long as the door is closed,
Been a mess.
no one really has any idea of what's behind it.
But he built this one and that one there.
But for Kevin Nelson, his cluttered garage
I'll never tear those mountains down. I won't change them. They're going to stay like they are.
is full of treasured memories.
That was James's, one of his favorite toys. He called it his big truck. And he loved playing in the dirt with that thing.
All of these toys stashed in a dark corner of Nelson's garage.
Another one of his favorite toys. This is his Paw Patrol RV.
Belonging to his grandson, James Dunkley Cruz.
Did you ever suspect any problems with James?
I knew that there was something going on, but I could never put it up exactly what it was. I never was able to figure it out. And then Amber and Lydia got him talking one day, and it started to come out.
Amber is James's aunt.
I just could read his body language and tell that there was something going on, whether it was verbal abuse, physical, emotional, whatever. Something, I could just tell something was going on.
As an aunt who loved her nephew, Amber knew she had to contact the agency in charge of helping New Mexico's children.
So I contacted CYFD the night that he got dropped off here, and I told them what he had shown up in he was in a full diaper, he wasn't potty trained, his clothes were tattered and ripped and stained, and he smelled, really bad and needed a bath. His hair was matted. So I called him and I said, he's here now, he's safe. What do I need to do to keep him in my home?
But Amber says CYFD didn't want James to stay with her. They wanted him to stay with Krista, his mother.
There was always denial, it was always pushback. It was me trying to reach out and figure out what I could do, what steps I needed to take, how I could help, and they kept telling me, we're helping Krista, we're trying to help Krista.
James's grandfather was even begging the agency to remove James from his mother's care for one reason.
About the abuse that was going on, I really don't want to go into that because it's not a pretty picture.
But Target 7 is about to show you what was going on.
What's your name?
Albuquerque police body camera video taken in October of 2019 shows 4-year-old James Dunkley Cruz at an urgent care in Albuquerque.
Has he got some else around your ear too?
His arm bandaged up as investigators were busy taking pictures of markings on his body, including his genitals.
Is that how he down here?
After the visit, James was once again returned to his mother's home.
I actually pleaded with them. I said, well, you don't want to do that. And they said, no, we have to. And I said, well, you're going to feel awful stupid when this child comes up dead. And look at what happened.
What happened the night of December 10th, 2019, just after 10 p.m.
Another one's my son. He's not moving.
James Dunkley Cruz was dead 2 weeks before Christmas 2019.
I just couldn't believe it. And then as we found out more and more details about what happened and how it went down and who said what and everything, it rips me open, and it rips me open every day.
During the investigation, police centered in on Zarek Marquez. He was the roommate of James's mother. He was the one convicted of beating the 4-year-old to death and is now serving a life sentence.
Should James still be alive today?
Absolutely. This did not need to happen.
After James's death, a whistleblower from CYFD came forward with information. Because of that information, Nelson sued CYFD.
What did you discover after the death of James?
Well, I found out about CYFD hiding evidence. They were resetting phones that had notes in them. They were destroying pictures. They had all kinds of information that would have proven that he should have been removed from that home.
Those claims are made in Nelson's lawsuit against CYFD. The suit alleges CYFD had 8 investigations to determine any risk to James, including the day he was at urgent care. He was never removed from his home. In a deposition for the case, an investigator admitted they were instructed by CYFD to delete notes that the agency didn't want to be recorded in their system. In their response to the lawsuit, CYFD denied many of the claims made by Dunkley Cruz's family. They did not address the accusations that records were destroyed. Shortly after James's case and others like it, then CYFD Secretary Brian Blaylock resigned.
Really made me angry. It really I don't understand why people are like that. I mean, you work for this agency to help children. Why are you deleting stuff?
The story of James Dunkley Cruz is not unique in New Mexico. At least 26 kids died after CYFD placed them in homes. These are some of their pictures. Most of those children were just like James. And you've seen the stories, like this Valencia County mother who called 911 because she was afraid she was going to hurt her kids.
It's happened before in the past where mothers have hurt their kids and got to the point where they're killing them. I don't want you to ever do that. And I'm sure you don't, right?
CYFD responded. A week later, the mother called 911 again. This is what deputies found.
Oh, God.
A 4-week-old baby dead. Under New Mexico law, the state's first responsibility is to, quote, provide for the care, protection, and wholesome mental and physical development of children, and to, quote, preserve the unity of the family whenever possible. A child's health and safety shall be the paramount concern. But our investigation found that the understanding of exactly what that means runs the gambit.
The state law exists to say we should preserve the family unit if at all possible.
That's the common understanding. They'll be returned to biological family at all costs.
The Children's Code, though, in my mind, and I've actually talked to children's court judges about this, is number one, protect that child.
State Representative Marion Matthews helped write the Children's Code in the 1970s. At the time, it was created to address child delinquency, but over time, it helped create CYFD and guide their priorities.
And CYFD itself has taken on a number of roles, I think, that were probably not intended at the beginning, or at least anticipated.
The agency now oversees child protection services, the juvenile justice system, child care licensing, foster parenting, and behavioral health. Interim CYFD Secretary Teresa Casados, who took over 2 weeks ago, admits it's a lot.
Do you believe CYFD has taken on too many roles?
I think there's a lot, and I think that the way CYFD was structured, it may have been too much.
When we return, our Target 7 investigation looks for solutions to these broken promises.
I broke the law. I basically tricked her mother.
We don't even know how bad it is.
Even though there's promises being made, those promises are not kept.
Do you believe historically that there has been a philosophy to reunite families no matter what?
When children are taken out of their homes frequently,
You guys don't want to see any of the solutions?
I'm game for whatever you all.
I mean, I guess we don't have to.
I mean, the thing is, if you want to see like what the rest of the competition looks like, and then you can come back.
Okay, that's good.
You know what I mean? Up to you, but.
This is good. That's fine.
See what else is ahead.
This, I was telling Angela, I think the other night, like, I was doing stories like this in 1984. Like, this problem just never goes away.
It's terrible. Keep an eye on the 9:35 in, you know. Then we'll come back to it.
What number is this?
53?
53.
The next one is, you have done? Let's see your stretch. All right, disabled endangered group homes, is that next?
Now the football in me is bright and
Connor Smith's singing brought so much joy. His parents now only have memories.
Happy birthday, Mama, I love you.
That was the last time I saw him.
Joshua Robinson also brought joy to his family.
He was just the sweetest kid.
Joshua Robinson and Connor Smith never met, but their lives took similar paths. Both had autism. As Connor and Joshua got older, their families realized they could no longer care for them. And both died of similar causes in 2 different Arlington group homes run by Educare Community Living, part of a network of homes across the United States. Joshua's stepmother took pictures documenting his condition.
He looked almost like a concentration camp survivor.
The images are hard to see, but his family says we must see them to understand what happened to him.
How they could not have realized that there was a problem. He did not look like this the last time that we had seen him.
In March 2022, Joshua got very sick. Visitors to the home say they found Joshua in bad shape.
His back was to me in a wheelchair, and he was slumped over and kind of leaning on the wall.
Kay Ray Smith used to be an EMT.
I walked over and his abdomen was distended. I mean, he looked 9 months pregnant.
She questioned Joshua's caretaker.
I'm like, how long has he been like this? Oh, she said at least a week. She started filling me in. They would get in trouble if they called an ambulance. I said, well, he needs to be seen today. Well, we have to call the nurse. I said, we don't have time for that.
Her husband, Brad Smith, brought paramedics from the neighboring fire station to the home. They took Joshua to the hospital.
I will never forget, we walked into the room and he reached out his arms to hug both of us and just hugged us. We talked to the doctor and he told us that his bowel had perforated and that he had never in his life ever seen anybody with an impacted bowel like that. The doctor told us that there was nothing really they could do.
The 38-year-old died 4 days later.
For somebody who never comes into the home to come into the home and say, oh, he's sick, that's just some people not paying attention.
Former nurse surveyor Terry LaFawn worked for the Texas Department of Health and Human Services. She investigated the circumstances surrounding Joshua's death.
He was a young guy. He shouldn't have died from constipation. It makes me angry that they let that happen.
LaFawn's state report says Joshua twice went to the emergency room in 2022 for severe constipation. He'd lost 41 pounds from 2021 to 2022.
The staff there said that they had reported many times to nursing that he was having bowel problems, constipation. They made an attempt to get somebody's attention, but nobody was listening to them.
We showed LaFawn the images of Joshua.
Oh, God. Oh, he's so emaciated.
She'd not seen the pictures.
Oh, my Lord, look at his stomach. That is a dead giveaway that he's not getting any nutrition. Look at him.
The same day Joshua died, the state issued an immediate threat finding. That meant Educare needed to come up with a plan to fix the issues.
There's a piece of paper. It's a slap on the wrist.
7 miles away in North Arlington, Connor Smith lived in another Educare home. In September 2022, Connor spent the weekend with his parents.
He had been a little constipated that weekend.
He returned to the group home Monday.
I got a text the next day saying, oh, he had a bowel movement. And I said, oh, good, he's feeling better.
But Connor wasn't fine. Late that night, the caretaker called 911.
I'm working at group home, and one of the clients is sick.
Police body cameras recorded officers talking to the caretaker.
All time that he's going to toilet, that was like, oh, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay.
What caused you to call 911?
He needs medical attention.
Paramedics gave the 25-year-old CPR. But it was too late. Connor died on the floor of the bathroom. LaFawn investigated Connor's death, too.
The story was that he had had 3 or 4 rounds of diarrhea. Diarrhea doesn't kill a young guy.
And sure enough, he didn't die of diarrhea. An autopsy found he died of an ischemic bowel, meaning blood wasn't reaching his bowels.
He died from a bowel, a dead bowel, same as Josh.
Bowel issues can be caused by diet, medications, or being too sedentary. And the severely intellectually disabled often can't communicate these problems.
Somebody needed to be checking if they were having bowel movements and what those bowel movements look like. Nobody was doing that.
A registered nurse with 30 years of experience, LaFawn quit after the deaths of Connor and Joshua. Educare declined an interview request, but did provide this statement. At Educare Community Living, our top priority is ensuring the health, well-being, and safety of the individuals we serve. Due to ongoing litigation in this matter, we are unable to comment further. Joshua was buried a short distance from his family's home.
He was such a happy little boy. Just sad that he had to go so early.
Connor is also buried near his family home.
Looking back, I just wish I would have just brought him home and quit my job if I had to.
In Arlington, I'm Tanya Iser.
lucky if you can get out of there alive.
Insiders sounding an alarm.
Nobody else should lose their life being there.
Exposing the secrets behind the walls of a mental health hospital.
Should Christopher be alive today?
I believe so, yes.
Shining a bright light on a patient death, staffing shortages, and a state agency accused of tipping off surprise inspections.
The facility now.
Couple hours?
Couple days.
In so many words, Johnstown Heights is a shithole.
Now, Denver 7 investigates immediate jeopardy.
Welcome, I'm Tony Kowaleski. Immediate jeopardy is a designation announced by state regulators when they discover the most critical failures inside a state mental health hospital. It's also the title of this special report after more than a year of uncovering concerning and compelling testimonials from former patients and employees and accusations of a state agency neglecting its responsibility.
We begin, though, with breaking news. The state is shutting down a Johnstown mental health facility amid concerns of patients being mistreated.
Chief Investigator Tony Kowaleski broke the story nearly 2 years ago and has been working ever since.
You went there to get help?
Yes.
Did you get it?
No.
No.
Got the exact opposite.
If you ever needed mental health help again, would you go back to Johnstown Heights?
Oh, hell no. No.
You are hearing testimonials from 2 recent patients at Johnstown Heights.
It's not only the worst one that I've ever been to, I would label it as the only one that was completely inhumane.
As you're about to see, it's a story shared more than a dozen times over more than a year. Cries for help from patients and former employees.
There needs to be severe changes due to the staffing shortage. That's not safe.
Both patients recently were discharged from Johnstown Heights, calling Denver 7 after logging on to the internet. After you got out and you learned about our reporting, how did you react?
I wasn't shocked.
Perspectives coming 14 months after our journey began into Johnstown Heights.
I think it's terrible. I think it's awful.
It started with former patients all coming forward frustrated with what they experienced, asking us to protect their identities because of the stigma surrounding mental health treatment.
I'm saying they're all about profit. They're all about doing anything to make a person stay so they can charge them more.
More than 4 years ago, state regulators heard similar complaints from the same address.
I am shocked that the state of Colorado would allow this facility to be open still.
Denver 7 Investigates spent 20 months digging into issues at Clearview. What followed? The state shut down the facility in September of 2020. Then, in the same building, less than a year later, with new owners and a new name, Johnstown Heights opened for business. Mr. Peterson, Tony Kowaleski from Denver 7. Do you have a moment? We tried to bring the concerns from multiple patients to the leadership at Johnstown Heights. We'd like to show you what some of your patients have had to say about the treatment in your facility. After several unreturned calls and messages to the hospital CEO, we met Sean Peterson on his way into the facility. Sir, why do you continue to walk away? Isn't this important? Will you talk with us? Here's our card. Here's my card. The card says anything I need to know, and it has my number. But his employees certainly had something to share after we left dozens of business cards on cars in the parking lot. What made you reach out?
Well, initially it was the note on everyone's cars. Anything that you need to know, I was like, well, yeah, this place is terrible. You need to know everything.
From what you've witnessed, what concerns you the most?
The length of stay for people. I don't think that people should be held as long as they do without seeing a doctor or a psychiatrist or anybody.
What did you witness that state regulators need to know about?
Vastly understaffing and filling the beds when we didn't have the staff to cover it, which is extremely dangerous.
And employees also shared this internal email with Denver 7 Investigates. It was sent by the executive assistant for CEO Sean Peterson, just a few hours after we met the CEO in the parking lot. It includes Because of previous issues with the former facility, Johnstown Heights and its employees may be contacted by members of the media. It continues, we ask that you don't answer any questions. And it includes, if you are pressed to answer questions, you can say we are too busy providing great patient care and are unable to answer any questions at this time.
I thought it was a little bit insulting that he didn't have anything else to say about why the news was at our facility leaving business cards on our cars. And instead he just told us to let everyone know we're giving excellent patient care.
I have never, ever, ever seen a place like this.
In the days following our initial report, our concerns escalated after hearing from 2 veteran nurses.
I have never, ever, ever seen a place like this.
He's a veteran nurse. He spent 6 weeks inside Johnstown Heights.
It's not acceptable. It's not right. There's a lot of people, a lot of good people can get hurt. And I don't think making money is worth it.
What was the priority at Johnstown Heights?
Money. They're prioritizing money over patient care.
She spent more than 6 months working at the facility.
You know, they're being warehoused. They're being kept there longer than they need to be because they want the heads in beds. They want the facility filled. They want the insurance money.
What made you decide to reach out to our team?
In 40 years of nursing, I have never seen a facility like this. And if something isn't done to change the way that facility is managed, people are going to get hurt, staff, patients could die.
Both saying staffing shortages and failures by senior leadership to prioritize patient care increased risks and contributed to their decisions to resign.
I saw a lot of scared people there. Sexual assaults happened about once a week. Assaults happened about once a week or once every other day. I was assaulted while I was there. It's a mess.
You saw the facts we reported. From your experience, were they accurate?
Yes, absolutely.
The patients were not being seen by the doctor. They were not going to group sessions. They were not going to counseling. They were not getting care other than multiple medications. They were just being housed.
The docs would come in and write orders for medications for patients that they had never spoken to, had never seen. They would change medications for patients that they've never treated, cared for, spoken to.
After learning of our reports, the state launched its own investigation.
Do you think state regulators have any idea the truth behind the doors of Johnstown Heights?
No.
In the end, courageous testimonials from 2 veteran nurses now hoping to force state regulators to dig deeper.
Is this a wake-up call to the leadership at Johnstown Heights?
If they haven't had a wake-up call by now, I don't know what would wake them up. If they don't make changes now, this is greed to the top.
It's a Sunday afternoon.
Do you want me to step in?
I knew somebody was gonna get hurt bad.
I'm with the patient.
This is a detox unit.
Not conscious, not breathing, CPR in progress.
They didn't have the staff to protect the patients.
Come on, man. Come on.
1 minute until analysis will resume.
You are listening to the voice of a Johnstown police officer.
Okay, ready?
Trying to save a life.
Okay, we have movement. It's very faint.
Johnstown Heights was a disaster waiting to happen.
And that disaster happened in November of 2022. The officer's attempts to resuscitate failed.
Did we call it yet?
I'm not going to call it unless I absolutely have to.
3 days after entering Johnstown Heights, seeking help for alcoholism, Christopher Dixon died on that Sunday.
He walked in there on his own volition, wanting to get help. Through negligence, he died.
Since Christopher's death, Denver 7 Investigates has been digging to understand what happened and why. We've reviewed body camera video, the police report, the autopsy report, talked to more than a dozen informed sources, and we've obtained state inspection reports. BJ also reviewed those records.
You can't have a facility that just houses patients. In so many words, Johnstown Heights is a shithole. Nothing they're doing is helping the patients. There's no safety measures, and you're lucky if you can get out of there alive.
Officially, the autopsy concluded Christopher died of complications of mixed drug interactions of therapeutic medications. Just days after his death, state inspectors moved in. They uncovered critical and disturbing details.
He was not checked adequately. He was not checked every 15 minutes. And as a result, his vital signs decreased to the point where they couldn't come back.
9 days after Christopher's death, the state's Department of Health declared Johnstown Heights was in immediate jeopardy, the state's most serious designation for a mental health hospital. Officially, the report says the facility failed to ensure registered nurses assessed detox patients in 14 of 16 records reviewed. The report included the facility's failure created likelihood of serious harm affecting patients. It specifically cited failures in treating Christopher, showing at one time he went 16 hours without having his vital signs checked. Significantly longer than what industry experts suggest is standard practice.
I'm not surprised. They found everything that I thought they'd find.
State inspectors produced 3 different reports, more than 50 pages. They found at least 10 significant deficiencies. Specific to Christopher, inspectors noted the time medication was administered was not documented. In the report, nurses admitted they knew Christopher was at a higher risk. In fact, one nurse said to inspectors, alcohol detox was deadly if not treated appropriately.
He should not have died. It was not an accident that he died. It was negligence.
Officially, the Larimer County Coroner's autopsy says Christopher Dixon's manner of death was an accident. Based upon your review, should Christopher be alive today?
I believe so, yes.
The county coroner says when determining the manner of death, national standards do not include negligence as an option. Structure doesn't allow you to call it negligent.
Right.
But was this negligent?
I believe so. I think that the elements are there that both civil and criminal negligence could apply and that those arguments could be made.
This is also telling. It's from the official Johnstown Police report. It says, during an interview with Johnstown Heights CEO Sean Peterson, nearly 4 months after Christopher's death on that Sunday, the officer wrote,
Rich, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to push it, I'm just, you know.
Yeah, I mean, these stories drive me crazy. So now we've
Because they're so sad.
three different states so far that we've seen.
Yeah.
Where this stuff's going on.
No, it's great, isn't it? It's like, maybe that's next year's category, is just this individual, like, you know, health facilities. It's a category called health facilities that are negligent. Next one's what truly happened. You guys ready, right? This is 44, this one.
91st and Huron Street, possibly selling drugs in the area. Break 4 Tom 724 Commerce. The only additional information they have is Hispanic male across the street from the medical center. He bailed from the vehicle.
A drug case turned foot chase.
All right, we're in immersion. Pecos coming up to 90 seconds.
never generated much attention.
Jake, where's your car at, bud?
When it happened in 2017, that despite
Taser deployment.
the fact that 8 minutes into it, a man died.
421, I need medical code 3 parties turned unresponsive.
I copy, they're en route.
We still don't know what truly happened.
Avina DeLuna was 19 when her dad, Alex Gutierrez, stopped breathing under a pile of officers.
Did you have any hope that maybe there'd be a real investigation here?
Yes.
Was there?
No.
Only 2 officers wore body cameras that night. One turned his on so late it only recorded CPR. The other turned his on.
Make sure you're hot when you can.
Even later, acts the local district attorney called inexcusable. When firefighters arrived, one seemed confused.
I don't think he got hit by
A month later, and after initially refusing to make a statement, Thornton officers recalled hearing a pop as one pulled Gutierrez's arm back.
We had many questions.
Avina and Avina's mom knew Alex had drugs in his system, knew he was no saint, yet they still wanted answers. If you listen closely to one of the radio calls, you can hear the fight.
And medical center.
And you can hear this.
Southwest of Huron and Parkway.
I can tell that somebody was on him.
Not that it mattered, because once the autopsy report concluded this, the case all but disappeared.
What do you know about excited delirium?
I don't know very much about it. It didn't make sense. I was confused as to what it was.
Excited delirium, a term marked by bizarre behavior, violence, unexpected physical strength, and hyperthermia, or high body temperature. It's also, according to this 2009 report, potentially fatal in and of itself. There's just one problem.
This term should be eradicated. It should not be used.
People like Dr. Joy Carter Rush say the only people who tend to die from it tend to die next to law enforcement officers.
And serves as an excuse for aggressive or excessive and prolonged restraint that leads to deaths.
The country's first black chief pathologist spent 33 years investigating thousands of deaths.
Honestly, I don't believe in using the term excited delirium. I consider it a wastebasket term. You just dump it in there instead of doing your work.
She believes the symptoms of so-called excited delirium mirror the symptoms of people who believe they might die.
How would you feel being held down and you cannot breathe?
Our ongoing investigation has identified plenty of deaths tied to excited delirium, 130 since 2010. People like Antonio May in Georgia, who died in restraints after being tased and pepper sprayed. Elijah McClain here in Colorado. He died after a police chokehold and a decision to give him ketamine. Eric Parsa in Louisiana. He was a teenager with autism who died after a 300-pound deputy sat on his back for 9 minutes.
Well, they said that he died of excited delirium syndrome.
When Zach Moffett died after a 3-day stint in the Summit County Jail.
And complications of excited delirium syndrome.
Cassandra Higgins, the mother of his 2 children, says she too was confused by the coroner's opinion.
Did you know what that was at the time?
I did not know what excited delirium syndrome was.
Only later, when Summit County settled for $3.5 million, did she finally get the full story.
Alcohol withdrawal killed Zach Moffett, not excited delirium.
Denver attorney David Lane says jail staff let Moffett, a severe alcoholic, suffer for days inside this cell.
He's hallucinating, he's talking to imaginary people, he's vomiting. They ignored his obvious serious medical needs.
He says, had they not sued, this autopsy would have excused days' worth of bad decisions.
Excited delirium seems to be the way that the cops get out of liability.
130 deaths tied to excited delirium, either through autopsies, law enforcement statements, or defense court filings. Nearly half were held prone or face down before they died. More than half received jolts from stun guns or tasers, and more than half had an identified mental illness. Surveillance video shows Paul Egley wearing only boxer shorts when Adams County deputies held him down in 2017. His cause of death, excited delirium.
And it's not a term that we use in this office or that I've used for some time.
El Paso County Coroner Dr. Leon Kelly says his office will not use the term when anyone dies in law enforcement custody, and offer this frank admission as to what happens when other coroners' offices use the term.
Once you say excited delirium, that means it's the end of the story. There's nothing else to look at, move along, right? It entirely points the cause and the circumstances of death at the individual who died.
We were, when he passed away, working on our relationship.
As the next of kin, it was Avina DeLuna's job to sign her name to get the coroner's office to release her dad's body.
Wondering, how am I going to come up with the money? How am I going to bury my dad? Is this what he would want?
Years later, she still wonders why her dad's death never generated the kind of attention she believed it deserved. Attention she hopes her words might now finally deliver.
Because I want people to hear my dad's story. I want them to know what happened to my dad.
Whistleblower is next? Or, no, I guess not. Is it nowhere to turn? Okay, nowhere to turn is next.
No matter the wrong turns taken, some lines should never be crossed.
I'm handcuffed. I'm in a bathroom stall.
Danielle Civils is telling her survivor story publicly for the first time. It begins in 2015. She ran a stop sign in St. Paul, slamming into another driver. Danielle walked away from the scene. She was convicted of hit and run. Because of that history, she never thought she'd be believed if she spoke up, accusing a man with a badge of rape.
And like, that's exactly what I was afraid of. That's exactly why I didn't say anything.
In 2019, Danielle was booked into jail here in Dallas, Texas for a probation violation. She was loaded into a white passenger van for the cross-country extradition back to Ramsey County Jail in Minnesota. One of the guards, Marquette Johnson.
He was a predator, and I was the prey.
She says the first time was in Oklahoma at a highway rest stop bathroom. Johnson had a gun, Danielle, no choice.
I felt like a scared little girl, and I felt like there was nobody that could help me.
Dropped off at Ramsey County Jail, she kept quiet. She thought her attacker was a deputy, so didn't trust anyone here. She ended up at Shakopee Prison, and Marquette Johnson started contacting her.
He actually emailed me. He sent me photos. He tried to make it seem like it was consensual. He tried to make it seem like he was confused, like that's what I wanted.
Danielle didn't know. The guard wrote notes, like this one given to a Colorado woman, to a lot of female inmates he transported. Women who all have similar stories of rape and abuse. Despite the gun and badge, Marquette Johnson is not law enforcement. He worked for a private, for-profit company called Inmate Services Corps, or ISC, headquartered in West Memphis, Arkansas, in this unmarked office space. It's owned by Randy Cagle Jr., who had a long-standing contract with Ramsey County to haul inmates to the jail from around the country for the freight-like rate of $1 per mile. Ramsey's contract with ISC mandates when transporting females, there must be a female guard. But our investigation finds the county did not enforce it.
So they didn't have any
female guard along on this trip?
No. No, it was 2 men.
There really is no oversight.
Should there be?
Well, absolutely.
Attorney Paul Applebaum represents Danielle in a federal lawsuit, which in part accuses Ramsey County of deliberate indifference to their duty to screen private vendors.
There's some serious allegations on the line, and they're against you.
Just 8 months before Danielle was put in that van, another ISC guard named Marius Nesby was arrested in Illinois for a rest stop bathroom sex assault.
So was it out of your pants?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also an extensive history of ISC being sued by women, accusing their guards of molesting them. Yet, Ramsey County kept giving ISC tax dollars to transport inmates with no evidence they bothered to ensure the company followed their contract's basic safety precautions.
They are feeding these women exactly into that situation where it's a lamb to slaughter.
Carol Evans' investigation has, to date, tied ISC and its guards to 21 sex assault allegations, where there's already been a conviction, a lawsuit, or federal charges.
They were sodomized. They were raped at gunpoint. They were deprived of basic human rights.
Megan Curtis is another of Danielle's attorneys suing ISC and Ramsey County. In court filings, the county denied responsibility.
They have a responsibility, not only legally, morally, to transport these women safely.
This is probably just scratching the surface. There's probably many other victims out there.
Danielle learned she wasn't alone when the FBI came calling. According to a federal criminal case brought earlier this year in New Mexico, Inmate Services Corps guard Marquette Johnson is suspected of sexually assaulting at least 15 women he transported, some at gunpoint.
And he pretty much grabbed me by the back of my head.
One of the other victims, Dabrielle Dixon, listed in federal records by her initials, DD, was being transported from Chicago to Des Moines for writing bad checks when she was attacked.
I didn't fight back because, like I said, I'm handcuffed. I'm in the bathroom. I'm far from home. So I just did it.
Our investigation finds there's evidence that ISC knew that Johnson was accused of acting inappropriately with women in his care, but left him on the job.
In March of 2019, a pregnant woman transported from Indiana to the Hart County Jail in Munfordville, Kentucky, filed this written complaint with the jail. It claims Johnson pawed at her, rubbing her belly, saying he'd never been with a pregnant girl. Records show when the FBI served a search warrant here at ISC headquarters, they found the complaint. We wanted to know why company owner Randy Cagle allowed Johnson to keep on transporting women. He never responded to our attempts to contact him, so we knocked on the door of his Tennessee home. We were greeted by a Doberman.
I'll leave my card here at the door.
A few minutes later, the phone rang.
I need to notify you I'm recording this phone call.
Write this down, record it, whatever the you need to do.
Cagle offered up a profanity-laden tirade and threats.
When you were warned that Marquette Johnson was misbehaving with women, what did you do?
You come and warn me. How about that?
But no answers.
When you were warned that he was misbehaving with women in your care, what did you do?
Our investigation finds at least 11 women report being sexually assaulted by Johnson after that complaint was made, Danielle included.
Inmate lives don't matter. We just don't matter. We're just a number.
That was nowhere to turn, right? Yes.
Oh.
That's the one right below the whistleblower. Yeah, whistleblower will be next, so yeah, if you want to, switch yours there. All right, we good? Yeah?
Yeah.
Rich, yeah?
Yeah.
Some stories get buried. This one did. Buried, but not forgotten.
One veteran died while he was waiting.
Even when the snow in Block D at the Lakeview Cemetery in Rib Lake, Wisconsin, is so deep you can't find his headstone, the story of what was done to Vietnam veteran Donald Mannheim has been waiting to be told.
This just isn't right.
Jeff Hine tried before to tell this story. No one listened.
Is there any sense of how many men and women this could impact?
That's a question that I've asked myself for years.
Now retired, Jeff worked for 6 years beneath the dome of the Taylor County, Wisconsin government building as the Veteran Service Officer. That's how he met Donald Mannheim.
He was exposed to Agent Orange and dioxins in Vietnam.
Mr. Mannheim had Parkinson's. He'd been treated by private doctors at the Marshfield Clinic for more than half a decade. For veterans exposed to Agent Orange, Parkinson's is what's known as a presumptive illness, automatically qualifying you for VA benefits.
So all he had to prove was, I was in Vietnam and now I have Parkinson's. That's all he had to do. And that was denied.
At the Toma VA, Mannheim was seen by neurologist Mary Jo Lanska. Records show in a brief compensation and pension exam, Dr. Lanska decided all the veteran's other doctors were wrong. He didn't even have Parkinson's. Benefits denied. Mannheim appealed, but died waiting. On his death certificate, listed as a contributing factor, Parkinson's. Jeff Hine had seen enough. He'd had other veterans go to Toma VA for benefit exams and see Dr. Lanska.
They were all denied.
Jeff blew the whistle. He wrote this letter in 2017 to Toma VA leadership about what happened to Donald Mannheim and spelled out several similar cases with one common denominator.
Dr. Lanskin.
Among those similar cases, the stories of Logan Becker and David Kaczmarek.
The truth be told.
David served during both wars in Iraq, was exposed to toxic substances, and survived this suicide car bomb.
This one I'm very proud of.
He received a Purple Heart for shrapnel wounds and had a documented battlefield traumatic brain injury, a TBI. He too developed Parkinson's, was diagnosed and treated by private doctors in Marshfield, and got sent to Toma VA for a benefits exam by Dr. Lanska.
I was in it for less than 20 minutes. She determined with the medical that I didn't have a TBI. My jaw dropped.
What'd she say about your Parkinson's?
I didn't have any Parkinson's.
I spent about 5 minutes in her office.
Logan Becker had 3 battlefield blows to his head, including being knocked unconscious, ejected out the top of this armored personnel carrier when it drove over a bomb. Ever since, debilitating headaches, mood changes, sleepless nights. He filed for TBI benefits. Dr. Lanska claimed all his symptoms were because he worked part-time for a DJ service, not from his combat service.
Denied, denied, denied.
Not being a neurologist, I'm just an old infantry grunt, but it didn't make any sense.
Jeff, in his letter, asked Toma VA to review the cases to determine their correctness and look into Dr. Lanska's other cases.
So what did leadership here at the Toma VA do when they received that whistleblowing letter? The answer is apparently nothing.
The only message that I ever got back is it's being looked into.
Nothing changed?
Not that I'm aware of, but I stopped sending people over there.
For the past year, Carol Evans' Broken Promises investigation exposed how Dr. Lanska misdiagnosed veteran after veteran after veteran, resulting in benefits and, in some cases like Brandon Winishek's, medical care itself for his traumatic brain injury being denied.
I was struggling to, not kill myself.
Dr. Lanska has never responded to emails or phone calls.
Dr. Lanska.
So we recently knocked on her door.
I'd like to ask you some questions about all the veterans that you've been misdiagnosing. Does not look like she wants to talk to us.
The VA itself has also refused to speak with us. Until now.
I think it's really important that we're transparent as an organization about what's going on. And
Dr. Daniel Zomchek is the new director overseeing a multi-state region of VA hospitals, including Toma. He says so far, they've found no record of receiving or doing anything with that whistleblowing letter Jeff Hine wrote more than 5 years ago.
the letter that you're referring to, dated in 2017, we received just recently, actually from your office, in preparation of this, of this meeting. But we are looking into that now, of course, all of the concerns, any of the concerns that were raised.
Dr. Zomchek says they recently launched an independent review using a sampling of benefits exams done by Dr. Lanska and found a pattern. 31% were done incorrectly.
And that's a problem. When a problem is identified, it has to be addressed. This problem has been identified for quite some time, and it's never been addressed.
Never addressed until now. Some stories just won't stay buried.
There's one more here, and it's called Broker Trust. I think this one's a 22-minute one.
Questions about airplanes registered in a tiny town.
What would be the advantage of listing them here?
You're putting a lot of people in jeopardy.
Concerns a broken system helps drug cartels, even terrorists.
You can conceal the ownership of planes.
A federal investigation, indictments.
I think this is a game changer.
Deborah, you have anything to say? Ending in a landmark trial, a conviction, and impacting drug smuggling thousands of miles away.
Major disruption to the cocaine flow.
The effect was immediate. Obviously, it was an investigation started by WFAA.
Let's go back to where our investigation started. In Onalaska, an East Texas town, nestled along the shores of Lake Livingston. Zachary Davies sells real estate in Onalaska. He's lived here all his life. Tell us about Onalaska.
Onalaska is a very small town. It's a very quiet little town. There's not a lot to do.
Would it surprise you to find out that there are more than 1,000 planes registered here in the city of Onalaska?
Yes. Why is there 1,000 planes? The majority of people here can't afford a plane.
Onalaska has a secret. When we began investigating, back in 2019, we found federal records showing more than 1,000 planes registered in this town. In fact, there were more planes registered here in tiny Onalaska than in big cities such as Seattle, San Antonio, San Diego, or New York City.
That's interesting.
So where were all those planes registered to in Onalaska? We discovered they were linked to these 2 P.O. boxes.
Okay.
And Onalaska doesn't even have an airport.
They're not physically here. Yeah, they're registering them here. Oh, wow.
Where's the catch to this?
The former mayor had no idea that many planes were registered in this town.
What would be the advantage of listing them here?
We contacted the Federal Aviation Administration, experts, and industry sources. Onalaska, we found, was the epicenter of a legal loophole, one that allowed foreigners to anonymously register their planes. Here's how. The FAA allows foreign nationals to get U.S. registration for their aircraft by transferring the title to a trust company. But if you check the FAA records, the aircraft are registered in the name of the trust company, in effect helping to hide the identity of the foreign owner. All U.S. registered planes have an N-tail number. So why is an N number valuable?
An N number is, especially if you're operating the airplane in and out of the U.S., it draws much less scrutiny.
There's a sense of confidence that, gee, the Americans must have approved what's going on here. It's got the stamp of approval of the United States of America.
But why would you pick on Alaska?
We wanted to know who was the owner of all those planes in Alaska. Records show they were listed to Aircraft Guarantee Corp.
Right up here on the right? Chain link fence all the way around it?
Mm-hmm. It used to be based in Alaska. Deborah Mercer Irwin owns the trust company. She bought it in 2014. The company moved to Oklahoma City, so we went there. Hi, is this the offices of Aircraft Guarantee Corp?
Yes.
Hi.
Okay. We'll be with you in just a minute.
Okay, thank you. We wanted to know, what did the company have to say about all those planes?
We must know who our clients are. We collect all of their passports, their addresses, where they're going to keep the airplane. We stay in contact with them throughout our service with them.
One of the complaints has been that terrorists and drug dealers, criminals are going to use it. What do you say to that?
I would find it very difficult for a criminal or a drug user to place their aircraft in trust, and why would they? Why would they want to provide all their personal information, their passports, their corporate documents to place an aircraft in trust?
So can criminals take advantage of trusts? Just look. We discovered criminal activity linked to Aircraft Guarantee's foreign owners. In court records, we found 2 Aircraft Guarantee planes cited in a 2012 federal drug smuggling investigation. And the Drug Enforcement Administration seized an airplane registered to the trust company in 2016. Though not charged in the money laundering and drug trafficking conspiracy, the real owner, a Mexican national, paid more than $500,000 to get the plane back from the U.S. government. And these are images of a plane that crashed into a home in Caracas in 2008, killing 7. The pilot was a twice convicted drug smuggler. The plane? It was registered in the United States to Aircraft Guarantee Corp. The company never identified the real owner.
There's a fundamental problem. Under the auspices of the trust, you can conceal the ownership of planes. Details about the planes, details about who flies the planes.
In 2013, a helicopter registered by Aircraft Guarantee crashed into a golf course in Mexico.
I was never able to figure out the actual person who was responsible for that helicopter accident.
Attorney Ladsanger represented the families of 3 of the 5 people killed in the crash. He says he contacted Aircraft Guarantee, but got nowhere.
It is a classic case of ostrich head in the sand. They don't ask the questions because they don't want to know the answers.
Is this making America less safe?
Absolutely.
In a post-9/11 America, former FAA Special Agent Joe Gutheinz questions why a loophole in the law still exists that lets foreigners hide their ownership of airplanes in so-called trusts, like the ones used by Aircraft Guarantee.
If you're a terrorist and you have a way of concealing ownership of a plane in the United States, you're going to do it.
Federal studies back up concerns that ownership may be disguised. A 2013 audit found planes registered through trusts lacked key information about the true ownership of the planes. The review found major trust companies could not or would not provide the information on the aircraft they own. One of the companies cited in the 2013 audit investigation? None other than Aircraft Guarantee Corp.
What do we really know about the planes that fly over our homes?
After our investigation revealed the loopholes, federal authorities started asking questions too.
That's where the interest started. Your investigative reporting about these 1,100 planes being registered in Unalaska, Texas, that had no airport.
Prosecutor Ernest Gonzalez oversaw the investigation. Investigators wanted to know, where were the rest of all those Unalaska planes? And who was operating them? In April 2019, the government demanded that trust company owner Deborah Mercer Irwin produce information on all aircraft currently being operated overseas. The law says trust companies must know who is operating their aircraft, where it's located, and how it's being used. Officials say that didn't happen with Aircraft Guarantee Corp. They say Mercer Irwin broke the trust the government placed in her. Remember what she told us back in 2019?
We know who our clients are. We collect all the information.
So was her claim accurate?
Well, we found that not to be truthful.
The G2 jet packed with 70 bales of cocaine.
Federal investigators cited 4 drug planes registered through her company from 2020. 2 seized loaded with drugs. A third one burned on a clandestine airstrip in Venezuela. And the 4th shot down by the Venezuelan military.
They weren't doing any vetting at all. And some of these planes were being placed in the hands of drug traffickers, and she knew that.
And that's not all. When law enforcement seized some of the company's aircraft loaded with drugs, investigators say Mercer Irwin and her daughter, Kaylee Moffitt, sought to distance themselves by either deregistering them or transferring ownership.
We got the information the plane had landed.
Planes like this one. Prosecutors say it's an example of the shell game the company played with drug dealers. In December 2019, the Gulfstream changed ownership 3 times in one day. An aircraft museum sold the plane to a company prosecutors say was linked to the Sinaloa cartel. That company sold it to Heriberto Calderon Gastelum, a convicted drug smuggler, who then turned over ownership to Aircraft Guarantee Corp to register in trust.
A simple Google search would have shown that that individual had been prosecuted in the United States.
6 days after that, the plane flew to Mexico. And 67 days after that, authorities in Belize seized the plane loaded with cocaine.
I would find it very difficult for a criminal or a drug user to place their aircraft in trust.
What's Aircraft Guarantee's business model?
Well, if I was going to try and smuggle drugs, I would like to have an N-registered airplane, and it would be nice to have it registered to a trust where there's no accountability and traceability.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Massachusetts Congressman Stephen Lynch talked to us about his legislation that would require the identity of the real owner be on file with the FAA in an attempt to close the trust loophole.
We want someone to be held accountable, okay? We want to be able to put a person with that aircraft. If you're a foreign national, you have no connection with this country, you can register an aircraft here and the government doesn't know anything about it. I mean, come on.
While efforts in Congress stalled, prosecutors moved forward. In 2020, a grand jury indicted Aircraft Guarantee owner Deborah Mercer Irwin, Kaylee Moffitt, and 6 others in the aircraft industry. The indictment said Mercer Irwin and her daughter concealed the true ownership of aircraft.
There was occasions where the plane was put in trust, then that plane was repeatedly sold after that to other individuals, and they had no idea who the truthful owner of that plane was.
Is this the offices of Aircraft Guarantee Corp? After WFA's investigation spurred a federal criminal probe into Aircraft Guarantee, the government decided to expand its review to include dozens of other trust companies.
It would be foolhardy to think that this doesn't change things. I think this is a game changer for trust companies and other people in lessor situations to ensure that they are fully aware of who's operating their aircraft and do very comprehensive due diligence.
Aviation attorney David Hernandez works with trust companies.
You know, they're terrified to think that they're going to be held accountable for what happens to a particular aircraft owned by one of their beneficial owners.
But investigators found something else that shocked them.
Digging into it further, it took a turn to something else.
We'll tell you about it when Broken Trust continues. Prosecutors say the investigation...
Yeah, I'm wondering, well, I'm wondering what else they found out. Can you scroll forward a little bit on it, just a little bit?
Fully refundable deposits so Machado could buy planes. In return, the investors were supposed to receive large fees. but prosecutors say the planes either didn't exist or weren't for sale. And Mercer Irwin, people were quite happy. We asked Machado about the allegations that Mercer Irwin and her trust company registered planes for drug dealers.
Doesn't strike me that an old lady from Oklahoma is going to go and put her plans under their name and carry that. It's just stupid.
Cocaine landed in a Guatemalan jungle.
Okay.
Machado sent Mercer Irwin
Biggest disruption to the cocaine.
Okay, thanks.
All right, is there anything you want to revisit? Water forms.
Pretty good, I feel like.
Angela? Good?
Yeah, good.
It's okay. You want Neil?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You're good, Rich?
Yeah. Can I just say something overall before we talk? All right, so I think all of these stories proved their point very well. They all presented the problem, they all had data, they all had things to back them up. So now, if they all did a good job proving the problem, do we just go into the judging and just how well the photography is supported?
I think it's, yeah, for me it's the photography, the visuals, how they mixed in, edited in the video they shot with the file, with the graphics, with everything, and then but also the storytelling, like how it seamlessly sort of, like to me some were a little stronger from a storytelling perspective. It all sort of came together as opposed to, you know, graphics. They all did a fantastic job reporting and stuff. For me, it's then looking at the visuals and the storytelling.
Okay, cool.
Which one was What Truly Happened? Which story?
Excited
Guard.
delirium.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I just needed something to trigger.
Yep,
Like,
yep,
oh,
yep.
yeah.
Wait, can you remind me which one did you say? Which one was it?
What truly happened was the excited delirium.
Oh, okay. I even wrote that down, didn't I?
All right, who wants to chime in with thoughts? I have a clear, like, 4. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I could totally
do
debate
too.
with
Yeah.
the rank of the 4.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, I got the first.
And it is, I think,
second.
the last 4 for me. But anyway.
Let's see.
But yeah.
Yeah, for me, out of so my highest was in the last 4. I really liked the first one, Broken Promises, but as we continued to watch the other ones, I had to adjust my score a bit. I just really thought the reporter captured, like, I feel like sometimes these I-Team stories, they get into the numbers too fast sometimes. Not saying this group, but I thought the first story just did a good job adding character and emotion to what's going on with the child welfare services for that market. But out of the last 4, I would say What Truly Happened and Broken Trust rises to the top 2 for me, but I can be convinced.
Those are your top 2? What would be your number 1?
Let's see. I can be convinced depending on how, I really like how these were local issues that are national too. They have, we both know this is like a national story with a local angle, and I thought both did a really good job of just like using graphics to explain, to help you keep following the story. So that doesn't help.
How about you, Angela?
I have and granted, these were all excellent.
Yeah.
As far as like if I had to narrow it down to like the visuals of it, which is why we're here. I like the Nowhere to Turn. I thought the video was great. The layering of the documents and you know, the interviews had really nice lighting. You could tell the photographer took care and time and effort to set that up. And then my second one I have is What Truly Happened. Again, really, really good drone shots, graphics, really nice lighting again on the interviews. Just a really well told story as well. The third one I have is The Whistleblower. And the fourth one I put down is Broken Trust.
You and I are very similar. I would, if I had to, I would put, personally, I would put What Truly Happened as number 1 and Nowhere to Turn as number 2, but they're like,
they're so close.
Fantastic.
I know,
yeah,
I scored it the same. Yeah.
Those are definitely my top
tough.
2. I also had Whistleblower as number 3 and Broken Trust is honorable mention. I thought Whistleblower had that story arc to it with the snow and the grave at the beginning and the end, and then everything in between was just really beautifully done. As far as just mixing graphics and all that. So whereas Broken Trust was really good, but I don't want to say choppy. It just was a little bit less of a seamless story, just part because based on the topic and it was so broad and covered so much time. But I just thought Whistleblower had a really nice bookend to it visually. But I'm wrestling between What Truly Happened, which I have currently as number 1, and Nowhere to Turn, which was just a really powerful, strong story, important story.
Excuse me.
Rich.
Yeah, Rich.
It's a tough one, isn't it?
So I thought.
You said
like,
Nowhere to Turn and Broken Trust are your top 2, is that what you said?
No. Nowhere to Turn and What Truly Happened.
What Truly Happened and Nowhere to Turn. Yeah, What Truly Happens my number 1.
Maybe with the audio down, can you just scrub through Nowhere to Turn? Just, but you don't have to play the audio. I mean, Rich, you can, I don't want to cut you off right
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I think they had to do a lot more video to this.
That's what I put in my notes too. I said they creatively covered tracks that just didn't have the visuals. He had to, he or she had to come up with the visuals for this. Yeah.
You never feel like you're missing anything.
Right,
It was
right.
always moving.
I had to remember the story.
I love the layering of,
Yeah.
like, I'm like, wow.
And the story was just
I'm learning.
Yeah,
I'm like, I want to
this
take this
is like
back and use it. Yeah.
I really like this, where
Also
they got the guy on the phone. I thought this was really good.
The fact that he was ready to get this on camera too, like just.
Honestly, like, so many things.
Yeah.
Rich, what do you think?
All right, so I agree that I think the last 4 were probably story-wise that I liked the best. I did like Immediate Jeopardy. I liked how they busted that.
It's a different style. So
Yeah.
It is
That
important
had
to acknowledge that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they had a ton of effects and stuff on there. And actually, all of these did. And so part of me really likes Broken Trust because I thought they didn't rely on a lot of effects. They actually had really good video to tell the story. So to me, like all of the great way that they visualized the documents and some of the other stuff, that all kind of like cancels itself out because they all kind of did creative document stuff, you know. I think What Truly Happened, I like that they actually, I like that that guy actually got a hold of the person responsible and like really pushed them. Some of these, you know, they didn't really get a hold of them and hold them. I felt like some of them didn't hold them responsible enough.
What would you put yours number one?
I think somewhere between, oh gosh. I think my top three are Broken Trust, Nowhere to Turn, and What Truly Happened. I think I'm leaning towards Broken Trust just because it's such an unusual story that I haven't seen anywhere. So, that's the photography part of it, you know. So, I can be overruled. I just had never heard of a thing like that, you know.
So we all have the same top four, so that's good. We are in different minds of ranking right now. What would be your number one?
Now I'm leaning towards Nowhere to Turn.
I know, I am too now.
Yeah.
And you already had
That was my number one.
Yeah, I am leaning towards that because I think many times, as we probably experienced in a newsroom, I know how this story could have looked. And it did not look like that. So that's making me think more about the effort of, like the extra effort I know that went into like producing, editing this and filming this. So.
And under the genre of investigative,
Yes.
that's what this is. So.
And I thought that they did a good job of capturing the emotional, like the character arc in it, you know, bringing us, that's my number one.
Okay. All right, so I think three of us have Nowhere to Turn as number one. Thus,
I would go with, I'll agree with you guys. But then, all right, so, but I do think number two is either Broken Trust or What Truly Happened.
I can go with What Truly Happened for number two.
Yeah, I have that as two. What truly
and
happened.
then Broken Trust is three.
Okay, I'll agree with that.
And Whistleblower is honorable mention. Does that feel like where?
Which one was Whistleblower again? I'm sorry.
The doctor who could, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I did like that they went to her house and got him, you know.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, why is she doing that? That's what I want to know. Like,
Money. It's got to be money. She's saving the VA money.
And anything that involves the VA.
Then what is she? What is her thing?
I don't know. Maybe she gets a bonus from it or something. I don't know. Trying to get a promotion.
I just had a question, and it was from another story that we were watching, and it was talking about I think it was the immediate jeopardy.
Yeah.
The profile shots.
Yeah, with all the lighting.
Yep.
I thought it was beautiful, but I thought if I knew that person, I could totally pick them out.
They're definitely
definitely
people who.
Yeah. I find that with silhouettes a lot,
So,
you know,
I was
especially
like,
sides.
You know, I know they messed with the voice and stuff, which is good.
There was definitely one who
It was
worked,
creative,
who they
but-
said worked there.
Yeah.
and I guess like, oh,
I mean,
everyone
it
has
was
to know
kind
who
of-
that is.
The nose was very
So to me,
distinctive.
that was like, as a photographer, if I'm trying to.
I thought the colored
I mean, it was
lighting-
creative as all get out.
The
I love
colored
that,
lighting
but-
was a brilliant
yeah.
way to distinguish them. That was really interesting.
Yeah, it was good technique.
Mm-hmm.
I was concerned.
Like his real name is Robert, but we're gonna call him Bobbert.
Right.
You know, whatever.
Exactly.
It was creative. That's very good.
Is everyone comfortable with that?
So what do you have? You have first.
Nowhere to Turn is one.
Yeah.
What Truly Happened is two.
Yeah.
Broken Trust as three. And then does Whistleblower work for honorable mention? Is there an
Works for
argument for
me.
anything else?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Great category.
Yeah, some good ones in there. Tough too. I mean, it's a tough one to. Okay, how you guys doing? All right? In the bathroom or?
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. That's cool.
I'd like to take 5.
Yeah.
And we
After.
they're heavy features, so they're a little lighter than what we just want.
I hope so.
This is light feature. This is, I'll read you the rules here. Nice. It's light feature light. Feature light. A planned light feature where the photojournalist puts considerable time and effort into the production of the story. 90% must have been filmed by the entering photojournalists, and then it's recorded. So this is where there's no time limit for them to produce the story. They can take as long as they want. So you'll probably see some fire and work here. And what did I say, 51? First one is proper send-off, or no? This is All My Love Max? Yeah. Okay, so just flip around, you'll see there, All My Love Max is the second one there.
Dear Bill, I love you more than I ever thought it was possible to love anyone. A month from today, we'll be an old married couple of 4 days.
When Joanne Willis
That's a good one.
moved into her Napa home in November, she didn't know how much love was in the foundation.
The second I moved into this house, we felt just happy here too.
But as she was exploring every new inch, she found an old treasure hiding in the attic.
I was surprised. I was like, this was someone's keepsakes, so I can't believe like it got left behind.
A chest that hadn't seen the light of day for nearly 4 decades.
It's a cool find, yeah. I'd take this over like gold. Well, maybe not, but this is pretty good.
Willis couldn't believe her eyes.
This one is September 15th, 1955. I think these are all 1955, 54. Oh, this one's 56.
Love letters, and plenty of them.
I should count. There's probably hundreds in here.
The distance between two lovers became very clear.
We had to figure out who the original owner of the house was, and then we went from there.
And it didn't take long to find out the author of the letters is Maxine Provin.
The time we had together went all too fast, just like it always does when you're with me.
She was writing during summer break to her future husband, Bill. The co-eds met freshman semester at Bowling Green State University in Ohio. They were married a year and a half later.
Yeah, and then I realized this was just a keepsake box that he kept all his love letters in.
Because of Bill's work, the couple moved 17 times while raising 4 children.
I would be devastated, if I had left something like this behind in a move.
All Willis wanted was a happy ending to this romantic tale.
I thought they were probably dead. Well, these are so old, they're probably long gone. And I did contact the lady who we bought the house from, and she had told me, oh, he died years back. He died. I'm like, oh, okay. But I still want to try to, find family to give these to.
And put them back in the hands of someone to cherish. Willis made the hour drive from Napa to do just that.
Hello. How are you guys?
There to greet her, Bill and Max.
Do you remember it being this big?
Not dead.
Well, nice to meet you.
Very much alive, living in Stockton.
And I made you Valentine's Day cookies too.
And still very much in love, more than 65 years after their first date.
54 or 55, depending on what part of the year it was. Yeah, because our first date was April Fool's Day, was 55.
1955.
Bill now 88, Max 86.
She always says that. I can't believe I'm still here.
I didn't expect to be around at this age.
And believe it or not, Bill can't remember ever seeing this chest before.
I'm surprised you didn't miss it.
No, well, we had no reason to look at it. We'd been married 40 years already, and this is when we were first married.
The quick glance at Bill's college textbooks and at his 1952 high school yearbook was only the appetizer.
There you are.
To the letters serving as the main course.
little bit sentimental. I'm going to read these, of course. There's a lot of memories from those days.
And after all these years, they know what they admire about each other.
Well, did she put up with me? I guess that's about it.
Everything, I guess. I can't set aside one thing. He fit.
The two fit perfectly together. College sweethearts.
It was really a wonderful weekend, Bill. I don't know when I've had such a good time.
Pen pals.
Well, it's after 11. You'll be going to bed soon. Good night, dear. Sweet dreams.
And lifelong lovers.
I do, I will too. All my love, Max.
Jason Marks, KCRA 3 News.
The next one will be proper send-off. All right, when you're ready, go ahead.
There are two certainties in this world. One is that we don't last forever. The other, not all of us die a hero.
If you fight in the war for your country, you're a hero.
And those in the greatest generation were just that.
This particular one is November of 1942. It would say where he went and the date, how long the flight was.
Francis Ferry loved to live life from above.
See, this says Okinawa, Japanese fleet, an attack, raid. That's what he has written here. Who was my dad? I don't know, he did a little of everything.
Ferry enlisted at 22 during the peak of the Second World War. He quickly rose to the naval ranks as one of the military's elite pilots.
I'm amazed when I look at some of those World War II planes that with the open cockpit. I don't know, I couldn't. It's scary enough, to have coverage over you, but to be open and nothing above you like that. He was very fortunate. There was one mission, he had like 86 holes in his plane, but he himself was not actually hurt.
But it was on
April the 7th in 1945.
When Ferry left his mark.
The weather was really poor that day, so they had to drop down in under the clouds to see the ship.
The ship was the Japanese Yamato, the biggest battleship ever built. It's a memory decades later Ferry couldn't forget.
I dove on the Yamato 4 times. I was recorded with the hip in the stern of the Yamato.
Now it's just that, a memory.
Contributing to the infliction of damage and the subsequent sinking of the Japanese ship.
In your boundless compassion, console us who mourn.
Ferry lived to be 102. He made one final trip to the heavens last December. His ashes now rest next to his beloved Genevieve, married almost 80 years.
Fran was a special aviator.
Cameron Park's Chuck Wall also knows a little something about flying. But how?
That question gets me all the time. My grandfather flew in World War II, flew B-17s in the Army Air Corps. My dad flew in Vietnam. I grew up around Navy, had an aviation career, and it's in my blood.
And he bleeds it every day. He took that passion to new heights when he opened Vulture's Row Aviation, a plane restoration business.
I grew up doing it, I'm still doing it. Some would say I'm still growing up.
Every inch of the 15,000 square foot hangar is stuffed with relics from the past.
It's insane. I work 7 days a week. I go through shoes every 4 or 5 weeks.
It's all to preserve history.
2,000 horsepower, built in the 30s. Designed in the 30s, built in the 40s. What more can you say?
Vultures Row is one of a handful of shops in the country that restores World War II warbirds.
This is as good as it gets. This is rare. To have these kinds of fighters all under one roof with the history of some of these airplanes that are in here.
Some that even saw combat.
It's a big deal.
Wall uses modern technology to machine decades-old parts, some of which don't have instruction manuals. That's because the mission in the 40s was to pump out as many planes as possible to win a war.
Every single one of those men and ladies that worked on these airplanes were craftsmen. They knew how to make things, build things without computers, without calculators. They built a heck of an airplane.
Planes similar to the one once flown by Francis Ferry.
He visited the shop 3 times. He loved coming in here, bringing his logbook, sharing his notes, talking about the airplanes.
The two connected by 2 wings and a tail fin.
We would just sit here for hours and talk about his experiences, and it's just mind-blowing to hear those personal stories.
When Ferry passed away, Wall was asked to give him a proper send-off.
So today we're going to get in the SNJ and do a flyover for Fran Ferry, for his internment.
A hero's goodbye.
And I'm like, wow.
For a man who continues to soar above.
It was an honor and a privilege. I think he would have been pretty amazed.
For photojournalist Victor Nieto, Jason Marks, KSER 83 News.
Next one is Bob Means, A Journey to Feeling Good.
Urbana, Virginia.
140 yards.
Renowned for its relationship with the Rappahannock. But this river town also lays claim to one of the most exclusive golf courses you never heard of.
It's one of my favorite holes, yes.
Hidden Greens.
As you can see, it's never very crowded. This is about as crowded as it gets.
The club is so private, membership is reserved for just one golfer.
This is therapeutic for me. I get up every morning, that's part of my routine. I get up every morning and play 9 holes.
Bob Means never needs a tee time.
When it gets light enough, I put on my golf shoes. Sometimes I'm still in my PJs and I come out and play 9 holes.
The retiree knows every bunker and blade of grass on these links.
The shortest is 110 and the longest is 292.
He should. Bob built these 9 holes by hand 3 years ago in a neighbor's cornfield. For a game that leaves many who shank and slice
That didn't go so good.
in dire straits.
Let me hit another one.
This golfer finds serenity and solace every round. Bob has been searching for both for more than 50 years.
Oh yeah, that brings me back.
For this veteran, the past is ever present.
Sometimes I'll just sit here and watch it over and over again.
The Southern California native enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1964.
I'm right here.
Bob was 17.
It wasn't like I thought the whole thing out.
It was strictly spontaneous.
Adulthood arrives quickly.
I was 5'2", 118 pounds. I was the smallest kid in my boot camp.
Bob ships off to Vietnam.
Yes, things were pretty hot. 67 and 68 were the worst part of the war.
The enemy targets his artillery unit on Hill 51 constantly.
The stuff they would do, you know, just sends chills up my back. And I was a Marine.
Life on the front lines captured in these home movies filmed by another infantryman.
Here's me, that's me on the left, that's Danny Dietrich there.
For Bob, death arrives without notice.
And I'm out here and I'm realizing I'm done for. And I'm waiting to be killed.
Too many close calls to count, and losing friends during his year-long tour take a toll.
I remember being at C-130 going from somewhere to somewhere, and there was 200 body bags in there, dead Marines and soldiers.
The Marine leaves Vietnam, but nightmares follow.
And I didn't think I was ever going to get over it. And suicide was a very viable option.
The horrors finally catch up.
And I blew apart. I had a total, complete nervous breakdown.
A semblance of salvation arrives when the veteran makes a bold decision.
Because I just wanted to believe that someday I was going to feel normal again.
In 1992, Bob and his wife moved to an unlikely place.
I couldn't give it up. I hadn't surrendered.
Back in Vietnam, the Marine was not on a mission of conquest, but construction.
I'll tell you, when I got to Vietnam, I felt home. I didn't want to leave.
Bob and his fellow Marines built polio clinics, orphanages, and maternity wards in a country where fighting once raged and so much was lost.
You know, we had teams of vets that would go back, and we were all looking for closure.
A 2.5-year journey facing inner demons, all while helping children.
I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. I felt whole again, yeah. I felt that was my purpose.
A half-century later, the 75-year-old still wrestles with PTSD, but he is making strides.
Stay close to the people you're in combat with. Because it's those guys that'll pull you through. The gun ahead of us blew up with Kevin on top of the turret.
Writing and publishing his raw memoir, My Soul to Keep, has proven cathartic as well.
You know, we didn't have a parade when we got home. This book is my parade.
While Bob confronts his past,
I live it every day.
The author is turning a page.
We have to try that again.
And taking a swing at healing.
We don't have any rules.
At the one place he always finds inner peace.
Here we go.
Hidden Greens Golf Club.
That's what we were looking for.
11 acres of bliss.
But on this hole is the hole I got a hole in one.
A course Bob Means built on his own while rebuilding himself.
A lot of fun. Every day I have a lot of fun.
For I Have a Story.
We'll find that one.
I'm Greg McQuaid, CBS 6 News.
Next one is good, bad, and hopeful. Is that right? All right, I think we're ready.
Okay. Wait, when do we start?
What was good about 2023, Paige?
Something good that happened.
Oh, I can think of that.
That the life was so good.
2022 kind of got back to normal, but 2023, I feel like we're kind of making up
right
for all the time we didn't get to.
Yes.
People were basically getting out and interacting with other people, which was nice.
Really, when I walk around, I don't really see like people wearing masks.
My health is wonderful after a cardiac
history, and it got fixed, and I am grateful every day that I get up and I have a healthy life. Yeah.
Have you gone any place?
We went on a bunch of trips. Yeah. I went to Arizona to play basketball with my friends. Italy. Yeah.
I was actually in Europe.
Germany.
I went to Omaha.
And we went to McDonald's.
Well, this was both bad and good. I came down with COVID near the end of it, and I got isolated for 19 days. But I said, what am I going to do with these 19 days? And what I did is learn Spanish.
Can you converse in Spanish, or can you
No, je parle français.
I'm happy that Travis Kelce actually found someone to be dating. Taylor Swift.
What was bad in 2023?
What was bad in my life is that I bit my lips. There's probably something worse than that.
And I think the world is in chaos.
We had basically a polarized political agenda.
Like the wars and stuff for Israel and like Ukraine, gun violence.
I think I'm particularly concerned about the whole women's reproduction rights.
Forest fires.
The issues with drug addiction and mental illness.
This past year was, both of my parents passed away.
That we don't get to be all the time with our family. Nope, there's nothing worse than that.
In 2024.
I want people to start being kind and respectful.
I hope people find a job or a lifestyle that brings them joy.
What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to join my school basketball team. I want to be a designer for clothes. Saving people from cancer. I want to be a dinosaur.
I'm hopeful. I have confidence in the next generation that's coming.
I will probably try to be more kind. I want the world to be peaceful and responsible and safe. Happy endings. Happy endings.
Yeah, they will figure it out. Just as we try to and fail, they will try and fail too. But in the end, I think we're in good hands.
Good?
Yep.
Doogie and Dolly.
Especially this time of year. Professional mowers like Jeanette Blankenship
Move a little slower this time of year.
earn every penny.
There is no, I can't come out because it's too hot. I mean, that's what your job is.
But even though she's ready for any type of yard,
It is very rare to get a yard that does not have a hill.
there are still some assignments she has absolutely no interest in. Count the Metro Center Greenway as one of them.
In some areas it's very wide, in some areas it's very narrow.
Sonia Allman with Metro Water says they've struggled staffing this one.
It can't be done with mowers. It had to be done by manual labor. So we had crews out here with weed eaters and hand tools trying to clear this 3-mile levee.
So a few years ago,
Oh look, they're there.
Definitely strange to see.
they came up with a solution
Am I awake? Am I still sleeping, dreaming?
to replace mowers with munchers.
I am shocked to see sheep. Shocked.
Shocking until you consider that the sheep can easily eat, where tractors and weed eaters can't exactly reach.
Fat and happy.
And managing these little natural landscapers
4-legged lawnmowers, yeah. Can't beat them.
is Zach Richardson.
This is the life of an urban shepherd, yeah. Watching a lot of sheep.
Every couple of days, Zach moves the Nashville Chew crew to a different section of the greenway, which requires...
That'll do. Here, listen, that'll do.
A special helper.
Dougie he's the brains of the operation.
And it doesn't take long to see why.
Come by. There.
By listening to each command...
Hear this? Walk up. There, walk up.
Spoken or whistled to Dougie, the sheep respond to his every move.
He is the $1 million tool.
But if Dougie is the brains, Zach's other dog, Dolly, is the muscle.
Dolly, think of her as like the sheep's secret service. She's with them 24/7. She was born with the flock.
But that also means, as cute as Dolly may look,
good thing that there's all these sheep blocking me from her.
She's not been raised to be warm and cuddly.
And her job is to just ward off any potential threats, whether it be dogs off a leash, coyotes, mischievous people, which, knock on wood, people are good, so I'm not worried about that.
While it may be a 2-dog operation, it's just a one-man show.
Every day, 24/7, 365. There you go.
But if you couldn't already tell, he loves it.
It's hardwired into all of us to enjoy seeing animals work and do what they're meant to do.
Sure, it may always be a strange sight.
And we actually talked about going to the Nashville Zoo, so this is our zoo experience today.
And an unconventional idea.
I'd like to have one in my yard, or a couple of them.
But it's even growing on the competition.
I think it's awesome. I really do.
With photojournalist...
Nashville's got plenty of grass for all of us out there to grow.
Chris Davis, News Channel 5.
Next one is tuning into another era.
Sounds from another century.
So, Matt, I have a hunch our lives wouldn't be worth a plug peso.
When you walk in this house, you're in 1950.
Music to John DeMaio's ears.
You will actually listen to a 1938 Zenith radio.
The man from Chesterfield has been tinkering with the past ever since he can remember.
And it's come back, you heard it plays. It's come back from the dead.
The retired engineer broadcasts yesteryear from his very own transmitter.
Oh, yeah.
A low-wattage bridge to a bygone era.
A lot of these inventions were really scientific marvels in their time.
But John's passion for the radio reaches another frequency.
Right now, since I've been retired, this is my life.
The 76-year-old started amassing and restoring antique radios at age 6 and hasn't stopped.
Yeah, it's all the memories.
Hundreds of rare artifacts line the walls, floor to ceiling, not in a museum, but his home.
Couldn't stop. I love this stuff. And everything in here tells a story, that's the thing.
3/4 of the DeMaio house is dedicated to his hands-on hobby.
I have an agreement with my wife. I don't go into radios in the bedroom, and I don't put radios in the dining room. That's our two in the kitchen.
John's collection would make Marconi envious.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course, I'm out of room. It's kind of difficult now to add to it.
There's always more to collect. Every week we get a new radio.
Daughter Kathleen Adams admires her dad for saving American broadcast history.
This is a device right here is a 1946 Hallicrafter television.
Even if it means fewer square feet of living space.
These radios, though, they don't make them like this anymore. You can't just throw this stuff away.
This is K5HTZ monitoring the repeater. Anybody around?
The ham radio operator also stays connected to the globe.
Well, I've talked to so far 96 countries on this radio, on this system right here.
No streaming or podcasts here. Ancient technology works just fine.
Yeah, I was brought up in old school.
While John relishes his radios, he laments the loss of a beloved keepsake.
He still thinks about it every single day and brings it up.
Yeah.
In 1995, the New Orleans native bought a broken-down Wurlitzer theater organ, a dream come true.
We brought this monstrosity home.
John spent 10 years and $100,000 resurrecting the rare instrument.
1923. It had come out of a theater in Tennessee.
The scene is nothing short of apocalyptic. 80% of New Orleans, including much of downtown, is underwater.
But in 2005, Hurricane Katrina and broken levees wash away the DeMaio family home.
And this is what we found. This thing sat underwater that was laden with battery acid.
His mighty Wurlitzer,
that's what was left of it,
was no match for Mother Nature.
It was devastating, definitely.
But after relocating to Richmond in 2007, a miracle for the musician.
It's a happy machine. It's a fun machine.
John found another rare gem, one of only about 300 that still exist.
This organ was in a 1,000-seat theater.
What better place to install a 1926 Wurlitzer than your living room?
Why not?
The pipes packed into a second-floor bedroom.
It is a theater pipe organ. Have you seen it?
The tunes from this one-man band can carry.
I had an agreement with the lady across the street when she had a baby that I wouldn't play during certain hours when the baby was sleeping because the floor in the baby's room vibrated.
John finds joy at the controls, lost in his melodic memory maker.
It soothes the soul, it's relaxing.
But John says the song is ending sooner than he would like. The grandfather lives with terminal lung damage from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Doctors say John has about 18 months to live.
And this is why I want to be able to share this with people. You know, once I'm not here anymore, I want people to be able to see this and enjoy the stuff that I've spent my life collecting.
John's next act, finding a home for his 7 decades of labor under one roof.
That's really what all this is at this point. I got to figure out what to do with this.
Till then, the musician says the song must go on. John DeMaio, enjoying the sounds of happiness, down to the last note.
I would say that if I hadn't done this, I would have a real problem saying that I didn't fulfill my life. If you have a dream that you want to do something like this, do it. Do it while you can.
For I Have a Story, I'm Greg McQuaid, CBS 6 News.
Okay. This is just a good Joe.
Nope, Faribault Frosty.
All across Faribault, it's a frosty morning, but only here.
Every year, pretty much.
Do people flock to the corner of 1st and 3rd.
Yeah.
Where it's frosty every day.
Can never be in a bad mood when you're building a snowman.
Andy Hoisington would know.
You want to try it?
The man at the center of the crowd.
It's cool, isn't it?
Is the father of Faribault Frosty.
The scarf is 25 feet long.
You got the biggest body.
He does have a big body.
The 5-ton, 20-foot snowman occupying Andy's front yard.
Of course, the little kids are just like, whoa, this is really big. They're just in awe. It's like, oh my golly.
Steve Frank next door.
No school today?
Has been watching this for 18 years.
You see them interacting with the little kids and stuff. That's him.
One snowball at a time. There you go. Yeah, we got good help.
3 generations will go take their Christmas pictures. People all dressed up in matching sweaters.
Owning hundreds of posts, Frosty is easily Faribault's most Instagram celebrity.
You want to get a picture up there?
Paparazzi duties often falling
Over a little bit this way.
to Andy,
Perfect. You guys are looking good.
Let me see.
while wife Deb
That's the first one.
handles the archive.
There's been engagements and people take their pregnancy pictures. Ms. Minnesota, she stopped by. She stopped by again this year.
Yet, Frosty Days do not alone produce Frosty Snowman. For that, Andy has a special ingredient.
If it wasn't for the ice, he wouldn't happen.
So much does Frosty mean to Faribault that even with its arena shuttered during COVID, its Zamboni kept running.
This is the beginning, yes.
For Frosty.
We needed to do it.
Rick Christensen knew what everyone in Faribault seemed to know.
That's one for the scrapbook.
It was their only outing. You know, we had several people tell us that, especially older people. That was the only thing they could do.
So up his ladder, Andy went.
We start shaping.
Building Frosty as usual with dozens of loads of that dense, pure white Zamboni ice. So this
Yeah.
would not stop happening.
What do you think?
A lot of smiles. Brings a lot of joy to a lot of people, including me.
Okay, look at Grandma.
Everything in Faribault, Frosty, except the relationships.
My name's Andy.
Nice to meet you, Andy.
Frosty fosters.
Andy's got a big heart. He's got a big heart.
Boyd Hooper, Care 11 News, Faribault.
This next one, I think our judge has to recuse himself. Maybe it's about you.
That'd be funny. What? I haven't seen this.
No idea. Here it is, Just a Good Joe.
The Facebook messages started arriving 2 years ago.
Congratulations on the award, Boyd.
Kind.
Love your stories.
And consistent.
Happy New Year. Grateful for your wonderful story. Happy birthday. Congratulations. Merry Christmas, Boyd. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy New Year. Grateful for you. Congratulations. Great story last night. But who was this young man who always seemed to be smiling?
Curiosity finally got to me.
Hi, Joe.
Joe Carr is the 20-year-old from Richfield who's been writing, mostly from here. Part bedroom, part Minnesota sports shrine.
Joe, why did you start sending me notes?
Where I began to understand how much effort it took for Joe to type those notes, one letter at a time.
I just want to say what a great reporter you are.
Thank you.
Kindness comes as naturally for Joe as his smile.
Is that right?
A smile that eluded Joe's parents
Yeah.
after his birth.
Something called a true knot.
Joe was born with his umbilical cord knotted tightly around his neck, cutting off oxygen.
And they had said spastic quadriplegia cerebral palsy, and that means that all 4 limbs are involved for Joe.
But turned out the only one not worrying about Joe was Joe.
Just stayed happy.
You'll go in there in the morning and he'll have a smile on his face.
Which served Joe well in school.
I go to a lot of high school sporting events.
Which earned Joe a spot on the Richfield boys basketball roster at the position of SF.
Super fan.
In his notes, Joe had never mentioned that his high school classmates had voted him king of their winter festival.
Perfect.
Or the joy he experiences when he rides his bike. The sound of which Joe's dad never tires.
No, not that one. He just does it when he's excited. I think it's just kind of letting go.
There's one thing Joe did mention to me several times in his notes.
Are you thirsty?
I am very thirsty.
Each year, he hosts a lemonade stand.
Hi.
A partnership with Joe's longtime para, Bill Aber.
Just, word of mouth started out.
Albeit one-sided.
Look at him. Joe? Hi. He just attracts people to him.
We just met, but it was love at first sight.
Are you thirsty?
Yep. The past 8 years, Joe has raised for Gillette Children's Hospital $55,000.
He's been waiting for this moment for a picture with Lloyd, right?
I thought Joe and I had a special connection until I realized Joe has a special connection with everyone.
No fire, we just came to see Joe.
He just makes everybody around him happy.
How you doing, buddy?
Which helps explain this.
We have the presentation of the Jean and Mary Jacobson Citizen of the Year Award.
Richfield's Citizen of the Year, where I learned of Joe's special connection with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield from Channel 4.
Hi, Joe.
And Ellen Gallis
Congratulations.
from Channel 5.
You look so handsome.
They'd learned what I'd learned.
Congrats, Joe.
Only soon.
Another big hug.
The Citizen of the Year is just a good Joe.
One more time, Joe.
Boyd Hooper, Carol 11 News, Richfield.
Where it belongs is next.
Could there be anything sadder than the silent piano of a pianist robbed of her ability to play?
Yeah, that's life. Everybody has something, so it'll be okay.
Linda Deacon has ALS,
These two, I can't get them to move.
paralysis and spasms,
The hardest part's holding my head up. My head goes forward.
have taken one of Linda's greatest joys.
I've got 3 CDs out.
CDs and concerts, and years of playing for her church. On good days, she can still make it through.
I used to do a lot better.
Her favorite song.
I will rise when he calls my name. No more sorrow, no more pain.
The song Linda has selected for her funeral. The weight of it all is sometimes too much for Linda's husband, Al. But the Deacons are not the only ones with trouble.
When officers arrived, they say they found a fire inside.
A year ago, an arson fire in the Salvation Army's Brooklyn Park Chapel burned donated coats and activated sprinklers,
See the cracking along the side?
warping the wood in the worship piano.
That's enough where it's not repairable.
Which is why that truck now sits in Linda and Al's driveway.
Gets to go to his new home.
Linda believes this was meant to be.
This is all the awards my dad got for ringing the bell for the Salvation Army.
Glenn Doty never missed a Christmas.
He was on his own when he was 14. And so I think he knew what it was like to go through hardships.
You know, she has a gift for that. And it's hard to see that go. So.
A gift.
Yeah.
Now, on its way to a place that can use one. Linda heard about the fire on the news.
That's good. Instantly, I knew that was God's plan to give this piano to them.
We're grateful to her.
T.J. Simmons is captain of this service center.
Sounds great.
Great now, but about to get even better.
Oh, beautiful. It looks great there. It's new home.
A brass band ushers in the Salvation Army's annual Lucia Fest. But Linda awaits the first notes of her instrument's debut. The piano will be used at Sunday services, special events, and children's music lessons.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I was honored to do it.
ALS has already taken much from Linda. But this Christmas, she is better defined by what Linda has left to give.
I'm very happy. This is where it belonged.
Boyd Hooper, Carol 11 News, Brooklyn Park.
Next one is like riding a lawnmower. Hold on, are you guys ready?
Okay.
I think, wait.
That was in the wrong or something.
Yeah, mine.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there.
This is about sheep. All right, go ahead.
We live in sleek design, engine wine, turbocharged times. And if speed is the need you feed, you've come to the wrong place.
Safe travels.
This is not someone's slow motion notion of a mosquito control device,
Good morning.
but the start
All right, see you there.
of the anti-Indy 500.
Yeah, a lot of people ask me what it's like to do the run, and I kind of tell them it's like getting on your lawnmower and going 25 miles an hour all the way to Minneapolis.
The run,
and hoping you get there.
Todd Ash speaks of, is a speeding ticket's nightmare.
You are in a 1904 Ford Model A.
Tim Wiggins' 10-horsepower Ford is among 40 cars.
Hang on.
Each more than 100 years old. Most built before 1908. None younger than 1915.
He used to call those horseless carriages back when they first started.
You remember that?
A 120-mile jaunt through the Minnesota countryside. Inspired by a 127-year-old car run from London to Brighton, England.
Some enterprising people figured out that, remarkably, in Minnesota, there's a town called New London, and there's a town called New Brighton, and they're roughly 120 miles apart.
So 37 years ago, they started their own antique car run.
Yeah, it's been really nice, hovering around 27, 30 miles an hour this whole way.
John Dahl, the mayor of New London, hitched a ride with Bruce Van Sloan.
Back in the day,
That would have been a very, very special deal to have gone 125 miles.
Turns out, for good reason.
Yeah, we ran out of gas. Right after they passed the 4 gas stations, just back there a little bit.
You'd think they'd have paid more attention to the gas gauge.
So the gas gauge is a stick.
A stick and a gas tank under the front seat cushion.
Fortunately, he's not a smoker.
We're going.
Scheduled maintenance stops, essential.
And I'm wondering if the plugs might have gotten fouled when I was running on low battery.
Hey Rick, you got to check out the starting instructions here.
So much for electronic ignition.
Hey, we're just getting the pilot lit here.
If you're getting the feeling that a car built before World War I
That's real good.
can be a pain in the dash, their drivers will tell you you're getting it wrong.
We're sitting up high like on an old horse-drawn carriage. There's no windshield, wind in our face, and you're going slow enough that you can enjoy the scenery.
Slow? Yes. But you needn't always come in first
Getting across the finish line is the goal.
to win the day.
Welcome to New Brighton.
So not exactly a run to the finish, more of a walk back in time.
You are never sure until you go under that finish line.
Boyd Hooper, Carol 11 News,
Made it.
New Brighton.
More left in this one. Can you tell me, this is Oliphant or is it God of Thunder?
God of Thunder.
God of Thunder is next.
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
Maple Lake, Minnesota will never be mistaken for Detroit Rock City, with one corner lot exception.
God of Thunder!
Consider this
And rock and roll!
Vern Simon's first kiss.
The spell you're under!
The song he heard at 9 years old on his mother's brother's 8-track that led to this.
I got a lot of stuff in my glass cabinets here.
If you haven't yet noticed,
I got the mini guitars.
Vern's stuff
I got pint glasses.
has a
Lights.
theme.
Is obsession the right word?
Yes. Yes.
Excess defines Kiss the band. And Vern,
Lunch boxes.
the collection.
I got socks, boxers, ties. These are part of the 250 some odd dolls I have.
Maestros of merchandising,
It's a toothbrush.
the members of Kiss have put their names
Kiss Molenbaugh.
on anything they thought they could sell.
Different shirts.
And
the original 4.
on Vern,
Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, Peter Criss, Ace Frehley.
as long as Kiss
Max Bet.
keeps dispensing.
Here is the second room.
Vern can't
There they are.
stop.
667 just comic books. 1,670 cards.
Cards and cars
This was 3 years ago.
and concerts.
How was the show? They were old.
Vern attended his first with his mom.
It was just pounding, just right there in your face kind of music. God of Thunder and rock and roll.
Today, his collection is fueled by his passion
I gotta have it.
and a singular desire.
I want to be number one. I've never been number one in anything.
Numbers.
1, 2,
You're about to hear
87, 88,
a lot of them.
Right now, we are trying to get into the Guinness Book of World Records.
20, 21,
As Vern and his kids watch,
24,
Without
pausing.
Andrea, Vern's wife, records for Guinness the official count.
34, 35.
Verified by witnesses.
I'm learning how to count.
Including the mayor of Maple Lake. No category currently exists for world's largest kiss collection, but Vern is confident he has it.
96.
How, he asks,
Kiss condoms.
could he not?
I got kiss condoms too. 86, 87.
After nearly 3 hours of counting.
There is the total right there, $37.99.
One shy of 3,800 items. Maple Lake may not be Detroit Rock City, but rock has definitely taken up residence.
Now I got a chance of being first. I want to be pointed at just once, like a rock star.
Boyd Hooper, KARE 11 News, Maple Lake.
Uh, 16 years old. Do you remember it, or? Oh yeah.
I shot
Well,
it.
then you weren't there, if you remember it.
I shot one.
Did you?
Yeah.
Amazing with the flames and spitting blood.
Yeah, I covered it for news. It was funny.
Okay, so the last one is Mrs. Oliphant. I was wondering where all the Boyd stories were, and we found them, didn't we? Dude still got it. All right, Mrs. Oliphant.
There she is.
Ask her for her greatest blessing.
Oh my goodness, just the children always make my day.
And an answer comes quick.
The children and music.
Ruth Oliphant
Here we go.
knows a good thing when she hears it.
I will trust and not be afraid.
But it's how long Mrs. Oliphant's been hearing it that's practically biblical.
The Star Tribune did an article in 1961 on her.
Still in her 20s.
That's her.
When she founded the Wilmer Boys Choir.
Bruce Boys Choir.
And already on a path.
1981 and 82.
That would bring Mrs. Oliphant in her 40s.
Right there.
To the children.
There was a family.
At Edina's Normandale Lutheran Church.
Was her name. Oh.
She has directed thousands of children.
Kryn Reed's 2 children sang for Mrs. Oliphant. So too.
Yes.
Kelly
yes.
and Eric Ingvaldson's children.
She's just a magical woman.
3 decades after kindergartner Kelly and first grader Eric met in the choir.
We were not dating back then.
No, we were not.
We were just
Nor
choir
have
mates.
any interest in each other.
Shared memories of choir camps.
Straight here.
And words that rhyme with Oliphant.
Elephants all over the place.
Decades worth of gifts.
I would say close to 500.
To a teacher who touched their hearts in ways both glad and
sad.
Because we won't get to sing with Mrs. Alpha anymore. Because she's retiring.
It's true.
I'm going to miss it.
88 years old.
We'll see.
Twice a cancer survivor.
I just love these kids, so it'll be tough. Yeah.
And now the Elephant Lady's kids
1990 through 1995 or so.
have one more gift
86, 87.
she'll never
Now even more.
forget. Her first Normandale students to her last. Together.
42 years, I can still remember all of it, yeah.
The notes
Heavenly Father,
and the feels.
I'm so proud of every single one in this room.
The exit.
I couldn't have asked for a better teacher.
And one final entrance. Normally, standing ovations happen after the performance.
Thank you.
But when someone's been teaching children to sing for 67 years, why wait?
All you've got.
Boyd Hooper, KARE 11 News, Edina.
Okay. Good category.
My gosh.
Thoughts? Students, we're interested to hear your thoughts on this category. When you're done, when we're done.
Everyone have thoughts? I go first. This is tough.
You what?
So this is tough, but no bias here. For first, I would put Just a Good Joe. For second, I'd put Like Riding a Lawnmower. For third, I'd put Dougie and Polly. And for honorable mention, I'd put Mrs. Oliphant. But there are a couple others too that I think could be strong contenders for the top. So those are my initial thoughts.
Can you say yours again?
Number one, Just a Good Joe. Number two, Like Riding a Lawnmower. Number three, Dougie and, was it Dougie and Dolly? Dougie and Polly, yeah.
Dougie and Dolly.
And honorable mention, Mrs. Oliphant.
I too had Just a Good Joe. The story itself is so compelling,
Yeah.
and you know, the photographer got all those great little shots and interactions. It's beautiful. The second one I have is Like Riding a Lawnmower. Photographer hustled. I don't know how he got all of it. You got all that those shots are great. I was like, wow. I felt like I was along for the ride. It was fantastic. All the different angles as well. Yeah. Even on the cars. Great in that sound too. Third one I had is This Is Where It Belongs. The story about the piano. The one telling part in there where just the sequencing of the moving of the piano, I was like, wow, it really stood out to me. And then the honorable mention for me would be Dougie and Dolly. Just a fun story to watch too.
All right.
I would kind of align with the same thing. Number one, just a Good Joe. Number two, number two, Like Riding a Lawnmower. Number three, I would do Dougie and Dolly. And my honorable mention, I would go for God of Thunder. I just thought the use of like the editing, like everything just matched. Like I really enjoyed like how they got creative with one room. Like the story was really about one room, but I thought it moved in a creative way.
Cool.
Well, first I tried to consider everything that wasn't from Boyd to see if I could get them in there, and I just couldn't. I found that Miss Oliphant, the choir teacher, and the This Is Where It Belongs, the woman with the piano, they both brought tears to my eyes. And I thought they were really just beautiful stories. Just a Good Joe is great. I think I would agree with putting it first because of the sheer impact the guy had on the entire town, and the visuals brought that across, and the interaction with all the people, I thought was really effective. Then I think I would go with Mrs. Oliphant. I just thought, all those people that she touched over her whole life, and they all showed up like Mr. Holland's opus. It was just kind of, it was just beautiful. I think Like Riding a Lawnmower would be my number 3, because there was an incredible amount of hustle, as well as really getting a feel for the kind of person that owns those cars and all their personalities, and then again, then how special it is to all the people that they drive by every year. And then let's see what else. I guess I would go Kiss. The Kiss collector.
The graphics were great in that.
Yeah. Oh, and especially he matched the font.
Yeah.
He matched the Kiss font. That was pretty cool.
So we have a clear number 1. Just a Good Joe.
You guys go with that?
Yes.
Everyone
Yes.
has number 1, yeah.
Yeah.
3 of us had Like Riding a Lawnmower as number 2, and then you had as number 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that feels like a pretty clear number 2 based on that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You guys agree with that?
Yeah.
So, and then it's a little more up for discussion here, I think, because it's tough because they're all so good.
Yeah, I had
Was it-
This Is Where It Belongs.
I had Dougie and Dolly as
Dolly,
number
that was
3,
fourth. Yeah.
and that was your 4th.
Uh-huh.
You had Dougie and Dolly as what?
Number 3.
Number 3,
Okay.
and you did not have Dougie and Dolly.
I did not have them.
Uh-oh.
I tried to.
I liked it because it was beautifully shot. It was a variety of wides and tights and mixing in the drone in the right place and moving in moments and reaction. It really did all the things that I think a good feature should do, in the way they used the lawnmower person as sort of a bookend, but it didn't take away from the goats, which would have been my worry. They came back to the goats at the end. So that's what I liked about it. I thought there was a lot of good things going on there.
Yeah, I liked how they built the story, just the different angles. You didn't get lost. Like, it was just layered. Even, like, talking about Dougie and Dolly, you know, like, and just a lot of nice creative shots, too, with that.
Nice drone shots, too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the dogs' personalities
Yeah.
were reflected in the photography. You know what I'm saying? How one was friendly, and yours kind of close, and the other one was not, and was kind of far in that little, like, out of focus sort of rack. You know, not rack, but like out of focus.
You saw her working.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's,
Yeah.
I just thought there were a lot of really great parts.
All right, so all 3 you had that as a
No,
placing?
We had
2.
3.
I had it as four.
And what was yours?
You have it too?
I had the This Is Where It Belongs, the piano.
But you had Dolly as one of your 4?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, so I'll defer to you guys.
Who else had, then some of you guys had, let's see, you had Mrs. Oliphant, and you had.
I had This Is Where, I think,
Kiss. God of Thunder, right?
Yeah, you and I had Mrs. Oliphant as an option. 2 people had God of Thunder as an option. You had This Is Where It Belongs. Did anyone else have This Is Where It Belongs on the top?
I had This Is Where It Belongs
You
in
did?
one of them too.
Okay. So
But I would defer to you guys for Dolly for 3rd if you want.
Is Dolly for 3rd? Is that everyone good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doug
But
Dolly for 3rd.
one of the music women has to be 4th. Has to be honorable mention.
I liked all those.
I think This Is Where It Belongs.
Well,
I would.
let's break them down. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the pros? What did you like about each one that would propel it to be the one?
I like that they both had a passion for what they did, and they shared that passion, and that came across visually. And then, as they were basically moving on from their passion, you could see the impact of the people that they had throughout their whole lives. And I think the visuals just supported that through both of them. If you wanted to go on pure photography, then yeah, moving the piano and some of those is probably makes that a more well shot story.
My argument for Mrs. Oliphant is the reactions, the kids singing and the mic. That, you know what I'm saying, the people in the audience crying on her last thing, like keeping in mind that the story was about her, but it was also about all the people around her, and constantly capturing those moments.
I agree.
I thought was really effective. Not that the other one was also technically very, very good. And the husband crying, just letting that moment be was effective.
What do you think, Angela, between Mrs. Oliphant and Where It Belongs?
Well, I have This Is Where It Belongs in my little notes here. Yeah, technically, I think that would have been the story. photography-wise.
Mm-hmm.
They were both wonderful, wonderful stories. They're all well done. Yeah, just the sequencing of the moving of the piano alone was like, yes, as a photographer, yes. That was nice too. So.
How about
good capturing of moments.
I scored Mrs. Oliphant a little bit higher. I mean, I think they were both great, but I think it's, I think it's tough filming kids, and getting those reactions, and yeah, I think it's an art to getting like reaction, human reaction. So that I was more swayed by that. And the sequencing towards the end, like it just felt very cohesive, like her getting her final. Even though I know they're like moving around and
yeah, the photographer got ahead of the action.
Yeah.
Had a chance to
and getting that
so
moment, like as we talked about the last few days, like being in the right place to get that moment.
You're right.
They were in the right place.
Yeah.
To get the moment of her coming in.
I loved both of them.
Do you need to scrub through any of them? Or?
Yeah, why don't we, Mrs. Oliphant and This Is Where It Belongs, right?
There she is.
Ask her for her greatest blessing.
Oh my goodness, just the children always make my day.
And Annette hears it. Still in her 20s.
That's her.
When she founded the Wilmer.
She has directed thousands of children.
Print reads.
Nor have any interest in each other.
Shared memory.
Right.
Because we won't get to sing.
And now the Elephant Ladies hit.
1990 through 19...
Together.
42 years, I can still remember all.
Normally, standing ovations happen after the performance. Why wait?
All is God.
Boy Cooper, Carol 11 News, Edina. Could there be anything sadder?
Something, so it'll be okay.
Linda Deacon has ALS and years of playing for her church. Her funeral. The weight of it all is sometimes too much for Linda's husband, Al.
Enough where it's not repairable.
Which is why that truck now sits in Linda and Al's driveway.
Gets to go to his new home.
Linda believes this.
He was on his own when he was 14, and so I think he knew what it was like.
To a place that can use one. This service center.
Sounds great.
But Linda awaits the first notes of her instruments. David.
Thank you, I was honored to do it.
ALS has already taken much from Linda.
Very happy. This is where it belonged.
Boy, Carol 11 News.
Well, I'm not your judge.
Tough. I think they're Mrs. Oliphant. I mean, they both had wonderful moments. I think Mrs. Oliphant is starting to go that way.
I think Miss Oliphant has great kid faces and great reactions and stuff. I think the piano story, especially the beginning, like the composition and the photographer did a more creative job with different shots, like that racked focus on the piano strings where he went through. That was a great shot.
It's the technical versus the emotion story, kind of.
I did feel when Linda was watching the piano, like her face was just so touching, like. But then with Miss Oliphant, the guy caught a million faces, or the photographer got a million faces of all the kids and all the people. And what do you guys think?
Neil, what do you think?
Mrs. Oliphant. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, they're both great.
I would lean toward Mrs. Oliphant.
Yeah.
All right, I can do that.
I agree.
All right.
And you're good with the rest of them, right?
Yeah, I think we're pretty good at that. Yeah. We're very good.
Okay,
All right, so go over that. So it was Joe, Lawnmower, Doug and Dolly, and Miss Oliphant. Okay. Boy, that was a good category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to tell you a personal story. So my wife is a music teacher. Teaches, taught band and orchestra for 30 years, high school, and she had a similar sort of, retirement. I mean, hers was marred only sort of like COVID, because her final concert had to be in the football stadium, which is a little odd for a band concert to be like on the field, but they had to spread out. So, but at the end, and I knew the alums were planning something, but I didn't know exactly what. So somebody organized all of the, 30 years at the same school, by the way. Like they were holding signs that says, 1990, 2000s, 2010, 2020. Yeah, and then they would the alums were kind of walked through the stadium tunnel,
that's cool.
with the signs and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. Yeah, so I mean, she was pretty well loved there, and kind of neat to see. Okay, again, like you said, this is Mr. Holland's opus. And the cool thing, just a side note on that, is that my one of her former student teachers, who teaches in San Diego now, got what they call a commissioning. So they got a composer to commission and write a piece in her honor.
Oh wow!
So it just got finished. It's been 3 years, but he just finished the piece, and we're going to perform it in May. And I'm going to sit in and play. And there's a few of us community members there to play. Some alums and then the current high school students. And my wife's going to conduct it. So
that's super cool.
Yeah.
What do you play?
I play the trumpet. Yeah. My kids are going to play, which is cool.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. Somebody should come do a story on it, right?
They really should. Call Boyd.
I'll call Boyd, see if he
So,
fly him in.
you guys just saw like some of the best stories that you'll see, so like if you really like look at those again and dissect them and look at what they did, like just the way the story progresses, the way it was shot, the way action, reaction, all that kind of stuff. Those are like great things to learn from.
How do you anticipate and like prepare for getting moments? Is it just like
That's an art. It's the hardest thing about it. It's the hardest thing about shooting, I think.
You go in knowing what you need or want, so you're always trying to be a step ahead, so you know you can get it.
Yeah, when you walk in a room and two people meet, you just kind of anticipate they're probably going to handshake or hug. So just physically getting ahead of that action and prepared to record on it.
When you get some life experiences, you kind of know. I think people do the same things, right? So you anticipate, like she said, you know what's coming. Almost all the time, you know what's coming next. You may not know exactly when it's going to happen, but you kind of know. I mean, it's just as if, like, you're trying to get somebody putting their hand on the mouse to get mouse clicks. You know eventually their hand is going there. So you just get the camera trained on the mouse so that you're ready for it. So sometimes it's just a matter of kind of knowing in your head, like, okay, I've been through this a few times, But it is hard when it's like on the fly, and you got to be ready. So
You can play, like depending, like if you're working with a reporter or even with yourself, like you can play, what do we think? Like what do we think's going to happen? Well, they're going to move the piano, and you kind of anticipate some of the actions, and then you kind of wait and watch for the faces and watch the reactions and kind of see, and like with Miss Oliphant, like what's going to happen. There's going to be a bunch of people from all ages that know her, that love her. They're going to be smiling, they're going to be crying, and you just kind of look around and see. And that's what I was telling you guys yesterday about patience. Like what he was saying. Like I can't tell you how many times like people they shoot the mouse and they wait and wait and wait, and then it doesn't happen, and they go get another shot, and then somebody reaches for the mouse.
Right.
And I'm assuming these are not day of stories. I think the pre-interview is very important. I think just talking to people, this is a church, thinking about Mrs. Oliphant, it's a church family. So I can tell you all the characters that was in my family church, like who's going to cry, who's going to say amen the loudest. So like talking to people, be careful not to make too many assumptions, but talk to people so I'm going to stand over here because this is the person who, I don't know, throws their shoe at the preacher, at the 12 o'clock hour.
I guarantee you the class they went into with the kids at first, they asked the teacher which kid is the most animated and put the mic on that. Or they were in the room for 1 minute and saw which kid it was and put the mic on that kid. But either way, they were either paying attention or they were asking someone who would know.
Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be afraid to, like, if it's not a day of story, if it's a, as they might call it, a HFR, where you might have a little bit more time to work on it, don't be afraid to take advantage of that time to scout the location, have the conversation to help do the planning that Rich talked about too.
Here's something else too. You got to be comfortable in what you're doing with your camera, because if you notice in this Oliphant story, what happened at the end there? The photographer was right there in the front, in front of her as she walked up in front of 1,000 people in the audience, right? And a lot of people would be like, oh, they're looking right at me as a photographer, and you feel like this, like, right? You're like, I don't want to be, and really you're not. People don't know it's you. I mean, they might for a second, but they're watching the woman walk up. So it's, it is a weird feeling to think that people are looking at you, but you just have to kind of get over that and get more comfortable just being up front and, and being brave to get in there.
And don't be shy.
Yeah.
Not to get too technical, another thing I liked about that shot, the point you made, is the photographer followed her and stopped. It wasn't like, okay, let me, they're like, they knew, like, I'm gonna hold, which was great for editing. It wasn't like because I think some would think, okay, let me focus on her, let me keep moving the camera. Nope, it was a nice walk, pan, stopped, and I think even just staying there, you saw more of the crowd, like more of that standing ovation, and she was still in the shot. So that composition, I thought, stood out to me too.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
What did you guys think to the story? I mean, were those your top?
Okay, was that boy guard? Is he just like, oh,
It's pretty well known.
I know, I was just texting my daughter, like, dang it, boy did it again.
Did y'all have any opinion on the good, bad, and did that help control the COVID?
It was a good idea.
Which one?
It was a really good idea. I like the
Oh,
idea.
yeah. I thought that was very creative.
For me, it was like, what would have given it the next level is some sort of moment that like went above and beyond what was being expected, which you either get it or you don't. So for me, that was like the thing that would have taken it like, to the next level is some sort of moment that I wasn't expecting or that took it someplace extra.
And not to demean this story, because I think it's really good, but I think this is something on maybe another level that you guys could do this story. Like, maybe not shot as well, but it's really just opinions, right? It's just a person on the street, but kind of like stylized. And so, if you're thinking about like, you're gonna go out and get people's opinions on something, think about how you can make that more creative rather than just, you're gonna go talk to students on the street and a head and shoulder shot, right? The mic sticking out at it.
I was just going to make a point. There's a, I don't want to say a formula, but a thing to do. But they knew to prompt the answers they wanted. They probably had like 5 or 6 questions that they asked everybody throughout, and then it cut together. And so you can do that. In like when I shot the Women's March in D.C., I asked everybody the same question, like, tell me where you're from, tell me why you're here, and what you hope will come out of this. And so I had everybody answering that, and then you can just put it together however you want. And that's actually how you do a lot of that ping pong stuff that you've seen with bites. If you have it all, it'll boop, 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 boop.
I saw it was like different than the other features. It was also visually really nice.
So all my love maps, do you think the graphics like that they use how do you think that affects the story? Do you think it adds to it or takes away from it? Because I had a lot of like the words on the screen sort of thing. Maybe like some of the typical of the software.
I liked it.
I thought, for me that worked.
It could get overused or it could not work, but I think I like it here. I mean, I don't know. It helps really visualize what she's saying because there's a connection.
I got a little confused because they're not dead. I was like, oh, that's that. It took me. Maybe I was a little tired, but at that moment I was like, wait, okay.
Yeah, they're not.
There is a difference though. Like this story, I wanted to love this story, but unfortunately that couple didn't make me feel it, right? And the same thing with the radio guy. He had a passion and I wanted to feel it, and you see the difference with the stories that you saw from Boyd, like you felt it. And I don't know if that's in the questioning or what brings it out or if it's just,
At the end of the day, a story with a great character is just going to score better than a story with a not, more average characters, because it's more memorable, so that's part of it too.
I cut you off before.
Oh, it's fine.
We should move on, because we can chat about this all day, but maybe at lunch we can discuss this if you guys want to, do more. So let's stay in the same vein. I'd like to, there's one that's about 40 minutes of watching. It'll put us a little past the lunch start, but I think if we get through this, we'll be in hopefully decent shape. It's a similar category. It'll be 50, and this is the same category, but so this is solo video. So
what number, 50?
Yeah.
It's about 40 minutes worth of watching. So, yeah, after lunch is going to get real interesting for the rest of the day.
Can I ask a quick question?
Oh. Yeah, go ahead.
This program, this picture where you have this, I assume you have to have a sign-on to get to it? So I mean, is there like a way, is it a University of Georgia thing, or
no,
is it?
It's a program that's just specifically for.
So like if we wanted to, could I get a sign-on if I wanted?
Oh, if you wanted all these.
If I wanted to look.
Probably not, but I have downloaded all these finalists.
Oh, okay,
And,
okay.
And thanks to Jill over here,
Okay.
She helped me rename them all and put them in.
Oh, okay.
It downloads with goofy character names,
Okay.
so I have them all here.
Okay. Yeah, I got a USB maybe.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
perfect.
cool.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I can give them to you. I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't have them, I don't think, for educational use, so. Yeah, all right, so this is solo video. You don't need me to read the rules again, right? It's basically the same thing we're watching, just that they've done it all by themselves.
The order's a little off here at the beginning. It's unstoppable first, it looks like.
Is Unstoppable first?
So,
Yeah, what is it? I think
It's Unstoppable. Whatever.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
and
so
then
which
my
one?
name, and then, okay, yeah.
Which one
So
are we
what
watching
doing
first?
Unstoppable's first.
Okay.
Oh, perfect touch. Well done. Running as fast as the pink Nikes can carry her on the soccer field. 10-year-old Caroline Lance is boundless energy.
I feel like if you're not active, you're just going to be sitting home all day being bored.
No time for that.
Yeah.
Always watching is Mom Margaret.
And I just love how free she looks and how happy she looks. I'm so grateful every time I see her get on that grass.
Grateful because there was a long time Caroline couldn't be out here running on the field. Caroline was in preschool when she first felt a pain in her back.
We went to Vanderbilt and they did a lot of tests and we finally figured out that I had stage 4 neuroblastoma.
What followed was rounds of chemotherapy, more than 4,000 pills, more than 60 blood transfusions, and a relapse last year.
She has beaten this cancer monster twice, and now she's on a high-dose clinical trial again. There's only one thing that would be worse, and that's her not being here. So I'm just so grateful that we get to fight.
Coach always says, when in doubt, be aggressive.
And it followed her through her treatment, just be aggressive and attack.
The story of this tough kid reached someone else's mom.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just a bright light. He's always been like that, always thinking of others before himself.
Blandina Vergara Cruz's son Raymond was diagnosed with Ewing-like sarcoma when he was 16. He wrote this song for the other children at Vanderbilt. Nonprofit Dreams and Wishes of Tennessee reached out.
They give wishes to those that are re-diagnosed or that are going into palliative care.
The group gifted Raymond and his family a trip to a cabin in the Smoky Mountains.
I remember how important it was to see the sunrise or the sunset together because, you know, we would never have that moment again.
Raymond died 4 years ago. That trip is an important memory for Blandina.
We were so grateful that Dreams and Wishes felt it was important to grant Raymond that wish.
Knowing Blandina runs a children's party business and has volunteer connections with Raymond's Ray of Light Foundation, Dreams and Wishes of Tennessee asked Blandina if she could help with something for Caroline. What do you do for a kid with boundless energy.
1, 2, 1,
Well,
3, 4.
perhaps you throw a carnival.
My mind was blown. I couldn't believe my eyes.
When it was truly stunning, took our breath away. I was speechless for the whole day. I have chills just thinking about it.
Blandina says an event this grand for Caroline would make Raymond proud.
Seeing her come over and give me a hug and say, I'm having the best time, thank you. How can that not just make you feel so good? He was great.
Love y'all.
I just want to tell them thank you so much for making my dreams come true.
The rest of the best story today, I'm going to the restroom. You guys carry on.
So next is family tree.
It's showtime at Keg Springs Winery. Jennifer Henderson and band Cochise County is delivering something you just have to capture.
I can't find my way home.
For Jennifer, the passion for music started with a place and a person.
Dad said this was our ventriloquist act, and I was just his dummy. He's so handsome, even with that weird mustache.
Certain sounds just remind Jennifer so much of her dad, Bob Henderson. Sounds like a late afternoon in that hometown of Wardell, Missouri. But nothing reminds Jennifer of her dad quite like the sound of the Dr. Pepper being poured.
Dr. Pepper is a huge deal in our family. Dad's played music my whole life. I got to go out on stage and sing with him. There's nobody greater. Like, he is my hero.
Music took the two to stages all over Missouri and Tennessee.
I've had COVID, and I didn't get it like Dad got it.
This visit with Jennifer was 2 years ago in Jonesboro, Arkansas. At the time, Bob's local hospital in Missouri was too full, so he was moved to another one miles away in Jonesboro.
The whole time Dad's been in the hospital, I bring him a Dr. Pepper every day. He asked me to tell them that he was ready to be put on a ventilator. The one thing I asked them to do was give him a drink of Dr. Pepper before. But I sing to him and I hold his hand, and yeah, you miss being little sometimes, you know.
3 days after this interview in 2021, Jennifer's dad died. This is 2 years later.
For a long time there, I made it my mission to preach about getting the vaccine. You know, my dad was a strapping, healthy man. COVID took him in 10 days. I wish everybody got to know him because he was a good guy. He was in the middle of recording this album when he got sick.
And I'm proud to grow from that family tree.
The songs Bob recorded for an unfinished project were things he'd written over decades. Jennifer knew this music could not stay unfinished.
I went in and recorded harmonies posthumously.
Today, Bob Henderson's album, Little White Church, is out.
Hearing my dad's voice on the radio there in Southeast Missouri is pretty amazing. Now Dad's on like all the streaming platforms, and it's pretty cool.
And though the old branches no longer may be, they're still a part of my family tree. And I'm proud to have grown from that family tree.
I'm guessing the next one then is, my name is Kiddo. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
I didn't have any goals with this project when I started out. However people take it is how they take it.
People all over Nashville have spotted these little works of art, some of them in progress right here, right now. Sarah Way over at East Nashville seen them.
We would see them kind of on some people's fences or maybe on the back of a stop sign.
Tammy Fireball at Live True Vintage has seen them too.
I didn't know what the story was. I still don't know what the story is.
And so has Taylor Wooten at Branded Tattoo Company.
I wanted to know who it was and where it came from.
Well, it's an artist who places his work quickly, not wanting to be seen. Though this time,
You caught him in the act, though?
Yeah, I did.
Mike Anderson saw him. It's called Kid Oak.
I like that. I like to see street art and stuff like that. I love to see people express themselves.
This is something that's been going on for 10 years now. An artist has made hundreds of Kid Oaks and placed them around the city.
Every time I saw him, I'd be like, hey, there's another one. Hey, look at that. Hey, hey. This is happy little guy.
Who can't look at it and put a smile on their face, you know?
And yet, none of these people know who this is, who keeps making them.
I don't have a clue.
Just some local artist.
It's a mystery.
Okay, hold on. Let me try.
Who are you?
I'm Kid Oak.
Huh. I thought that would work.
I think it's a little more fun with the anonymity. I have a background in graffiti and street art and mural art, not knowing how or when this image is being placed around the city. I think it's just a little more interesting.
And there's a second reason to stay anonymous. The artist says the city doesn't love it.
I had someone from the Nashville Department of Transportation reach out and say they don't want me putting the heads on the telephone poles.
So what happens if the city catches you?
I don't know. I hope we never find out.
And so, in avoidance of any big fines, the artist says, okay, he'll adjust where he places these. In fact, in one way or another, these pieces
Love it, right?
And I've had him for a long time.
have ended up in all these businesses, even though they don't know the artist.
He donated it to hang up in the shop during the grand opening, I think 4 or 5 years ago. And I always liked it, and I always thought it was a cool piece.
And we use it to hide our water heater.
He's just been kicking it with me for about 10 years now.
So here's the question. The hundreds of pieces created and placed over 10 years, what does it all mean?
I don't know.
Well, the artist's answer may not be what you expect.
I think Kid Oak is a great representation of Nashville. We have so much history and infrastructure that has old hickory attached to it. An old hickory tree, you know, that's very Nashville. It's the acorn, it's the baby, it's the Kid Oak.
I feel that little warm and fuzzy when you see it. It just looks, it's like this cute little thing that's just like, ah.
It just brings me joy.
Keep going, man. Keep hanging art. Don't stop. Whoever you are, don't stop hanging art.
Next one. You guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah. New, some girls on a mural. Some girls.
As far as Colorado cliches go, pretty as a postcard, climbs to the top of the mountain, over to Crested View, then down near the river that cuts through Carbondale. But the spot where the views flatten to a pancake, there we go. That's where Audrey Sales and Stacy Buford leave their stamp.
Love, love, love the views we get to see.
Audrey and Stacy paint the plains.
Are we gonna try to say rural mural artist?
Yeah, no. We are Some Girls in a Mural, and we specialize in mural painting in eastern Colorado.
I want something that makes those farmers smile.
They find inspiration in the places people speed past.
We're painting here in Proctor an American flag for the Stromberger family farms. It's just a little bin bling, trying to make it a thing.
This is their 5th year, putting color on weird canvases in an untapped market. They're still working out the little details.
A fun fact, there's actually 50 stars on an American flag. And we only have 47 or 48.
And this is when we get fired now.
They haven't lost a gig yet.
It is big, yeah, yep.
Farmers like Brad Stromberger just want to make a statement.
Most people have a misconception that the eastern half of the state is Nebraska, and that there is still some Colorado left out here. And you see a lot of stars at night.
And now 45 more.
Yeah, it's been great.
Right there on his grain bin.
I see we're getting close to 50.
Man, we're making farmers look real smart. We're all out here struggling to count.
Stacy and Audrey feel at home.
I think I got purple in there.
Wherever they paint.
We're right out there farming with our dads.
Audrey grew up in Seabird, Stacy in Hugo. Both on farms far from what outsiders picture.
When you say I'm from Colorado, it's like, oh, the mountains, oh, you must skiing. And I'm like, well, actually, I haven't been skiing ever in my life.
They'd rather be east, side by side. It comes naturally.
We are cousins, arch enemies as children, you know.
Rivals turn successful business partners. Something they never expected 5 years ago when the pair went to Lyman to paint their first grain bin. A picture of their work went viral.
Yeah, we didn't know it was needed that bad. I thought it was just for me and my family, but yeah, apparently everyone needed it. It was time.
We think sometimes because we're out here that we're farmers, that we're too busy to deserve things. We do. We have culture, we have thoughts, we have emotions. I guess we painted on a lot of buildings, but never a public bathroom.
90 murals later, it's a full-time job in places like Bennett,
my hometown Hugo, we've done Yuma,
Burlington, and Sterling. Have Brush will travel.
We're capturing the beauty of what we live in.
Need flag, even better.
Every American flag mural we do, you get 10% off. Yeah.
Go America.
Bonus for when it's for a family like Brad's.
I think it's just important to understand that there is farming in this world that feeds the world.
This is the closeness we also feel right here.
Tight quarters and even tighter communities.
So what's the count back here?
It fits these cousins.
I gotta get all 50 in there. So we know there's 2 going up in the top right corner.
And when the stars start to align.
Fingers, please.
A farmer adds an unexpected title to his resume.
We haven't been art collectors per se, but I guess we're in the business now.
We have given people the confidence to express how they feel.
I know this is where we're supposed to be.
A place that good can't be found on any old postcard. Ann Herbst, 9 News.
Do you have 47 or do you have 48 when you count?
47. I'm not accurate on that.
All right, is the next one, the user, or, oh, wait a minute. You're happy hour, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Randy Tessier has been thinking a lot about age lately.
Now, once I get this out of here, I'm just going to sit and wait for stuff to happen.
Maybe because no one these days will let him forget that the happy hour he organizes has become known as the Geezer Happy Hour.
Geez, that hard Z.
I was a dancer. I was trained in modern. Quite a scene.
The name has stuck.
Because I'm old, I've got a brace on my knee.
But whatever you're picturing, brace yourself. It could be the coolest rock show in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where ages start at 65 and go higher and higher.
You're going to see people jumping around here like a bunch of banshees, and a disco ball, every walk of life, special needs, real diversity.
Everybody's happy, they love each other, giving hugs. One of the happy hour regulars made me these earrings. Once the DJ crowd starts, you get the younger people who come in, and basically angst-ridden, vomiting young people.
Bridget has seen it all here in 17 years of Fridays. She's married to Randy.
The old people, they may lose stuff every now and then.
What do you mean, my amp?
You know, so that's the trade-off.
I forgot the amp.
The trade-offs.
I don't text.
Randy forgot the one thing that makes it easy
Terry.
for everyone to
What kind of amps do you have?
hear his music.
Can you go home and get an amp?
Well, Terry drives home to pick up a guitar amp for Elle that Randy forgot.
I'm doing great.
It's a good time to show you where Randy came from an hour ago.
All right.
And maybe
Gotta find a way out of the ice here.
one of the reasons why he forgot that amp.
We're on the 3rd floor of Angel Hall in the English department.
Randy has a day job.
Beautiful.
English lecturer and writing instructor at the University of Michigan.
Any questions about that?
He's been here 32 years.
My son.
But he's had a lot on his mind this year.
I got news. My son had gone to the emergency room at Eastern at St. Joe's, and he had massive tumors all over his upper abdomen. Esophageal cancer was everywhere, terminal.
His musical son, Russell, his only son, died.
Really, the way to get through grief is the love of other people around.
And there is a lot of that here.
People just want to treat other people right.
Maybe the late crowd could learn something from the early bunch.
This is awesome.
Zoe Sinkford did.
It's really cool.
That's her English teacher on the bass. Turns out everybody loves this language of music. Randy has always known the keys to life come from notes of joy. It's just that the message is a little more amplified now. In Ann Arbor, I'm Mike Kestelich.
Next one is Music of Resistance and Hope.
Good evening, everybody. This time we're going to go down the half step. So 1, 2, ready, and.
Get ready for a performance where every note holds a story. Every voice weaves the past to the present. The Juneteenth concert, Songs of Black Folk, Music of Resistance and Hope, explores the musical genres born from the Black experience in America, and features an all-Black orchestra and chorus made up of 40 voices from across the South Sound.
Since music is a universal language.
The musical experience is the brainchild of Leslie Braxton, senior pastor of New Beginnings Christian Fellowship. Reverend Braxton says when he studied on the East Coast, he watched large-scale productions featuring Black performers and wanted to bring that home.
When I came back to the Pacific Northwest, I yearned to not have to fly to Atlanta or DC for something on a scale that represented for the Northwest audience, for the Puget Sound audience, the best of Black folk.
Reverend Braxton says this kind of representation matters. Although he was born, raised, and educated in Tacoma, Braxton recalls not having a Black academic teacher until he was 24, when he went to New York.
When you start talking about the reality of growing up here in the Pacific Northwest, we don't see ourselves in certain capacities like you do when you go to the major urban centers for African American people in the Northeast, in the Southeast, in the South.
1, 2, ready, and.
In order to help bring his vision to reality, Reverend Braxton knew exactly who to call.
Ready! Actually pretty good.
Ramon Bryant Braxton returns as the artistic and musical director for the concert.
Basses, do your River Deep for me.
He grew up in a musical family in Washington.
Milk the high for all you can get out of it.
And was exposed to different types of music. But says once he left, he realized how much more was out there.
Ooh, ah, ah.
Now he hopes that with this production, he can show local youth the possibilities of music
down by the riverside
that they may not see otherwise.
As a Morehouse man, you know, that's like one of the objectives they always tell us to consider after we graduate, to, you know, go home, go back home and share what you learned and help your people.
We shall overcome.
Meanwhile, Reverend Braxton stresses that there's a message behind the music.
Oh, deep in my heart.
I literally believe that if you lost every book on African American history and culture and every reference to Black people in the pages of other productions of American history, and you just retained the lyrics to our music, you could reconstruct our history through our song, because our songs are the soundtrack of our existence.
And Braxton says those songs not only serve as a record of a community's history, they also remind us of a promise that remains unfulfilled. And a federal holiday isn't enough to address that.
Fly away.
There's intentionality behind the songs that we chose, because they come right back to the agenda. The unfinished agenda of America becoming a more perfect union.
One.
3 left. You guys ready?
In some senses, the volunteers are the stories behind the aircraft. They see themselves on what they did and what they can transfer on now to the repair, the restoration, the preservation of the aircraft, and to the preservation of their stories. In a way, it goes back. I'm an Air Force veteran. What we have together in a common purpose, something we do, something we love, I think something we're doing good for people. Restoring the aircraft allows people to see a piece of history. So that is the common purpose. But also the camaraderie is really nice.
Jet, you hear propeller engines.
Yeah, yeah.
We have crews that do everything from machining parts to welding pieces together to working on the propellers, the engines, there's different crews, and then the aircraft itself.
The things that make this place so special are the people, the volunteers. Do I see myself in that work? Well, yes, I feel very close to a lot of people. I just, you want to help, but my big problem now is I turn 90 years old and they think I'm getting old. I'm not getting old, I'm getting younger every damn day. And if there's help, I want to help. But somebody will look over and say, he's too old, he might get hurt. That pisses me off. I'm not that old, and I won't get hurt, and I want to be a part of it. Being a part of the whole deal is, to me, that's important. I can say I helped on this, I helped on that, I helped on something else, but I was a part of it.
I had been retired for about 2 years, and I decided, you know, when you first retire, you say, wow, I got nothing to do, you know, and then afterwards, sure, I got nothing to do, and I was looking for something, and I don't play golf, and I said, you know, I'm going to see if the museum needs anybody there. So I filled out the online application, everything, and I got called in, and the guy said, oh yeah, I can use you, you know, with your background and all. When I would come out to restoration, because I even know really what they did here. I went on the P-51. Boy, that was a great project because it was, you know, such an iconic airplane. I always loved the P-51. And here I got to work on one, and we took it a long way. My father's, I've got a lifelong love of aviation from him. He was drafted to fight in World War II. He was a B-24 flight engineer. On his 8th mission out of England in the 8th Air Force, he was shot down. And he spent, about the last 10 months of the war as a prisoner of war. My mother, at the time, was pregnant with me, and so he didn't see me till I was, about 10 months old. After the war, he worked for a few different aviation companies before settling at Command Aircraft in Bloomfield, Connecticut. We would talk a lot about aircraft and go to air shows and just watch the airplanes and all. I went to Vietnam in August of 1965. I flew 1 month as a gunner, helicopter gunner. The rest of the time, of course, I was a technician. I decided I would volunteer to be a crew chief on the next aircraft. I said it had to be a Marine Corps airplane, because we had nothing but Marines on it here. So I chose the Command HOK. That aircraft had never left Command. It was a test aircraft. My father was one of the flight test inspectors, so he worked on that aircraft.
I started 9 years ago as a volunteer. We're saving pieces of history that people are not aware of, need to be aware of and see. So just from an interest standpoint, also from a history standpoint, that we realize the efforts that were done in the past. The restoration volunteers, probably actively there's 55 or 60, and during a regular week I'll have anywhere from 35 to 40 on a Tuesday, a little smaller on a Thursday, and there's a crew that works on Saturday. Yeah, our volunteers are a mix of veterans, people from the industry, people from not. A lot of our people just love the technology as well as what goes into the actual aircraft. And you put it all together and it comes up with an end product that shows well in the museum.
They do love what they're doing. The accomplishment to take take an engine that is corroded and turn around and make it look like brand new again. Yeah, it takes a lot of love. Every bolt, nut, screw, everything is turned, everything's cleaned up, everything's perfect. And when they get done, they're pretty damn proud of that. We got married before I went into service. My wife was 16 years old, and I was 19 when we first got married. My wife's name was Shirley. When I first came out of the service, I lived in Hartford. And then we later, with 3 children, we moved out of Hartford into Enfield. She was a fantastic woman to put up with me. I should have spent more time with her and less with the airplanes. But these are days I regret now. She passed away, and I had a son who passed away 2 years before her. He was very close to his mother. She was very close to him. They did a lot of stuff together, and it kind of drug her down. She just couldn't make it. And I've been alone since, but I'm doing okay. Well, I'm surviving because I do have these volunteers here, because after my wife passed away, there was a short period of time that it really hurt. So, yeah.
You know, looking back on it, if I hadn't done this, I don't know what I would be doing that would be so fulfilling as this has been. It's changed me in the respect that I really thought retirement was going to be a bit different and a lot more boring, but it isn't boring at all.
Okay, we got 2 more on this one. Compton to the coast, is that next? You guys ready for this?
Yes.
Yeah, let's roll it.
In Southern California are streets that stretch from Compton to the coast. They are reminders that no matter how closed off you feel, there's always a path to what's possible.
Ash Wednesday for me, a reminder of my faith.
Irene Arce is surrounded by reminders.
You can hear it.
The faith embodied on her forehead, the farm that fills her days, and the flag of a country that promises the possible, even to the millions it literally closes off.
Armed robbery, grand theft auto, and assault and battery. Yeah. I'm not proud of what I did. I don't believe in that way of life, and I haven't for a long time.
77 million Americans, or 1 in 3 adults, have a criminal record. At any given time, 2 million sit in prison. Every year, more than 500,000 come out. And within 3 years, well more than half who do are arrested again.
People equate success to going back to work.
Gina Boyer is a program manager for Second Chance San Diego.
We're not really addressing some of the other root causes.
They're among the growing number of programs who combine job training with supports for healing.
Cilantro, it goes pretty fast.
Not unlike a half-acre farm 2 hours north.
It feels good. I feel like I'm centering myself.
Alma Backyard Farms sits on the edge of Compton.
Round 2, see?
Its small staff consists of those with criminal records.
Alma in Spanish translates into English as soul.
Richard Garcia co-founded the farm.
We're going to install the edgers.
He wanted to grow produce in a well-known food desert.
We're going to demo that wall.
But he also wanted to show how it looks when those re-entering society are given the space to do so with grace.
Time hasn't really stopped in the outside world, and I think we overlook kind of the gentleness with having to help people adjust.
Okay, just let it right here.
Irene is more than a decade removed from her past. Yeah. She still attends therapy and support groups. Even on a day where wind gusts hit 30 miles an hour She seeks peace on the farm.
I'm not ashamed to admit that I need therapy. I'm not ashamed to admit that sometimes I need to be in a therapeutic setting. Sometimes I need to just shut my brain off and I need to just do something positive.
This is eggplant.
It's the same for Awang Miman.
Yeah.
He chose not to disclose his past. He says he reflects on it while living his present.
My mind's not out there. It's just right here. Nice and peaceful, you know?
The farm employs few. The state where it sits is blazing a path for many. California just received clearance to provide those set to be released with benefits and a care package funded by Medicaid. Under federal law, Medicaid can't be used on those in jail. California is the first of 15 states to apply for a waiver. But the farm is its own example.
Like you said, you can go from the hood to the beach.
There will always be paths from Compton to the coast. There will always be paths from one's past to what's possible.
To hang on to hope, even if it's with your last finger, if you hang on to hope, hope will work itself out for you.
In Compton, California, I'm Matt Pearl.
Last one. Just a few short minutes away from barbecue. Scientist in the bats.
I spent hours of time as a young girl sitting alongside a tree-lined creek. I went there for solitude. And that peace that came to me from simply sitting and observing the natural world is still part of who I am. Our response to COVID has made it pretty clear that vaccines aren't going to be the answer. That while they are very important, while containment is very important, having a better idea of what's causing the spillover in the first place can play an important role in preventing pandemics.
Four o'clock this morning we were here to catch bats as they return to the roost after feeding at night.
You're a little sweetheart, aren't you?
So we collect information about the bats themselves, their species, their sex, and collect some samples from them like urine and feces to understand their health and what they're eating. Combining all that information, we are aiming to be able to understand why and when and where virus is spilling over from flying foxes into horses, for example, for Hendra virus. Peggy's work, because much of it was unfunded, it was done from her own curiosity. That curiosity sparked the determination to see from year on year what was happening, how consistent was it, and when it was different, why that might be.
I have learned so much from Peggy. Every conversation is fascinating.
We don't know how many viruses out there that have the potential to spill over or cause pandemics. Like the Hendra system in Australia, we haven't had a human case for a long time, but we can still learn about the processes that it goes towards spilling over that we can apply to other systems.
I don't know that I'm that unique. I just have a particular, I don't know, obsession.
it's great. It's wonderful to see them so healthy. It's fantastic.
Walking into the natural world, spending time in the bush, in a forest, it transports me. My breathing changes. It really is almost like a meditation for me. And it changes my perspective, so I feel less significant. I think that's important for all of us to feel less significant in the world.
Alrighty. Deliberating begins.
Fueled by hunger.
Fueled by yes.
I can start. My top is Kid Oak. I've just named some of my top. Kid Oak, The Family Tree, Some Girls in a Mural, Compton to the Coast are at the top for me.
What would be your number one?
For me, I think The Family Tree. I have some reasons why it wouldn't be number one, but I think as far as like most impactful for me from the storytelling, editing, and shooting was The Family Tree.
That had some pretty original transitions, I thought. That Family Tree, they had some pretty cool stuff, and they put
took some risks.
put the can down on the map and all that
Yeah.
stuff. There was some pretty cool stuff in there.
I wasn't sure about the audio meters. I was kind of indifferent about for the dad.
What did you, because I was sort of torn because I loved all the Dr. Pepper and the maps and the removing it. And then at the end, the Dr. Can shot with the picture didn't work for me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
that's why I'm like, there's some things
Right.
that, it had me.
Yeah.
You know?
And then was it too much by the end of that sort of like
Yeah.
style?
Yeah.
I guess it was trying to be consistent.
Yeah.
But something about that last shot didn't work for me.
Yeah.
Whereas some of the others in the picture, in the spot did. What do you think? What are your...
On my list?
Yeah.
I have, the first one is My Name is Kid. I thought the photography of that was great. So many different shots, and the tough part to keep as a, identity, anonymous. A lot of fun characters in that, and they would consistently go back to it, and I just really enjoyed that. My second one is Unstoppable. I thought that was just beautifully told, great nets at the top. Just the squeak of the soccer ball at the foot, little things like that. It was a really touching story for me. Let's see. I did like Some Girls in a Mural. I thought it was well crafted. There were some fun moments in it as well, and sprinkled throughout. And a good ending. And I don't know, my last one, although I think there was a little bit of an audio, it was a little bit. I really enjoyed the Geezer Happy Hour. I just thought that was fun shot, and a lot of, sequencing and plugging in different angles, and then they went back to where where he came from. So it was interesting.
And old people dancing.
Yeah, and that.
I have My Name is Kid as number one.
Okay.
And then I have Some Girls in a Mural as number two. I just thought that was just like rock solid, beginning to end, great sequences, using the stars as some people would have ignored that, and taking that and just making it the constant thread. Added just a little humor and levity to it, and creativity that I thought was really smart. So it's what I thought it was solid all the way across, and that kind of added to it for me. And the postcards were really a creative way to connect everything and loop it together too. I liked, because of my family tree being torn about some of the pros and cons, I would have put Unstoppable, which I'm guessing felt like the same person to me. But Unstoppable, because I thought the pictures in the soccer field worked there. They brought the pictures into the setting that had been established at the top of the piece. And I'm kind of like you, like Geezer Happy Hour had audio edits definitely that were issues. Like
It was like a little low,
there were some
like the
issues,
track.
highs and lows and things
Yeah.
like that, but it was a good story, which is why I would consider it for honorable mention. Compton to the Coast, I thought was really strong. I just think that is totally a hard news feature. Like I thought the last two stories were in the wrong category.
Okay.
Pretty clearly to me,
Yeah,
but
that's
that's
true.
up for question. But that Compton to the Coast to me was a hard news feature. So I have trouble
I think that's
placing it as a
true.
light feature.
Yeah,
Because
that's
a light
true.
feature is pretty clearly what it's supposed to be. So
Yeah.
what this category is supposed to be, and that's what most of the other stories are. So that was my challenge with that one. Rich, what do you think?
My top ones that I had in order were Kid Oak, Family Tree, Unstoppable, and some Girls with a Mural.
How would you rank them?
I think I was leaning towards Family Tree because of just, I thought I saw some original stuff in there that we haven't seen in some of the previous, fast cut type stuff. I mean, I just thought those dissolves I thought were pretty creative. It was kind of a lot with all the pictures, but I guess that's a thing now, so I was okay with it. But I like that best, but Kid Oak was just as good, and they had some really good framings too. I like the way they hid who he was by shooting him from way across the picnic table and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool, and I thought the numerous edits of the oak and all those different places, that was a pretty cool effect too. Yeah. So I could go with either one of those for number one.
It seems like, would you put Kid Oak as number one, or would
Sure.
you put, or no, what else, or would you put
No,
something else
I'm
number
good with Kid Oak.
one?
number
Okay,
one.
so Kid Oak is number one?
You good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Family Tree must have been the one I went outside for, right?
Yeah, you did miss Family Tree, yeah. All right, well, so I think there's a lot of flexibility for what could be next,
Yeah.
and someone make an argument. Rich, you would put Family Tree as number two, right?
Yeah, I think Family Tree. I mean, it started off, I wasn't sure. I kind of got where they were going, and I didn't really feel a lot of emotion until later on when it got into when, he was being affected by the COVID and stuff like that. So I think I would put that ahead of Unstoppable. Although Unstoppable, like that whole beginning sequence when she's playing, was really well shot.
Strong.
But I guess the emotion of Family Tree would put that ahead of it for me.
I'm assuming they started like that for Family Tree because like that was what her and her dad had in common. It's either that shot or the Dr. Pepper. Starting with the Dr. Pepper, maybe the singing would have been more effective with the Nats. I still Unstoppable had good video and sequencing and Nats. So I could see how we would link, we might want to link with that number two, but I think I'm still going to hold with Family Tree. I can be convinced for number two.
So you both like Family Tree for number two?
Yeah, I had Unstoppable for number two. What did
And
you have?
I had Girl in a Mural for number two, but Family Tree is one of those ones where I really like some things about it, and then a couple things I didn't like so much about it. So
yeah,
I was
everything.
kinda,
Yeah.
Does anyone else have Girls in a Mural ranked?
I had that as honorable mention.
Oh,
I had number three.
because I had it ranked high too. That was one of my top four.
And you
I had number three, yeah.
Okay. Sounds like we're kind of wrestling with Family Tree and Unstoppable, and sort of where, if one's strong, which one's stronger, where they would go, and I guess how some girls in a mural would fit into that, right? So I feel like we're sort of into that phase, maybe.
Yeah.
Unless there's something I'm missing.
I'm good with putting Family Tree somewhere.
Yeah, I am too.
I mean, as far as consistency, like from start to beginning, I would put Girls in a Mural ahead of Family Tree for me. Now that I think about it. Because I do feel like for me, Family Tree kind of loses some things, you know, towards the end.
For me, Family Tree's creativity was there, paid
Yeah.
off at times it didn't.
Yeah.
To me, Some Girls in a Mural's creativity paid off consistently.
Yeah.
Postcard.
Can you scrub Family Tree?
It's showtime at
Even with that weird mustache.
Certain sounds just remind Jennifer so of the Dr. Pepper being poured.
Dr. Pepper is a huge deal, and I didn't get it like Dad got it.
This visit with Jennifer was 2 years ago.
The one thing I asked them to do was give him a drink of Dr. Pepper before.
This is 2 years later.
For a long time there, I made it my mission to...
How do you guys feel about that?
I didn't like it. That's one of the ones where I'm like,
I thought it was a pretty original, but I'm not sure if I liked it.
I liked the first of the three. I would say like the first one, and then
He was in the middle of...
that I liked. Then I didn't. Like after that,
It's like a snake going down the road. And, I mean, I give him credit for some experimentation.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. Now Dad's on like all the streaming platforms.
All right, so what else do you guys think for second? Unstoppable?
Mine, I thought was Unstoppable.
You want to scrub that real quick?
Oh, perfect, Tut. Well done. Running as fast as the pink Nikes can carry you.
I feel like if you're not active, you're just going to be sitting home all day being bored.
And I just love how free she looks and how happy she looks. I'm so grateful. Every time I...
Followed was rounds of chemotherapy, more than 4,000 pills, more than 60 blood transfusions, and a relapse.
And it followed her through her treatment. Just be aggressive and attack.
The story of this tough kid at Vanderbilt. Nonprofit dream in the Smoky Mountains.
I remember how important to Grant Raymond that wish.
For Caroline would make Raymond proud.
Seeing her come over and give me a hug and say, I'm having the best time, thank you. How can that not just make you feel so good? So much for making my dreams come true.
That's a tough one. It's a tough one. I like them both.
Yeah. I think I could be swayed for Unstoppable. Because now, I mean, I liked some of the effects in the Family Tree. I think maybe there was a little bit too much.
I can do Unstoppable for 2.
You good with that?
Okay, we have a consensus. Okay. Unstoppable 2.
So then are we debating between Girls in a Mural and Family Tree for third and honorable mention? Is there anything else that would be considered also in that?
I think those are probably like our...
I think I would stick with Family Tree for third. Girls in the Mural is a well-shot story. But, I don't know.
I like Girls in the Mural for number 3.
That's what I had written down.
I can do Girls in a Mural for 3.
I mean, I just think it does well.
3.
And as a solo project, I don't know. I just think like there's nothing about it that I went, oh, I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Whereas with Family Tree, there are things I liked and there are things that I was kind of like, I don't know if I would have done
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go with you guys.
Okay, so number 3, Some Girls in the Mural.
Okay.
An honorable mention is Family Tree.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like,
I think the same person.
It's so
crazy. I feel like there's a possibility, but we'll find out later.
No, it's just, it's like, it's so tight and it could be like,
These are all really fun to watch too.
Yeah.
I mean, great craftsmanship.
Yeah.
And,
That bat story, I wanted it to be better. It just was
Was that
kind of...
ProPublica? What was that? I couldn't tell what there was a little.
Yeah, I was looking for that.
That was ProPublica though, wasn't it?
I
don't know. Huh.
It's just kind of slow.
It was documentary style. So
Yeah. But I tell you, my wife and I went to Australia a couple years, and we were in Cairns, which is in like the northeastern corner, and we were walking from the hotel to the restaurant, and all of a sudden these bats, like that one shot, came across like from the water going up to like the forest, and I swear to God they flew over us for 10 minutes. 10 minutes worth of bats that just went. It was unbelievable. Never seen anything like that before.
I had a quick question. For this, what
Help.
do you guys think
My big
they asked for him to like get this response? Was it like an open
the
and
problem now is I turned 90 years old and they think I'm getting old. I'm not getting old. I'm getting younger every damn day. And if there's help,
like I feel like that was like a good moment, but I don't know.
My guess is he just wanted to get that off his chest. They might have asked, "What's your name?" and he might have been like, "Everyone thinks I'm too old."
Or maybe he was the oldest guy there and he got sick of that and he was just trying to like, there's some other guys here that are slower than I am.
that was beautifully shot too.
Yeah.
The 2-camera interview.
I feel like that was like another documentary style.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was it was great. Beautiful.
That one and this one, what do you guys think that kind of like put the below on top?
This one?
Yeah, like I feel like this one and the bat one had the same sort of style of filming where I thought it was really visually appealing.
For this one, I would have loved some more nats of them interacting with each other, and then just a little more nats of things that they were actually doing. Also, the story kind of, it just sort of stayed like its one peak was when his little this moment here about 90, and then it never got like another like big moment for me, and like I need those things to kind of keep me going and revealing things for me. So for me, that was like why I enjoyed it, but it wasn't like as strong as some of the ones I would have scored higher.
I think the natural sound, that you use to punctuate stuff, really keeps you like, makes you look up, makes you stay more involved. It keeps you interested. So I heard somewhere you should put at least every 7 seconds or something, and that sound break. I don't know where I got that
like rules
from.
like that.
I don't either, but at least just to kind of get
I
keep
believe
it going, keep it moving.
Make people pay attention again.
What was the other one you
Yeah.
asked about? The bat one? Thoughts on the bat one? Why would we not rank the bat one higher? Your thoughts?
It just wasn't, it was a little too slow for me. And I didn't get a feel for her passion for it, really. And plus, I've seen those bats, so I really wanted to see more bats, Like, I'd never seen a close-up like that. That's why they call them flying foxes, if you look at their face,
It had a great moment when they caught that bat in the dark. It was a fantastic moment. So at that moment, I was like, ooh, but that was kind of the high point for me. After that, it sort of never got back to that level of that was great, fantastic. So.
All right. So after lunch, let's try and do this a little bit quickly if we can. I think we can maybe get back there they start 1:15. Is that good?
Yeah. What time?
1:15.
Okay.
We have one more individual category. It's only like 25 minutes.
Okay.
Probably half hour. So we'll give it to her that, and then we're going to go into reporting, like reporter of the year, photographer of the year, station of the year, and it's going to get a long. Fuel up. hang on a second. I'm sorry, we're doing this, number 46. So after this one, we're gonna jump into the years, if you will. So we'll have like, it's not really called the quarter of the year, but it's like that. And then we'll do photographer of the year, station of the year. And what'll happen is with the photographer of the year, station of the year, and I guess reporter of the year, we're gonna stop the live stream but still record it. However, if you guys can figure that out, because we don't want that going out, the deliberations of who won that, because we're gonna try and make phone calls and tell them who won. So, and maybe we'll do it while you guys are here, if that works, I don't know. It'll depend on, we have to be absolutely sure who the winners are, so we don't make a mistake. And then we'll get some kind of like, wow, land situation.
Moon light.
All right, this is not a long category. This is 48-hour feature. And it's solo video though. So if you remember, the 48-hour means they have to shoot and edit it and air it within 48 consecutive hours. It goes with the one we watched last night, but this one's solo. So, I think there's what, 8 or 9 of these? So, and it's 46, right? Okay. Spreadsheet is going up. First one should be what's up there, is that right? Okay, good.
It wasn't that long ago.
Well, it was May 2020.
And this Ford Galaxy is just up the road in Liberty.
It grabs a lot of attention because you don't see these kind of cars too often.
But Christian Vetter's star story began on the square, when the light was hitting his car just right.
Can never get enough pictures of your car.
When he snapped this photo, he didn't think anything of it at first.
And then as I'm flipping through afterwards, something in one of the photos caught my eye.
3 dots in the sky.
You got 3 here. That's what I would consider the familiar formation.
Objects no one can seem to explain.
When you zoom in on them, they look saucer-shaped.
Saucers, UFOs, supposed spaceships. Every now and then, someone snaps a photo of strange objects above. They're now called unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs.
There is something happening that is unexplained.
But no matter the name, Margie Kay and others want answers. She's a local leader in an international group called the Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON. You might have heard them mentioned on the X-Files.
The list of Mutual UFO Network members. Let's go see those MUFON members.
She was part of a MUFON group?
We all work together and collaborate to try to get answers.
Group members like James Bear track sightings and share data.
I can show you, is it having a hit?
Bear collects and reports information on electromagnetic anomalies through a technology called MADAR.
We don't know what is occurring. Unless you have the information, how do you make a rational judgment?
They can also see data from other units like it all over the world.
You can look at their data to see if there's a correlation with our hits.
There are a lot of agencies looking into this.
The government has started to open up about UFOs and UAPs. The Pentagon published a report last fall. It says they've collected more than 500 UAP reports in the last 17 years and acknowledges that they could pose flight hazards and potential adversary activity. They've also declassified videos. These were taken by Navy pilots who encountered strange objects racing across the sky. This summer, NASA announced that they were also conducting research.
NASA should lead the scientific discourse. We need to elevate this conversation.
But no one can say for sure what's up there.
People are speculating that there may be something big on the horizon, that perhaps ETs are going to let us know that they're here once and for all.
No matter what people are seeing in the sky.
There is something strange going on. But there are people who are investigating it.
Kay and others hope that sharing information can lead to answers.
Together, some of these stories could come together and paint a bigger picture because it's going to take more dots connected to get to the truth.
The truth behind what's up there and beyond. In Kansas City, Nathan Vickers, KCTV5 News.
next one is, it's not like falling on pillows.
Inside the shopping center on Centerville Road in Lancaster would be the last place you expect a school to be.
It's only been operating for about 6-7 months at the time.
This classroom doesn't have chairs or desks, but rather ropes and turnbuckles.
We've had a great success so far with teaching the next wave of pro wrestling superstars.
The toughest part is getting everything down and remembering it all, because there is a lot to it.
It's not like falling on pillows, but it's actually, it's hard.
Sure, you may think it's a trampoline, you may think it's something soft like a bed, but it's not. It's wood, it's metal.
It's all real. It really hurts. I really fall.
Training for professional wrestling is not what people think it is. It is a very athletic, it's a very hard-hitting. It's not easy. You have to come in here, you have to be physically fit, you have to be mentally able to process everything that happens. Up! Control yourself, control your feet, all right, control.
This is Three Legacies Wrestling Academy. And the teacher at this school
do the front roll into the jump
is Jesus Rodriguez.
He comes to us with this huge mountain of knowledge, and anything we want to learn, he teaches us. He doesn't keep it from us.
I have been wrestling for the last 17 years. I got to travel throughout the US and Europe and Mexico for about 4 years before I got signed to World Wrestling Entertainment in 2010. My name in WWE was Ricardo Rodriguez. I spent 4.5 years in WWE. I was a personal ring announcer and manager of We got to travel the world together. We got to perform throughout the biggest arenas. We got to perform in several WrestleManias. It was such a great experience to have been at the highest level of professional wrestling. So these now we're struggling, so if I go up.
For Jesus, his toughest opponent wasn't in a wrestling ring.
I am a member of recovery in addiction. I did spend a lot of time very heavy into the alcohol addiction. It was one of the darker sides of my life. I'm thankful that I was able to go and seek help. I do think that pro wrestling saved my life. And up! Good, it's getting better, good.
Jesus is now using his newfound sobriety as a teaching lesson.
Getting a whole lot better.
In and out of the ring.
As a coach, as a trainer, I'm not just here to teach them professional wrestling, I'm also here to help them as far as life goes as well too. And we're able to make them grow, not as just as performers, but as humans, as people. And that to me is very rewarding.
For ABC 27, I'm Anthony Dursa.
Good.
Bright Night is next.
It's a Saturday night in Hillsborough Village. Something's going on at the Belcourt Theater.
It's the event of the year for me.
And they're all about to be let in by the Belcourt Zach Hall.
12 Hours of Terror is an all-night horror marathon that goes from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m.
There's a seat in here waiting for the TV host of Dr. Gangrene's Sanitarium, Larry Underwood.
It's an endurance test, and it's a lot of fun.
There's a seat for writer and actress Tashana McQuiston.
One of my favorite times of the year.
And there's a seat for former Vanderbilt lecturer Ken Cosner.
So there's a certain collegiality to it.
All these people don't know what scary movies they're seeing. The Belcourt's lips are sealed.
Hello.
It's just surprise films on the screen for 12 hours.
Caffeine helps.
Usually is a slasher.
Italian giallos.
1 or 2 oddball selections.
There's some Nightmare on Elm Street kind of Halloween stuff.
The event now in its 12th year. How does something like this get started? Someone approached the Belcourt with the idea.
So Jim Ridley is the longtime editor, film critic for the Nashville scene.
He was an incredible writer.
Jim was a friend of mine.
Pretty much the only picture I've got of me and Jim. So he was integral in putting this thing together.
This is, I believe, from 2015. Me and Jim, a good 11 hours into it.
I mean, I feel pretty lucky to be in Nashville because I think there are a lot of really talented critics in town.
You see, Jim famously loved all movies, but especially
Big fan of all types of horror movies.
One of his primary goals was to develop a film culture.
The enthusiasm carried him through even the most insane movie watching experiences. You know, as with all things, you never really know what you've got until it's gone.
in 2016, Jim Ridley died after a cardiac event. He was 50.
The whole community lost a friend. Yeah.
But just past a lobby bearing his name, something continues that Jim helped to begin.
Oh, he would love it.
The Bride.
The spirit of 12 Hours of Terror very much mirrors a lot of the spirit of Jim Ridley. It's a fun one. It's not a snoozer.
It's part 4 of a film franchise. It was made right here in Nashville, Tennessee. I am, of course, talking about Ernest Scared Stupid.
To know the importance of these 12 hours, look no further than Ken.
2012, I had a stroke. It was more than a health scare. I almost died. But that was in August, but I still managed to make it 12 Hours of Terror. It's a reaffirmation of living.
There's something about the sheer madness of an undertaking like this, where you're gonna go sit with a bunch of strangers in a dark theater for 12 hours straight and watch just the zaniest stuff out there.
It's better than a graduate school in horror cinema.
Sunday morning. The ones who made it the whole 12 hours come into the light.
It makes me proud that Jim started this.
This festival is part of his legacy.
Get in the tradition, man. You got to be here.
Ready till 2024.
Thankful for this monster he helped create. Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Next one is the sounds of Spring Hill. I don't know if they put it yet. Okay, go ahead. Oh wait, this is Pan American Blues. Skip to Pan American. Oh wait. Pan American. Okay, yeah. Yeah, doesn't matter, however you want to do it. Let's just go with, since you got it there, Sounds of Spring Hill, let's do that.
In a neighborhood in Spring Hill, there are the sounds you come to expect on a summer day. And around here, this has also become a sound you expect. One man has all the neighbors talking.
He just kind of does his thing, man.
Every time he would come by, I would just start singing and you'd just dance a little bit.
I could not pull that off.
Yeah, I couldn't pull that off.
I couldn't pull it off, but he rocks it like a true rock star.
If the outfit looks familiar, well, it should. It's part of pop culture iconography.
I got an exact copy of Paul's Sgt. Pepper outfit, and I wear that one a lot.
So who is this guy? riding what he calls the magical mystery scooter. Well, he's a fan of bygone eras when vinyl was king, and proud owner of this beauty.
So we have a 58 Ford Fairlane Skyliner.
Meet Jonathan McHenry.
People would stop me and say, oh, you make my day. Seeing you makes it better. And I'm like, there's something about it that feels, right.
Jonathan is a man of constant reinvention.
Let me see. You gotta have the Elton glasses. If you don't like Elton John, you're probably not doing it right.
On the magical mystery scooter, there's a whole lineup of music icons he plays. Elton in the famous Dodgers outfit, Freddie Mercury, Buddy Holly, David Bowie, the Ed Sullivan Show appearance of the Beatles. Pretty classic references.
Yeah, I know who they are.
For a 22-year-old video game designer.
I think he's got a great taste in music.
Thanks. Got Marty McFly here.
Jonathan's costume cosplay clothes rack is part custom made, part thrift shop finds, and practically all a lesson in music history for the kids in the neighborhood. Hey, you all know Elvis, right?
Yes.
It's pretty much an exact copy of the suit from the Elvis movie.
You know the Beatles.
Yes.
This is supposed to be John's.
How about Freddie Mercury?
No. No.
His Wembley jacket.
Let me ask that again. Do you know Queen?
Oh, yeah! Oh, I love that guy.
There we go. So whether he's bringing some of that glam rock Elton style, or taking some prime new wave funk to the streets of Spring Hill, why is it that Jonathan does this? Well, it's simple. He loves it. And more importantly, the people around here love it too.
Sometimes you're just having one of those days.
And then I hear Jonathan, and I just get a lot happier.
And you just can't help but smile.
You know Jonathan's near when you hear that music, and you just stop and you wait for him to drive by. Everybody through here loves it. We embrace it.
Pretty cool to see somebody that joyful.
Yep, that's Jonathan, all right.
He loves to share this with other people, and that's all that matters. He's probably impacted a lot of people's lives that he probably can't even imagine.
The magical mystery scooter, a welcome part of the sounds of Spring Hill.
All right, so, yeah, just to have what's next there. Not yet, not yet. We're close though. Okay.
Looks like they stayed with the horse theme.
For much of Rod Cleveland's life, he's told a story. It begins here in War Trace.
Some really old building.
It involves a man, an old railroad, and wire clothes hangers. The story is about Rod's grandfather, Vinoy Streeter.
Just got in that habit and can't quit. That's one way I see it. Just a habit.
His grandfather spoke to News Channel 5 in 1992. People were bringing him clothes hangers, and Vinoy was making things nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, Tennessee walking horse. There's the airplane, there's the bathroom, there's the commode, and there's the roll of toilet paper right there. That's the pilot and co-pilot.
It's intricate work with simple beginnings.
When he was young, he had brothers and sisters. They were poor. When they would see toys in the window, they knew they couldn't buy them, but he decided, well, I'll make them. Get wire from the old barns, maybe picking it up along the railroad tracks, and he would make toys for his brothers and sisters.
Vinoy's friends and fans include Francis Bates, president of the Tennessee Walking Horse National Museum.
Fantastic at what he did.
Billy Phillips, owner of Bluebird Antiques and Ice Cream Parlor in nearby Bell Buckle.
He just said, I'm just working wire.
Margaret Britton Vaughn, Tennessee Poet Laureate.
We'd sit and talk, and he'd just twist that wire and
and didn't even look down, just twisted.
This is, of course, is Model T, and when you turn the steering wheel, it actually turns the wheels.
That is a horse-pulled hearse, a casket with a wire body in it.
This is Tina Turner. She's not only holding a microphone and in high heels, but she has her infamous fringe skirt like she was rolling on the river in.
The good Lord gives people different gifts. He would just take wire and make magic.
He'd even say anyone could take clothes hangers and do this, but...
Lord, no, honey.
Absolutely not.
Oh no, I wouldn't dare.
If you've ever tried to bend a coat hanger, it's almost impossible.
But there is someone who inherited the talent. It's Fenoy's grandson, Rod.
He'd be sitting there and he'd say, sit down there and I'll learn you something. Evidently, I did learn something from him. When I start a piece, I just figure out what it is that I want to make, and I start with a frame. Once I get the body to where I want it, I'll put the legs and the feet on.
Carrying on the family tradition, Rod's pieces have only gotten more elaborate.
This is a Arleigh-Burke destroyer.
Fenoy Streeter died in 1998. He is not forgotten. The grandson tells his story not just through words, but through wire. Francis has some pieces at the museum. Billy's window is now filled with Fenoy's pieces. And as for Margaret, well, just listen.
The poem is titled Fenoy Streeter, World of Wire. He knew not what he left behind, art that would last in time. A quiet man, unassuming, held wire that was blooming. Twisted wire from his art, bent images from his heart. He's in heaven where angels sing, twisting coat hangers to make angels' wings. God made our world to turn with bliss. Streeter made ours with a twist.
I wanted to make pieces and I wanted to keep him alive, I guess. And I guess it's turned into now I'm telling his story.
So the next one will be what is Pan American, is that next? Pan American Bridge, yeah. You guys good?
An 8-piece garage band is playing it loud to remember the face seen on the wall in here, D. Ford Bailey. Their frontman, that's Bailey's grandson, Carlos D. Ford Bailey.
D. Ford Bailey played his harp so sweet. He took the part and made you smile down deep. Oh, when D. Ford Bailey died, a chorus of angels cried.
Shamika Wiley tells the story of Bailey too.
He is my great-grandfather. I kind of like going to schools and talk about D. Ford Bailey for Black History Month.
Her children, Mike and Monet, are already doing reports on their great-great-grandfather for school.
That's the bloodline.
So who was D. Ford Bailey? Well, there's nobody better to tell you than his family. It's a story that starts in rural Smith County with a harmonica.
He was born in 1899. He was stricken with polio as a child and was bedridden.
Black hillbilly back then. His aunt, which is the one who raised him, gave him a harmonica. He could make the harmonica talk.
There was a train that ran outside his house. He could make a harmonica sound just like one.
That talent Bailey developed as a child would get him on 1920s radio and make him a hit with audiences.
They didn't know who was playing the harmonica, black, white.
The first star of the Grand Ole Opry was my great-great-grandfather.
Not Just the first black star, but the first star.
He traveled throughout the South with Roy Cuff, Bill Monroe, and he was one of the superstars, known as the harmonica wizard.
He drew crowds. They still loved him. They knew he was black.
Bailey always faced barriers. Those nights touring the roads to shows were in the days of Jim Crow laws.
They used to have to hide him just riding through town. He couldn't really be seen riding in the car with white people.
He wasn't able to go into the hotels. He wasn't able to go into the restaurants.
They didn't care about him being a star, He was black.
By the 40s, Bailey found himself in a deal that didn't allow him to perform his own songs. He shined shoes here on 12th Avenue and lived in this building.
He died penniless while all these other stars are rich and famous.
But that's not where the story ends.
This is major. Somebody finally heard us.
Recent years have seen biographies, articles, and accolades.
This one, he was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame.
And now...
Thank you. I'm glad you made it.
This. D. Ford Bailey Avenue now overlooks what was 14th Avenue South and Horton Avenue in South Nashville, near where Bailey lived and ran his shoe shining business.
We want everybody to know who D. Ford Bailey is. His day was way overdue, but thank God it's here.
When D. Ford Bailey died, a chorus of angels cried. Yeah. Thank you.
Three more. Good Judy Garage is next. Ready? Yeah, I think we're ready.
Quiet. An adjective not often used to describe Cece Haug's office.
This one is gonna really fight.
She's the owner of Good Judy Garage in Sheridan.
Because I didn't notice the rotate balance.
Automotive oil courses through Cece's veins.
I started working on cars at a very young age at our family garage.
After years in the manufacturing industry, she left to follow her passion and her gut.
Hadn't come out as trans, and decided that for my own personal reasons, for my own personal mental health, that I didn't sort of want to be in the closet anymore.
Cece found peace in this shop and a lot more.
As a business owner, I couldn't be any luckier, and as a person, I got some great friends.
Soph Ives didn't know much about cars before they came to work here.
I didn't know how to change my own oil, and now I'm, replacing engines.
It's got the skid plate on it here.
Cece's training program is thorough and kind.
Thank you, buddy. Oh, buddy. You're welcome, buddy.
That encouragement and knowledge,
If you slide off, I don't want you to hurt yourself.
is passed from student to student.
At least 3 times a day that Chuck's like, hey, you're doing a good job and you're good at your job.
That's because
and I'm like, oh.
it's because you are doing a good job and you are good at your job.
That is our goal, is to create a welcoming environment for everyone.
We are all very queer and very neurodivergent, and it works out very well for all of us.
We're proud to be here, and that's something that we want to show to our customers. Let's try that.
Cece's employees love the differences.
I mean, there's certainly a lot of laughter here.
Mostly happy noise.
For me, it puts
customers feel it too.
My sexuality aside, because a lot of us have cars, right? And I just genuinely enjoy supporting a business that has similar values to me.
It's a way for Cece to skip the gym.
That's how I keep my figure.
And transform how some people feel in places like this.
There can be discrimination, there can be uncomfortable situations.
You end up code switching pretty substantially. And I am more careful of what I leave in my car. I'm more careful of how I dress.
Everything that we do has to be honest and transparent in terms of how we deal with our customers.
Sometimes the oil filters just kind of weep a little bit. I put a new one on and topped off your oil.
And I feel like I walked in and could immediately trust these people, and that means a lot.
I was very closeted for a very long time, and I think the biggest negative thing I experienced is simply not being known and the things that you overhear that you can't unhear when people don't know who is in the room with them.
That's why they know the music they make
I'm walking in the spider web.
is necessary.
Be there for each other, be there for the community, be there for our customers.
Turning things on their heads and people are looking.
We also want to make a change.
You win.
Yay, I win. What did I win?
The opportunity to tighten that down for me.
Even though the work isn't always easy.
I gave myself 2 black eyes the other month.
And by the end of the week, they're feeling it.
Fridays, I'm significantly slower, so.
Cece and her crew wouldn't want to make noise.
Probably not.
Any other way.
I don't know any other way. Oh, I gotta go throw this battery on the charger.
Ann Herbst, 9 News.
We'll do, doesn't need to be next to this. Yeah, that one, yeah, okay. Can I hold my finger there? Okay, looks like we're ready. Doesn't need to be pretty to make something beautiful.
So surprised this one didn't last.
Inspiration is anywhere.
Safe behind blue eyes of a wanted man.
Everywhere.
Yeah, seems fine.
Tom LaFond
Will do.
grabs it as it floats through the foothills near Boulder.
I'm just amused by the way that it works.
Or rattles around inside of the dome outside his house.
I'm in a greenhouse. Aquaponics pond behind me.
Tom's lyrics flow pretty easily.
Where I share what I stole.
He's been playing for years.
Sing aloud, it's the one we all know.
He's never written music like this.
Been trying to make little bursts of time to chip away at the song.
He's creating a piece for the Acoustic Guitar Project.
It gives me a lot of joy.
Creator Dave Adams
A lot of joy.
started it 10 years ago.
I'm not a songwriter. I just love creativity.
Dave's in advertising. He knows the importance of a little pressure.
I knew how to eliminate my own creative obstacles because I had deadlines.
Heard you're the boss, so I'm out for you fine.
Songwriters like Tom have rules to follow.
So they get this guitar that they've never played before, and they have 1 week to sit down with it, write an original song.
I have this recorder and this guitar, this tiny guitar.
It's just enough time to not overthink it.
This one says bridge, and we don't need it because
I wanted to capture the most pure form of songwriting. With all the digital tools that songwriters have access to today, it's very easy to just cut and edit.
Like that's what you missed yesterday.
So these are all the cities that have participated.
Different guitars have traveled to 50 cities, 21 countries.
Yeah, every single one of these is a song somewhere around the world.
1,200 occasionally frustrated musicians created original works.
No. I was.
And now Tom's one of them.
And like that doesn't really feel like the end, but what? No, it's a little too low. But the way that it works. See, that's the derivative one.
Some struggle.
Okay, sorry, edit that out.
And success.
Why the hell does the
Both organic parts of this 1 week race.
If it promotes original music, it like has a special place in my heart.
But this is really about the heart of music and the magic of creating.
Just working with mid-'80s computer paper and a Sharpie marker and a guitar, and now something exists that didn't exist before.
Inspiration can pop up unexpectedly for advertisers like Dave.
I'm in the shower sometimes.
Or musicians like Tom.
I don't wish for anything creative in my life to be systematic.
It doesn't need to be pretty to make something beautiful.
It was easy to cry.
One more. This is ready?
That was cocky, was arrogant.
When I took that drive around Dallas with Damon West, passing all the apartment buildings he used to steal from,
because
his was already a pretty compelling tale of redemption.
I was a bad guy, I was a scumbag, Kevin.
The self-described drug-addicted scumbag, the uptown burglar sentenced to 65 years in prison.
This is like the place where I was reborn.
But paroled in just 7.
Began in that cell up there in the South Tower.
All because of the advice he got from an older inmate inside the Dallas County Jail.
If rock bottom was the day I got sentenced to life in prison, the rest of my life began in that cell up there.
Because that other inmate told him he was now in a pot of boiling water. And prison could turn him soft and weak like a carrot, or it could harden him like an egg, or he could choose to be a coffee bean and change the water, change the environment around him instead.
So prison changed around me, became a pot of coffee.
Redemption,
spiritually working out,
began as a public speaker.
Man, we tell you about real life, the penitentiary, man.
In demand by corporations, major college sports programs.
So man, I get to be a college professor starting in January.
He became a best-selling author and
congratulations, Coffee Bean. Thanks,
started a college course back in prison for the men hoping
my call to action to you
to be just like him.
Go be a coffee bean. Be a coffee bean, man. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
But there was still something missing. The redemption deserved
you ready?
For somebody else.
All right, fantastic.
That's why on a morning in February, he took his story.
How y'all doing today?
To Dallas Lincoln High School.
Summer of 2009 in Dallas County Jail.
He finally figured out who that older inmate was.
One of the most intelligent men I've ever met. Went to your school.
The man he called Mr. Jackson was actually a 1968 Lincoln graduate named James Lynn Baker II.
And so that was my brother.
Vanessa Baker and Visha Smith are two of his surviving sisters.
Something positive has come out of his troubled life.
Because years after James Lynn Baker died of an opioid overdose, Damon West finally found the Baker family and told them the story, how that simple advice changed his life.
Because he did not meet a stranger.
Two sisters were not surprised.
He saw Damon, he saw the fear, and he wanted to ease that. And he would have done that. Pay it forward.
And paying it forward is what Damon promised to do next.
Integrity requires me to go do something to honor this guy.
He was at Lincoln High School that day to announce a scholarship.
He said, West, be a coffee bean.
The James Lynn Baker II Coffee Bean Scholarship.
It's $10,000, y'all.
$10,000 to a Lincoln student.
Somebody in this room
every year
is going to get a better chance at life through education because these two guys had this chance encounter in Dallas County Jail in the summer of 2009, y'all.
And one of those sisters, Visha, was there.
So my call to action to you is the same call to action James Lynn Baker gave to me, is you go out there and you go be a coffee bean. Be a coffee bean, Dallas Lincoln. Thanks a lot, y'all. Thank you. Thank you.
I want Damon to know that I really appreciate the love that you are showing to my brother.
So much so that she had a surprise of her own.
Inviting Damon to one of our family dinners and making him an honorary baker.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Oh, we have discussed this.
I would be so grateful to be an honorary baker. And I mean, I'd wear that like a badge of honor.
James Lynn Baker II, whose family says was a brilliant man with addictions that led to bad choices, was never able to follow his own advice, that coffee bean advice.
Yes, come on, man.
But now, with Damon as his voice.
Y'all, I'm getting excited, man.
He's speaking to people.
First rule about being a coffee bean?
All over the world.
Congratulations to whoever wins it.
Here we are, years after his earthly being. We're still learning from him because that's what God put in him.
It gives me a sense of additional pride to know that this legacy is going to continue.
A legacy and that long sought after redemption.
We're doing it on 3, all right?
One coffee bean at a time.
Coffee beans! Yeah, see it, girl.
In Dallas, I'm Kevin Rice.
All right, have at it.
Rich, you want to go first?
Hold on a second. Okay. I would say my 4 finalists are, not in any order, Fright Night, Just a Habit, Pan American Blues, and I like Good Judy Garage, and I like Sounds of Spring Hill, but I don't know if I would keep. I don't know which one to keep as my 4th.
Okay.
Hold on a second. We have a question here.
Notice the message in them, but I can just write down the final answer.
Okay. Oh, it's not working?
The ranking system just won't let me click, but it's okay.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Rich.
Okay. So anyway,
This is your top 5.
those are my 4. Those are my 4. I think I really like the Pan American Blues one about DeFord Bailey. Thought that I had some creative use of the harmonica sequence and the highway, and then the Sounds of Spring Hill. I thought there was some really creative use of the record player and the shoes, images in the glasses. Thought that was pretty good. I would say those are my top 2. Pan American Blues and, wait a minute. Fright Night, though, had a great use. I loved how they used the popcorn and the projector.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
All right. I'm not going to give you an order.
My top 4, Fright Night, The Sounds of Spring Hill, Just a Habit, and Good Judy Garage. I think all of them had good visuals, great pacing. They're all kind of like nothing. They're all the same for me, like top 4. Those 4 I just named.
Got it. Good. If you had to pick a one.
I'm not married to one, but
okay.
Yeah, I'm flexible.
All right.
My top one was The Sound of Spring Hill. I just loved all the different shots, the
shot variety, the creativeness of all the sequencing, the driving by, mounting the camera on the motorcycle, and as Rich mentioned, the sunglasses shot, or the video with the glasses, inside the glasses, really cool, really creative. Fright Night was my second one. It was just a really fun story to watch, and you could tell the photographer was like, just did a lot of shooting and great sequencing, especially at the beginning. It really drew you in. And then my third one, I liked the Good Judy Garage. Had some talk about sequencing. It was really great. And my fourth one was Pan American Blues. That was a lot of effort to what they did, and yeah, visually it was very nice and creative too, with the harmonica and such.
You and I had the same four. I didn't rank them though, but those are my four. It would be Fright Night, Santa Spring Hill, Pan American Blues, and Good Judy Garage. I look at the category, the 48-hour feature, and try to think what, to me, both Fright Night and Pan American Blues are, this makes them one or two for me, are great examples of what should be a 48-hour feature. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, gotcha.
Like they're stories
over a
that
span of time.
lend themselves to like something that happens over the course of a day that's shot and turned within 48 hours.
Gotcha.
So I like that those two also, in addition to being well executed, were well executed and really fit into like what should be a 48-hour feature. And I really do, I just thought Good Judy Garage was just a fantastic story, something I'd never seen before, important issue, lots of small moments. I love small moments that just kept adding up. So that was a really strong one for me too. But I too am like struggling to rank. Like I feel like those are definitely my top four. Yeah. Though I did also like, I think some of the others mentioned were Just to Have It, and that was strong.
All
that was
very
strong
creative.
Too. Yeah. Someone make an argument for number one. Yours was, you made an argument for top two, right?
Yeah, I'm rethinking now, but I do think Pan American Blues I really liked a lot. I thought it told a history, it told an untold story. Visually it was very good. And then I would go Pan American Blues, Spring Hill, Fright Night, and then I like Good Judy, and I like Just to Have It, so I'm not sure which one of those I would drop. So I'll refrain on honorable mention.
So yeah, what are you thinking?
I think for like I like how complete Fright Night is for number one. Like I was impressed that I didn't even think about catching people in the daylight, after experiencing the full 12 hours. I made it feel like a complete, when we think about kind of like how you're explaining the 48-hour, I like just the whole story arc of Fright Night. That kind of makes me push it to number one.
I feel that way too. Like something about Fright Night just like was such a complete story.
Yeah.
Like it was a story within a story,
Mm-hmm.
And all the points were executed well. Plus it was shot, I mean, even just the shots in the theater,
Yeah.
people are watching and sort of the blue off of them and the popcorn.
The popcorn with the
popcorn
video
was great,
inside.
yeah.
Very great.
I would agree. I think if I were to pick a number one at this point, that would be, I like Sounds of Spring Hill, but I feel like Fright Night had a little more better execution. That's why I would pick that one as number one.
I could do Fright Night for number one.
Okay.
Okay.
I liked them all. I really loved the popcorn. I thought that was great.
Okay. All right. So Fright Night, I think we all agree is number one. All of us like Spring Hill.
Sure.
Thus, does that make it number two, or is there argument for something else?
I agree.
I like number 2. Yeah, I like it number 2.
All right. So Spring Hill's number 2.
So you're good with that?
Yes.
All right.
So I think for the final 2, we're kind of looking at 3 stories, right? Just a Habit, Pan American Blues, Good Judy Garage.
Yeah. I did like the, I had for number 3, the Good Judy Garage. I did like the Pan American Blues as well. That was my 4th choice too. So both of them are really done well.
If I were to, this is just me making an argument now, cut one of the 3 out, I would cut out Just a Habit because that could have been it didn't have to be a 48-hour feature necessarily, you know what I'm saying? Whereas like Pan American Blues definitely really fit into that 48-hour feature thing. Good Judy Garage also could have not been a 48-hour feature, but it was clearly shot in a day. You know what I'm saying? It was a day. It was a day in the life of this garage, and then turned, the next day.
Yeah, there were a lot of different avenues or different scenery for the Pan American Blues. Come to think of it now, a lot of different locations.
I was surprised how much was shot, but it does seem like most of it was probably shot. I'm guessing they started the morning in the garage, because then they were all still wearing kind of the same clothes when they performed later in the day. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Thoughts on what should be 3rd, what should be honorable mention? What do you guys think?
What do you like for 3rd?
I feel like I would lean towards maybe Pan American Blues because of just all the different elements.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
I just like how he got no publicity or whatever, and how they were bringing it back around, and how much he meant to the music and all that stuff. I like the history part of it, and I think it was really well shot.
I like it.
Okay, Pan American Blues is 3.
3rd?
Yeah.
Sons of Spring Hill is 2nd.
Yes.
Yeah. And then Good Judy for honorable.
Good Judy Garage for honorable mention. All right.
You guys are rock stars. Awesome. Okay. So, this next category is going to take us, it's going to be quite a long one. So it's, it's called the NPPA Award for Reporting, which, yeah, it's that like 54, I guess. And even though there's like, what, 10 entries or something. What this is, well, I'll read it here.
I don't see, is 55 missing
Or is
something?
it 55 or 54?
But 55 looks like it's missing something.
Yeah, 55 is photographer of the year. Yeah, we haven't populated that yet.
Oh, okay.
We won't. While you're watching this, I got to figure out who the finalists are for the PO1.
Oh, I gotcha.
Which is based on individual wins, sort of.
Gotcha.
Okay, the reporting award is to honor those reporters and field producers who, in collaboration with a television photojournalist, produced outstanding visual stories. So this is like a 2-person crew. Entrants must submit a compilation of 3 stories they have written from the individual categories. Please include a second or 2 of black or fade to black between each entry in the compilation. The first story must be general assignment news, hard. I allow breaking news to be in this too. So if the first story isn't general assignment news, hard, or breaking, it shouldn't. But I think we vetted that pretty good in the first round. The judges will be looking at overall visual storytelling and how the reporter or field producer contributed to the quality. So these are not net sound pieces. Well, let's see. No, they should. I get it. But
no, they shouldn't.
No,
It's
no, there's a
2-person crew.
reporting category. So yeah, no net sound pieces, and they can't be solo video, MMJs. MMJs can't, they're supposed to. Yes?
Is this the one you don't want me to stream for, or was that?
We can stream them watching it, but when we deliberate, then they should. But but now that I'm thinking about it here, should not be an MMJ.
I think if you're an MMJ, but working with a.
Yeah, if you work with a photographer, so I'm just thinking, because I know there's one for sure in here.
I was about to say, I'm seeing the second
Well,
entry
you see
here.
the names, which I guess you shouldn't really see, but okay.
That's whatever, we'll figure that out anyway,
I
when we see
know.
them.
It's a little late for that, right? So, well, you're gonna hear, it doesn't matter, because you're gonna hear the voice
Yeah,
of the
that's
private
fine.
mouthpiece, so it won't matter. But there is one later on that I'm pretty sure, so I gotta figure that out.
The rules pretty clearly say it has to be a two-person crew, right?
Yes.
Or a minimum two-person crew?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay,
can
so,
we take a short little break? I just want to use the bathroom.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'll do that.
Yeah, because this is gonna be long, so.
1, 2, 3.
But it takes a tour guide.
All right.
Like Kevin Dirksen.
Pretty amazing though, isn't it?
To see a silver lining on a day when you can't see much else.
A little more ethereal than it probably normally is because of the smoke. It adds kind of a cool effect in the background, so I'm liking it from that end. Just a little hard to breathe, that's all.
Can barely see the outline of the buildings.
No matter where Arlene Koziel looks,
Oh yeah, yeah.
smoke spoils her view.
Today I'm concerned to see the smoke all the way down here from Canada, and it makes me sad.
As wildfires burn in Canada, northerly winds bring the worst air quality in the world to Chicago.
I wasn't expecting it.
And to Laura Zachary in Lincoln Park.
When you're a tourist, everybody says to come here because it's beautiful.
No amount of knob turning will make skies any clearer.
It's a really nice place to take pictures, especially when you have the kids with you.
The French school in Chicago hoped campers would discover the city today.
We can't really see well, but it's interesting.
But Chicago is hiding in haze.
I hope it gets better. I want to come back and see the entire thing, not just a few buildings.
One city's smoky problem
It's impacting everyone.
is the same as everyone else's.
Back in France, we also have the smoke from the fire from Canada. It's crossed the oceans, and we also have it.
Seems like we're finally getting our fair share of that in Chicago today as well.
It's not the image Chicago wants to reflect.
I was not expecting to see this in Chicago, no, not at all.
The Chicago commute can be rough. Bumps in the road make it worse. But bumps on the track
Happy Tuesday, brother.
make it better.
Good morning. How you doing, brother? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday morning, man.
No matter the day of the week.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, brother. How you doing?
Darren Watkins.
Good morning, brother. How you doing? Happy Tuesday, man.
Wishes you a happy one.
Hey, sir. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. How you feel? All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Regulars on Metra's Milwaukee District North Line know their conductor by name,
Mr. Watkins,
and by knuckles.
That's a fist bump. They love it. They require it, and I oblige.
Every morning he greets me. He gives me one of these.
Thank you, brother. You're welcome, man. Happy Tuesday.
He's always here. He's such a staple.
Right.
He's notorious for his fist bumps.
And they all get a fist bump. Every one of them.
Every single person, whether he knows them or not, doesn't he? Yes. Every single person.
It makes it more personal. It's not so dry. Tickets, please. Uncollected tickets.
It's been a conductor's routine for 15 years.
I appreciate you. Okay.
But he can't take credit for the idea.
Good morning, sir. You know I got eyes in the back of my head. Little kid, he started the whole thing. He was on my train. He says, fist bump, fist bump. So I gave him a fist bump, and that's where it started. And it hasn't stopped since then.
One of Metra's long-serving employees almost took a much different route in life.
My background was corporate accounting. I had only planned on staying 1 or 2 years, and here I am 30 years later.
He followed the right track.
It's a very gratifying experience. At this point in my career, I think everybody's a regular to me now. Hi, Miss Lady. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. How you doing, man? Happy Tuesday morning to you.
Happy Tuesday, happy Monday, happy whatever the day is with a nice fist bump, and it just gets you going.
Good morning, sweetie. Hey, what's going on, brother? Good morning. How you feel, man?
All right, roger that. 7-0, thank you.
This may be the only commute where bumps
Happy Tuesday. You set me up.
make for a more comfortable ride.
Happy Tuesday morning to you. Ladies first, you remember. Happy Tuesday.
You know, when you kind of get into this, if you're a history nerd like me, I'm feeling fine. You don't know when to stop.
The statue is the star of this story.
Here she comes.
But the historian carries it from the start.
I also like telling the stories of Chicago that most people don't know they're there. So it's a really fun job.
Tim Samuelson is Chicago's cultural historian emeritus.
Emeritus is when you're supposedly retired, but you're really not.
His latest work digs into the history of his favorite watering hole.
The story of Geno's North is so Chicago.
All right, friends, this is the Geno's special.
Geno's North in Edgewater is rooted in history.
It's a fabulous restaurant.
And it revolves around a statue.
A lot of charm and a lot of history, yep.
Stephen Mendoza
owns the place where everybody knows her name.
We always knew that Snowdrop was above the fountain behind the bar.
This beautiful woman named Snowdrop.
She has been abused a little bit over time, I would say.
She's been here for quite some time, and I don't know what she went through before she got here.
The mystery is just unknown history.
This is one of the souvenir matchbooks that they gave out at the Snowdrop.
Tim uncovers the story of a Greek immigrant so obsessed with a Swedish statue called Snowdrop.
Frank Nichols' Snowdrop.
He names a cocktail bar after it in 1940.
Chicago's most exquisite cocktail lounge. Frank Nichols, in a way, was in love, and he, in designing the bar, made it a shrine to Snowdrop.
Decades later, Snowdrop becomes Geno's North. But the best-kept secret inside Chicago's best-kept secret,
that's no Snowdrop,
is the imposter on a pedestal.
That's kind of like a piece of garden statuary that you get to put in your backyard.
Tim discovers statues were swapped after a previous owner did permanent damage.
One day he accidentally backed his car into her.
The original Snowdrop has been missing for nearly 40 years.
Realizing how important Snowdrop was to the story, I was determined to see Snowdrop put back. How am I going to locate such a sculpture? Where is it going to be? I don't know.
What seems a needle in a haystack is really just a statue in a statuary.
The Snowdrop.
She stands out in a crowded room.
Right behind me.
A fiberglass Snowdrop cast from the original mold at Chicago's Orlandi Statuary.
I'm the only guy in the country that you're going to find that has this.
Donnie Orlandi pulled her from the warehouse.
This goes for about $1,100 wholesale.
At the request of a longtime customer.
I didn't think twice. I just bought her.
You bought it.
Sometimes the obvious is staring you right in the face and you totally don't see it.
Tim's coffee table is a temporary home.
My wife is very nice about this whole thing. She knows my obsessions.
Once he gets a hook in him about some obscure thing, he dives deep.
Barbara knows her husband, the historian.
All right, ready to go?
Has to pick up the story from here.
Watch your head. Ooh, boink. Well, we're taking Snowdrop. She is on the move. We're in the elevator of our apartment building. Why don't you get inside?
She doesn't belong in an apartment.
Here we go.
Or the back seat of a Prius.
Moving Snowdrop's a piece of cake.
Snowdrop deserves to go home.
I think he said that he was going to donate it to the bar.
I was kind of blown away.
Poor Snowdrop's nose is shoved right into the upholstery here. This makes a nice armrest for me.
Tim is an endless wonder of like stories and adventures.
He has done something that has taken Chicagoans back.
I was surprised.
Weight's not bad at all. That's the nice thing about Snowdrop is she's very portable.
A historian not only carries on the story.
Okay, let's see what happens.
He sculpts the perfect ending.
She looks beautiful. She fits in the space perfectly.
I think the light hitting it and everything is really, really nice. To the triumphant return of Snowdrop. Cheers.
In Edgewater, Noel Brennan, CBS 2 News.
I think I've been in that restaurant.
Yeah.
In the darkness of the morning, before the sun has had a chance to rise.
There's a telescope, that's one of them, yeah.
People are gathering.
People lined up on that road all night long.
Choosing a place.
North Pole Belt right there, you think?
Full of empty space to watch, to remember.
These are stickers to celebrate the day.
A few minutes in time.
The moon will cover the sun, but not all of it.
An annular solar eclipse.
And where's the focus knob?
A lesson Auntie Cindy is teaching her nephews.
Yeah, there you go. You're using the focus knob. You're learning all kinds of ways to operate the telescope. Good job, bud.
Who are hungry to learn. Wow. On this cold morning, most are praying for a miracle.
Let's just hope the weather cooperates.
When daylight should be breaking through.
Well, right now, the thickest cloud is right where the sun should be.
Mother Nature has a different idea.
Wow. Clouds. Yeah, pretty much. That's what we're seeing right now.
But still.
Part of the fun is just showing up and seeing what happens.
No one loses hope.
Oh, the sun just peeked out a little bit up top there.
And with just minutes.
It's 9:06 right now.
Until the full annular eclipse.
Oh, come on.
A miracle.
It's getting darker all the way across the horizon.
The sun breaks free from behind the lingering clouds, only to be blocked again, but this time...
Oh my gosh! Where the sun came out, the clouds parted just in time.
It's welcomed.
That's the sun and the moon covering it.
And for a few fast minutes...
We're looking at the dark side of the moon, so it was only appropriate to play a little Pink Floyd while doing this.
This empty space feels full.
It's only happened a couple times in my life, and so I gotta savor the moment and just truly enjoy it.
Full of hope.
I've been crying the whole time.
Full of gratitude.
Thanks, Mom, for
you're welcome.
making us get out.
Yes.
Full of unity.
Just the wonder of nature and how different everything can be, and just when things align, I mean, it's just beautiful.
And just as fast as it starts.
Almost not a full ring, almost over.
These fleeting moments are quick to pass.
Overwhelmed by, the natural forces that are far more significant than we are.
Oh, look at that.
A space that was once dark and empty, now left full and bright.
It just makes my heart flutter.
These feelings continuing into the daylight. And you know what? We really were on the edge of our seats waiting to see if the clouds would break, and to see it happen perfectly in time for that maximum annular eclipse was incredible. It was emotional. I found myself tearing up a little bit. I looked around, other people were doing the same. Truly, there are no words to describe what it is like to see something like this with your own eyes. Reporting from Fort Rock State Park in Oregon, Leah Pizzetti, King 5 News. This family business was built on history, and today, even in this modern world, its focus is still on preserving that history. You have to go far to escape the noise of this city. And if you go far enough, you'll find a small loft tucked away in the woods on a remote island, a powerhouse that on the inside is like stepping back in time.
This is a dying craft. Not many people know how to do these things anymore.
Naja Chimenti sits at the helm of her family's niche business.
To the layman, someone who doesn't know anything about the sea and ships, I'll say, we make sails for pirate ships, because that brings up the right visual, right?
Massive sails for historic ships sewn all by hand.
Most modern sailmakers would put in a stainless steel hydraulically pressed grommet right here. And I'm sewing in a hand-sewn eyelet.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of hand-sewn stitches for sails that propel huge ships around the world. An art that she personalizes for each vessel depending on what era it's from, with incredible precision required.
There's also a lot of physical intelligence of how to handle the needle and the palm, how to push that needle through 10 to 13 layers of fabric in the corners. It's not necessarily a question of strength, it's a question of knowing the tricks and the tips.
This is second nature to Naja.
I grew up in the sail loft, I grew up on the ships, climbing the rigging.
Her parents met in the sailing world, then started this business near Port Townsend, so she grew up on the sea.
It has to be a left-handed palm.
Well, I used a right-handed palm before.
And Naja now runs Force 10, bringing in apprentices to also learn the craft.
This is your problem right here.
Not only is this a historic field, it's historically male-dominated. But she says now more women are learning the craft, and she's proud to take over her family's trade.
And something I love about it also as a woman is that I don't have people coming in here. A lot of my apprentices are men, young men, old men, but they never question my knowledge. They never question my skill. They just come in and say, oh, wow, you're doing beautiful work. I would love to learn this beautiful work.
Teaching them the importance of precision, hand-sewing stitches that will be able to withstand the strongest winds.
It is a very powerful feeling, as you say, to know that you can make something with your hands that can take so much load, that can drive so much power. These ships weigh thousands and thousands of pounds, and these sails can drive them alone, and that's pretty marvelous. Yeah.
In a world of new technologies, noise, and of change, she is holding on to the past, keeping history alive.
There is a value in the work to be done, not just finding a quicker, easier way to do it, but learning to do it well yourself.
Leah Pizzetti.
And that's one of the reasons I love handcrafts.
King 5 News. It feels like overnight, something changed in Seattle.
Oh, just the momentum of the city behind the team.
Against all odds, the Kraken did the unexpected.
The Seattle Kraken have sealed a spot in the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
Second year in existence where they expected to go as far. Everything was an upset, and I love the underdog.
Yeah, oh yeah, I love it. They did so well this season. It's great.
And then the whole concept of the Game 7.
They knock off the defending Stanley Cup champs.
It's fascinating to watch it happen.
But this isn't Seattle's first brush with the Stanley Cup. I'm going to ask you a pop quiz question.
Uh-oh.
Is this the first time a Seattle hockey team had a Stanley Cup run?
Gosh, I don't know the answer.
I don't know that answer.
I'm going to say yes.
I don't believe it is.
I don't know if we had a hockey team in the past.
Yeah, we were actually looking at the church over there, and then we saw this plaque.
Just turned the corner, and there it was.
Yes, right there, we did.
And I said, well, that's very interesting.
This plaque marks the site of the former Seattle Ice Arena. Didn't know that.
Home of the 1917 Stanley Cup champions. There we go.
More than 100 years ago,
The Metropolitans became the first U.S. team to win the Stanley Cup.
A Seattle hockey team did take home the Stanley Cup.
After a 3-1 series win over the Montreal Canadiens. Was reason for great celebration.
It didn't happen this year for the Kraken.
Maybe they'll just need another 100 years.
But these fans aren't focused on the past.
Fun to, watch coming years, now that they've proven that they've got the skills.
Overnight, Seattle became a hockey city.
Seattle's really a sports town.
With photojournalist Joseph Huerta,
I'm looking forward to next year.
I'm Leah Pizzetti, King 5 News.
So yes, I did confirm that Leo was good.
Across from the shelter where they were just staying, families have no other choice than the sidewalk outside.
No esperaba esto, pero nos tocó.
Ariana stayed at the shelter for 30 days before being told her family's time was up.
Que te puedo decir, no se siente nada bien, pero cuando toca, toca. Buenas noches.
Her family is one of 4 sleeping in this camp tonight. forced to leave the shelter this week.
¿Qué podemos hacer? No tenemos vivienda, no tenemos nada, pues nos toca aquí en la carpa.
A month wasn't enough time to find work and save for an apartment.
Sí se siente, está triste porque uno se pone a pensar y le pega la tristeza, uno nunca había estado así, yo nunca había vivido así.
They hope their situation today leads to something better.
Acá pues es una vida nueva, comenzar de cero pues, eso, comenzar de cero.
Tonight, even Ariana has more than others.
Aquí me siento con mucho frío, sí, con mucho frío de verdad.
Without a tent, food, or water,
sí, sí.
Javier will stay here tonight.
Sí, primera noche que voy a pasar aquí afuera, debajo del puente.
Alongside him, other migrants with nowhere to go.
Mañana voy a salir otra vez por ahí para ver si consigo, si me dan trabajo.
He hopes the struggle he faces today will only be for this moment.
Nunca imaginé llegar aquí y estar así como estoy.
Until he finds the life he came here for.
Yo tengo fuerza, yo voy para adelante, yo nunca me arrepiento. Nunca voy para adelante con la fe de Dios y la voluntad de Dios.
I didn't know that was going to happen so soon. I was thinking it would be somewhere in June.
This is a stop for the nearly 1,500 migrants who arrived in Denver this week.
This is a place to come and stop, I think. I think it's like the place to stop before you go.
Here at Denver's migrant intake, there's so many people, they can't keep up.
Hay tanta gente que va a demorar mucho tiempo. Exacto.
Yoli Casas runs nonprofit Vive Wellness.
Cuando ustedes tienen su especito en el suelo, caminando, ¿saben cómo llegar?
She's helping the ones who want to stay in Denver.
30 minutos, eso, suerte.
For those who are leaving,
Filadelfia y New Jersey, Nueva York.
Their only option is to wait in line for a bus ticket.
Es que en Denver no hay refugio. Aquí no hay refugio para inmigrantes. Eso es lo malo. Están abriéndolo ustedes para unos días y ahí tienen que estar en la calle.
If a migrant wants help, they need to be processed here at the intake center. And that's taking time.
Es difícil, pero ¿qué vamos a hacer si no tenemos algo estable que pues los refugios están llenos?
Maria wants to go to New York with her family.
Ya tengo 3 días de estar aquí, durmiendo acá. Me anoté en una lista donde pones tu nombre, tu apellido y la ciudad donde vas.
When moving forward on the journey comes to a stop, being a mom doesn't. A parking garage is no home for kids.
No sabemos qué, pues estamos esperando la lista, que nos llamen, que nos pasen. Yo estoy desesperada porque ya yo tengo 3 días, no estamos comiendo bien aquí, porque acá no nos han comido, o sea, esto no es un refugio.
Tenemos un plan, ¿ok?
Yoli is prioritizing families with children like Maria's.
Ya están viendo los pasajes y esperando los hoteles.
She's buying bus tickets for their final destination.
Esperando los hoteles, ya.
She's worried about these 11 families sleeping on the street.
Hey Jackie, how are you?
So she's doing what her nonprofit has done since migrants began arriving here 5 months ago.
Do you have 11 rooms? How far is it? Do you happen to have 11? Well, we're a nonprofit.
Finding them a place to stay.
You probably are full, right?
For the night.
Yeah, so apparently we need about 11 rooms.
Booking 11 hotel rooms with no notice.
You don't have anything left?
Is no easy task.
Okay.
But she feels she has no other choice.
They are confirmed. It means it's happening.
For Maria and these other families, their wait has finally come to an end.
6 people we pay for. Yep, that's it.
Knowing they won't spend another night waiting.
Ahí nos vemos pronto. Adiós.
Pues sí, uno se siente más relajado porque ya le dicen algo, pues algo seguro de que pues sí, se va a ir y pues...
Nosotros luchando con ella siempre en el camino.
When a family isn't whole, it's hard to feel like a place is home.
Y es parte de mi familia, es como si fuese mi hija. Me duele igual que mis hijos.
Maria and her family didn't expect to be here at the Denver Animal Shelter.
Desde ese día no la veo, desde el 25. La última vez que la vi fue el 25 de enero. Fue un día miércoles, que el día que llegamos aquí a Denver,
As soon as they registered to stay at a city-run shelter, they learned their family would be separated.
Entonces no teníamos de otra.
Ramona would be alone.
Más los primeros días no dormí. No dormía porque como ella dormía conmigo, yo pasaba la noche, me despertaba y se me salían las lágrimas sola y yo decía, ¿dónde estará Ramona?
Another obstacle to a better life. We met Maria's family near the border in El Paso, Texas.
No es fácil. No es fácil.
4 months after they left Venezuela, with Ramona at their side.
Toca tener fuerza hasta, o sea, sacar fuerzas de donde no hay, por los hijos. Porque si yo no tengo fuerzas, mis hijos tampoco. Ellos dependen de mí.
Maria got them here.
Ay, ya tengo los ojos aguados.
¿Por qué?
Porque voy a ver a mi bebé.
They've spent 10 days apart.
Siento cosquilleos en el estómago.
So Maria and her kids are here today for a visit.
¡Ramona!
Ay, Dios mío, mira mi bebé. Ramona, ¿qué pasó?
You could understand not one word of Spanish and still understand this. It doesn't matter that they're living in a shelter. It doesn't matter she's looking for work. It doesn't matter what they've left behind. This is helping them feel at home.
Aquí estamos contigo. Tú me extrañaste mucho. Yo siento que nos extraña.
A permanent reunion won't come until they find more stable housing.
Mami, tú estás.
So today was just a visit.
Aquí estoy, mi amor, aquí estoy contigo. Mami, escúchame, ve, tú no puedes estar conmigo ahorita porque tú estás en un refugio y yo estoy en otro, ¿viste? Pero pronto vamos a estar juntas otra vez y vas a dormir conmigo todos los días.
Another obstacle
Chao, mi amor.
to their better life together.
Ay.
Maria got her family here.
Ya, pronto vamos a estar con Ramona.
She'll get them through this too.
Pronto vamos a estar con Ramona, ¿viste, papi? Ya, amor.
Eight more crosses.
Ready?
8 more names.
Let me get some more paint.
Of parents.
Sure.
Of children.
How old are these sisters, do you know?
Second grade and fourth grade, yeah.
Fourth?
Fourth grade and second grade.
Monday, officials released the name of every victim.
Sofia and Daniela.
I know someone whose name is Sophie in my class.
shot dead at the outlet mall in Allen.
We finished with the family.
As each name went up, someone broke down.
That feels bad.
Some people pictured their kid's name on a cross.
Like you don't know who else is next.
Some people knew a kid on a cross.
That's one of my kids sitting up there. That's my student.
Trinity Whitley says she was 3-year-old James Cho's daycare teacher.
He usually wore elephant bibs and shirts, and he loved elephants. He was sweet and smart, and he was so cute, and he was a brilliant child. I've never actually met a 3-year-old that was that smart. He could read, and he was writing his own name.
And he will never be able to write his name again.
And put my name on top.
8 more crosses, 8 more names, and thousands of people who promise to never forget them.
Super sweet kid, and every day we're gonna miss him, and there won't be a day where we're not thinking about him.
In Allen, I'm Sydney Persing.
Folks, we'll start up in a few minutes, but I want
In this Denton County courtroom, Judge Stephen Burgess runs the show.
I have what appears to be 15 cases.
But one Wednesday each month, he shares his stage with a few hundred faces, men and women, boys and girls, all dead, all because of drugs.
Last year, I had over 25 cases in this court that I closed because of suicide and overdose, directly related to drugs.
Judge Burgess sees a lot of loss.
It takes some real bravery to get up here.
Wanted to do something about it.
So if you'll come on up and introduce your child.
First-time drug offenders simply sign up, submit to testing, take a class.
Thank you for this opportunity to be able to
then come here.
Speak to y'all today. This is my daughter.
Look at each face, read each name, listen to their loved ones.
This is my baby, Abigail.
These parents and this judge talk to these people
because we don't want to be talking to a gravestone.
It's emotional for Judge Burgess.
I'm responsible. I'm responsible for all of you.
What makes him unique? He doesn't hide his hurt. He even explains it.
She died at 50, wearing fentanyl patches. That was my baby sister.
And he said, we found a body. It's Abigail. And I said,
If first-time offenders complete the course,
do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Their charge can be dropped.
You've gone over all the paperwork.
But the goal, it's bigger picture.
Was it the high concentration THC? The cocaine is up there with the meth. Were your grades going down, or what was going on?
Get these people away from the drugs that can kill them.
I believe with all my heart, each one of you that are here today are going to make a change.
You're in the program.
And give grieving parents purpose.
Yes.
From their pain.
It does make me feel closer to it. It's a good thing.
Because their mission,
get this off your record. Stay clean off of everything.
Is to keep all these people.
Man, you're 18, you could accomplish anything.
From ending up on a poster.
You can't look at that and have children and not see an echo of your kids in those faces.
In Denton.
These are my kids, I have a responsibility.
I'm Sydney Persing. The pictures are hard to look at, but it's harder to turn away. The blood, the bruises, the stab wounds. But when you hear what happened from the woman who survived it,
and I was screaming bloody murder, someone to help me.
You'll see these awful pictures sell this remarkable story short.
I was happy to see my kids again. Was I gonna let anybody take me out?
On February 22nd, Regina Clark went to work at the Cube Smart off Forest Lane. When a customer, she says, asked for a new storage unit, she told him she'd be with him in just a moment.
And then he just started stabbing me. He kept on doing it, and he kept on telling me, you're gonna die. you're gonna fucking die. And I go, why are you doing this to me? I have grandbabies. I have kids. I want to live. Why are you doing this to me?
Regina never got her answer. That customer, according to this affidavit, is 35-year-old Crew Carrington. Before he ran, Regina told me he stabbed her, not once, not twice.
42.
But 42 times.
Have you ever seen someone stabbed so many times?
I have not.
I have not.
Surgeons Dr. Hilary Prince and Dr. Dale Butler got the page at Parkland. Incoming trauma, level 1. They knew right away saving Regina's life would not be easy.
You're having to focus on 2 concurrent algorithms of she was stabbed, but she was also in a car wreck.
Oh yeah, I didn't tell you how Regina got to the ER.
We were informed that she had initially been brought by a bystander who tried to get her to the hospital, and then they got in a crash.
That crash was head on, and that crash triggered a stroke. But Regina would not die, did not bleed out from those deep 42 stab wounds to her intestines, liver, gallbladder, colon, and blood vessels. An ambulance rushed her to Parkland. Her kids rushed there too.
Within seconds, we were given a chaplain.
Regina told them goodbye, I love you, and thank you.
Just, in general, just thank you for letting me be your mom.
And we were like, you're fine. You're gonna be fine. You're here.
Regina is still here. How on earth did she survive? 3 long operations, the care of 100 medical professionals, and an incredible will to live.
Even when she came in, you could kind of tell that she had an attitude that this was something that she could get through.
Because a lot of patients, honestly, they can become depressed. They can just give up, and they require a lot of external motivation. But I think that she was remarkable because it was all within her.
I haven't really looked at him. It kind of is overwhelming.
There's still so much more.
To think that someone would want to hurt
within Regina.
Someone else.
Remembering this horror hurts her, but she wants him to know she did not die.
Well, I want to look into his eyes because he looked into mine every time he stabbed me. And I want to look back at him and tell him, you're not taking this one. I'm going to take you down. You're not taking me down.
She wants you to know you have fight within you too.
I feel like if this touches one person out there to help someone else, then I've succeeded.
There's no question she already has. In Dallas, I'm Sydney Persing.
Good.
If Don't Mess with Texas was a person.
I don't go by Kelly, I don't go by Rhonda, and I don't go by Nikki. I go by Elaine White, and that's my name at birth.
And this is Elaine's home in Plano.
I'm done. I am up to here.
And she will fight to keep it that way.
I love visitors, but I don't like these visitors.
It started in August of last year. A revolving door of men pull up and walk up to her front door.
I mean, I've got them all shapes, sizes, ages, colors, creeds. They're all here.
They're all looking for someone, and something she's not.
What can I do for you? He says,
Supposed to meet someone here?
And I said, to see who? He said,
Rhonda?
And I said, is this for drugs or sex?
Second one.
We've learned now more than 24 men have answered an ad for sex, paid up front, and were given Elaine's address. Police say it is a scam.
We just need to try to figure out like which websites that information is being posted on.
1, 2, 3,
It got so bad she put signs out.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's clear Elaine is a straight shooter.
Kelly does not live here. Bold red spray paint.
Plano Police has responded a number of times to her home.
This is my gun, Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum, 4-inch barrel. It is loaded, and I will use it the next time they come here.
She takes her gun with her from room to room.
They say you can go to a bar and get it. Go there, or stay home and get it from your wife.
The first few months, she'd close the curtains and hide. She's done doing that.
Stranger danger, you know? But I'm okay. I'm strong. I can do anything I want to do.
This may all be a scam, but we can agree, Elaine is not. In Plano, I'm Jobin Punny.
Sandy, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Great to see you.
This one is mine. These little ones are mine. I call these the itty bitties.
How long did it take you to make that one?
So that one probably 3 to 4 days.
Darlene Leiker has a way with first impressions.
Yeah, it just depends on how many different colors there are. In that one,
there's a lot of colors in that one.
Her art speaks loudly and
very creative,
vibrantly.
Very creative.
But no impression is quite like the one
absolutely
made 35 years ago.
It's my best friend.
Me too. Her husband, Bob, her travel partner across the world. Through her art, a journey she's shared with others.
Catches your breath a little bit. I might need a tissue.
So when I see those paintings, I have a remembrance of the trip that we took.
Surfside Beach, that was a memory there.
Every trip.
Places that we've been, the actual trunk of the tree is a real paintbrush.
Even the ones no one enjoys taking.
Mine was just a little lump and mine was benign, but hers was cancer.
Darlene's mother was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2013. She had her own scare soon after.
First I start with the background.
Right.
Both had mastectomies, surgeries to remove parts of the breast.
It takes a piece of your body away.
Those are intentional drips.
And while most searched to fill the void,
try to cover the entire canvas.
Darlene found it.
Non-toxic acrylics for obvious reasons.
Filling a canvas.
I don't know anybody else that does this kind of art.
Then they look at it and they'll go, really?
First time she told him, his eyes went directly down and then he looked at me and said, sorry, Bob.
It's time to reveal, so it's that time, y'all.
Because no one else is like Darlene.
Tonight, you get to see what the Channel 8 guys got to experience at my house. Because they were the first ones that ever got to see me paint.
She knows a picture is simply an expression of an impression.
So it was a very interesting day.
Darlene Leiker paints.
My husband has never seen me paint.
With her breasts.
It was just a crazy idea I had at the time because he was out of town. And it was like, well, how do I make him excited to come home? You can see that it's coming up. So I've got a lot of paint on there. So
a technique she's quietly perfected over 10 years.
I call this bluebonnet drive. Not the bluebonnet, it's a bluebonnet because this Texas girl put her boob on it.
A series of squeezes and presses and canvas rotations using only vibrant colors.
The worst part, I think, was...
Because cancer has a way of muting any stroke of color.
I wasn't gonna cry. I see survival. I see hope.
Mecca and Susan are breast cancer survivors, and that part of their lives share a space on their walls. As it does Darlene's.
Maybe my heart. Sad.
I just think that is so pretty.
Right, it is.
Yeah, I really like that.
Every dollar she makes off her art goes to breast cancer research.
So this is it.
Oh, wow. It's her part, her way of making a difference.
Donna, nice to meet you.
They just opened this gallery in McKinney.
Use them while I got them.
She has raised thousands of dollars so far.
I'm Darlene,
How you doing?
the boob artist.
Darlene gives new meaning to impressionistic art.
My sister wants me to paint a buffalo, and I'm like, I can't paint a buffalo.
She takes you to a place she and too many others have been before.
Again, thank you for coming and enjoy your evening.
In DFW, I'm Jobin Puttiker.
They just ring at God's time.
Sister Susan Catherine found this private retreat in East Texas.
Today we're in the Gospel of Mark.
In hopes of finding much more.
My whole life is a life of prayer.
But getting here is a journey that started much earlier.
Everybody had a story. Everybody could tell you what they were doing at 8 o'clock on February the 1st.
This was the shuttle going over North Texas.
God the Father Almighty.
20 years ago.
And in Jesus Christ, his only Son.
Sister Catherine remembers she was cooking breakfast.
These are my notes. I decided to write down everything I can remember.
Edward Michaels, then a college planetarium director,
I usually observe eclipsing binary stars.
And his daughter were up before dawn. They wouldn't miss this.
Oh yeah, I've never forgot it.
But then we began to see this.
It was a Saturday morning. Space Shuttle Columbia was on its descent to Florida.
Our binoculars were immediately on target.
Campbell Cox was having his morning coffee.
We are 7 miles east of Nacogdoches.
All eyes fixed on the shuttle, a single contrail, until
something's not right.
There you see what appears to be multiple pieces.
39 miles over East Texas.
Traveling at 12,000 miles an hour.
The shuttle broke apart.
Probably just stuff coming off the thermal tiles, I told my daughter.
And then it became a roaring sound.
Prolonged sound with an echo.
That gradually increased in loudness.
Edward spent a lifetime searching for stars. In this moment,
we stood in silence.
With his daughter,
my eyes had not lied.
He was searching for words.
We realized at that moment, we just saw 7 people die.
These were people that had families.
Sister Catherine knew what to do in these moments. It's been 2 decades, and the 7 crew member names never left her mind or a post-it note on her table. Campbell Cox and his family rushed to the family farm.
Debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas.
Everywhere.
To find pieces of that shuttle.
A large piece that we found about a mile from here.
Pastures, lakes, downtown parking lots, people's yards, school grounds. It was just everywhere.
The debris field covered hundreds of miles over East Texas. Small town Nacogdoches was suddenly thrust into big-time infamy.
I think we quit counting after 150.
They were looking for anything.
We did find pieces throughout this field. We found pieces on the other side.
But most importantly, anyone they could identify.
Who was I in 2003?
We heard from Sue Kennedy. She is the county judge here
Holy
in
Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners.
Start out with a prayer for the astronauts, for their families.
Judge Susan Kennedy was the first local public face for an international tragedy, and
we can't forget.
had to lead.
I was the first person on the podium and the first person in the room. You really don't have an opportunity to weep or to mourn. God, come to my assistance. O Lord, make haste to help me.
Search and rescue teams have now been mobilized.
Teams canvassed the rolling and rugged terrain.
You felt duty-bound.
If it is a significant piece of the shuttle,
do not pick it up, do not touch it.
Finding pieces felt like finding an answer to what happened.
That's how you felt.
Innocence.
Day after day.
The innocence of the adventure now gets shaken.
There's been no further communication with the shuttle Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, UHF, comm check.
The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
GC flight. Flight GC, lock the doors. Copy.
Oh my Jesus, forgive us our sins.
Sister Catherine took these religious vows in 2011. Her husband had died of cancer. 7 astronauts had died over her town.
Pray for us sinners. And I found myself drawn more and more and more into the suffering of Christ.
They were all in search of something.
We had just witnessed the death of 7 dedicated space explorers above our Texas home.
From the stars,
we found them over there,
down to the earth,
over there, and some near the corral,
and beyond.
The same Creator who names the stars.
What happened on this day
also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today.
Is a story of exploration.
Because of His great power, Not one of them is missing.
both intended and unexpected.
And we have to react to it with all the respect that is due.
In Nacogdoches, I'm Jobin Paniker.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
They aren't going away, and tonight there's proof their presence, their pressure paid off.
Is there a softening in your heart, a softening among any of your Republican colleagues to maybe consider some measures that would tighten gun laws in Texas?
I think you're seeing it.
That's a Republican representative from deep red Collin County, now willing to consider change.
Why is that one particular weapon the choice every single time? And that's something we have to take the hard look at. And we have to use, that hard look needs to come from the 2A grassroots. It has to come from NRA. It has to, that sit down has to happen. How do we fix this, or is there a fix? I think there is. I think there's somewhere in the middle there.
Like, that gives me hope.
Roxanne Fritz from McKinney,
HB 2744,
is one of Frederick Frazier's constituents. Dustin Burrows is one of his colleagues. Roxanne and daughters sat outside Burrows' office writing him letters.
I just felt that our presence needed to be here.
Burrows chairs the committee where the future of a bill to raise the age to buy an AR-15 now rests. It unexpectedly cleared one committee Monday because voices were too loud to ignore.
I believe the pressure was felt.
And the pressure is not letting up.
My phone has been absolutely blowing up with the constituents asking, what are we doing? I'm a Republican through and through, but this needs to be where we come together and figure out how to fix this.
In Austin, I'm Teresa Woodard.
It just gives me a really big sense of fulfillment that I'm doing something more.
Every couple of weeks, secured over her shoulders and carried carefully on her back.
I tell him he's going to work and he gets super excited.
Sarah Dutton delivers a dose of highly effective medicine.
I'm gonna put this on your lap because Harry likes to lay on the...
Hi, Harry.
Cuddly medicine.
I love his little nose.
Harry,
he's so cute,
is a therapy cat.
The friendliest cat I have met.
He works his magic.
There you go.
At Scottish Rite for Children in Dallas.
Bet you weren't expecting to see a cat here, huh?
Yeah.
This hospital is world-renowned for pediatric orthopedic care.
It's like just calming to have a cat on you, always.
Parker had reconstructive leg surgery.
You want to sit down?
Kyla, 12-hour spine surgery.
Very so sweet.
Like a lot of Scottish Rite patients, Kyla has limb differences.
Can you sit?
And so does Harry.
Good boy, Harry.
Sarah's husband found him curled up in a ball in the middle of a road.
What the heck's happening?
He'd been run over.
What's happening?
A leg and shoulder had to be amputated.
You want to pet him? Yeah, go for it.
He's very comfortable.
He is.
But once Harry healed,
Wait, you've been some places.
Sarah recognized a potential to heal others.
I felt like he could probably touch some people, show people that you can get hurt and be disabled.
What's up, Harry?
And just be totally fine, live a normal life. Harry's a working man. He's earning that paycheck, right, Harry?
You know, sometimes I go home to my cat and I'm like, why can't you be like Harry? Even kids who aren't cat people, you know, he really kind of changes people's perspectives on cats, which is really cool to see.
It feels weird. I've only seen dogs in a hospital.
Next to a cat-loving Virginia Chappelle
So,
is Kalia Brownlee.
this is my biggest fear.
Getting infusions for lupus in Scottish Rite's rheumatology clinic does not scare Kalia.
So big.
Cats do.
She runs. We both run, though.
But watching Harry
It makes me feel better.
calm a fellow patient gave Kalia courage.
Are you ready? No. Do you want to pet him first?
Mm-hmm.
You can pet him first. Oh. No, she can.
Oh,
It's okay.
you're okay, Mama. I'm scared.
You want to just pet his tail?
Soon, petting Harry.
Did you see that Harry has 3 legs?
No.
See, he's missing one right there.
Oh no.
Turned into holding him.
I got this.
You got this.
You got it.
You got it.
And holding him.
See?
Oh.
He knows you're scared. He's gonna be gentle.
Turned into loving him.
He's so pretty.
It's like a blanket, huh?
Uh-huh. I thought I was going to be scared, but now I'm not scared of cats anymore.
Yeah.
I think we should get one, Mom.
Harry might not be the kind of medicine doctors prescribe.
Oh, good boy.
But he connects.
I feel like he understands a lot of people's emotions and what they need.
Look, it has an IV just like me.
And a connection.
I'm proud of her because she overcome her fear.
Is its own kind of cure.
I think I want to meet Harry more.
In Dallas.
I think he likes me.
I think he likes you too.
I'm Teresa Woodard.
He's so pretty.
Just like normal, be yourself.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I need to get it on video. Okay. And go.
Hello. Welcome back to Jack.
We are not behind the scenes of some new home cooking show.
Okay, we're getting really close on the spaghetti.
The Richardsons are more like a reality show, the relatable kind, with levity and honesty.
There's those moments where you're like, could something just swallow me whole and let me out of this situation?
Jack Richardson was about 18 months old when he stopped eating what his parents offered him. It was one clue, but far from the first clue, that Jack was not like his twin brother.
And I knew at 2 weeks old, there was just something different about Jack. I would hold Sam in my arms and Sam would gaze at me and snuggle up. And then I'd hold Jack and he'd look away and arch his back, and there was just something different.
Good work, Jack. Let's do this.
Jack has autism. Here he is in his high chair, a therapist celebrating each time he touched new food.
You touched the pancake.
It was impossible to convince him to taste it. It's common for kids on the autism spectrum to be more than just picky eaters. For years, Jack ate 7 things.
Waffles, gluten-free waffles, sausage for breakfast, lunch, French fries, gluten-free chicken nuggets, sweet potato fries, and then dinner for years was eggs, bacon, and sausage. And he liked scrambled eggs in the microwave, which are disgusting, but he loved them. I'm gonna put a little butter and a little salt. Oh, sorry, Kirby. Doesn't really like mushy, so I'm hoping he'll like it.
Suddenly, last summer,
he was at the grocery store with me. We're in the produce section, and he said, I think I should try new foods. And I'm like,
whose child is this?
What is happening?
Jack shocked everyone.
Don't worry about them. Pretend they're not even here. And go.
Hello. Welcome back to Jack Snacks.
Jack's Snacks is a weekly taste test.
What is this?
What does it look like?
It looks like broccoli, but a different color.
He tries something he's never eaten.
You like it? Is it good?
The first
Here it goes.
Here it goes.
was watermelon.
Mmm.
What do you think?
He rates it,
A 4?
Mm-hmm.
Did you like it?
Mm-hmm.
records it, and bravely shares it.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for joining us. Today,
He wants the world to see.
Well, because it will help other people with autism try new foods.
What made you decide you wanted to try watermelon?
Because my grandpa, Mike, loves it.
And then you started trying all other sorts of stuff.
Yes. Wow.
Jack knows autism gives him different abilities, not limited abilities.
I think it takes a lot of courage to try these new foods.
Oh, yes.
20 years ago, Amy and Blue Richardson were not sure how communicative their son would be.
Roly-poly-oly from Playhouse Disney.
Now he's cracking jokes on camera.
I'm funny that way.
You are funny, Jack. You've got a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times we have people say, they'll see us in the grocery store, we'll come across them, and we don't see them that often, and they're like, oh, our family gathers together on Sunday nights to wait for Jack Snacks to post. And I just go, who are these people? But
the Richardsons wish they could draw a map that other families on an autism journey could follow. But each path is different. They credit therapy, a support network, prayer, and most of all, patience.
I remember the first time that he spontaneously said he loved me. I tackled him. I wouldn't let go because it was always repetitive, but he finally said it on his own. So there's always something to celebrate, no matter how small.
Like a reality show, life with autism is unpredictable. But the joy inside Jack is inexplicable.
He's just been amazing. He's been a joy to parent, and
he's a gift.
You know, yeah, he's a gift.
In Arlington.
Peace out. Be sure and check out our YouTube channel for all of us here at Jack Snacks. Bye-bye.
I'm Teresa Woodard.
We think we're good to do Katie, right?
Yeah, so let's do that one, the last one, right? We haven't heard from her. I'm trying to get a hold of her another way. Yeah, I'm just trying to get out the way, yeah.
Maybe this time, move along will mean there's a place to go.
It is what it is.
Maybe James Lewis II won't sleep on another sidewalk.
But as far as where we'll actually be, I couldn't tell you right now.
Every time he moves, there's a question.
Okay, so what about over there?
What's that?
Across the street?
I can't tell you where to go.
Oh.
But just in here's going to be closed.
Yeah.
After the city clears out this homeless camp, James thinks there might be an answer.
We have a housing voucher.
After all, when Denver's new mayor toured the camp on Thursday, he talked to him.
He said he was going to send someone to talk to me about our voucher and get it expedited.
Who can blame him for having hope?
If I don't hear nothing by noon, then I would probably, chances are no one's coming. Hold on.
James lived around 22nd and Stout Street for about 9 months. But the city is clearing the camp because of a rat infestation.
Come on.
Across the street.
How you doing, man?
What's up, man? I'm Joshua. I'm with the mayor's office.
James meets someone else with the mayor's office.
I know you spoke with the mayor and Daryl yesterday.
Yeah.
I know you've got the voucher and everything.
Yeah.
So the host folks should be able to help navigate that.
Host, a team from the Department of Housing and Stability, is here, but down the block.
All right, you two.
They're helping transport a pregnant woman and her partner to a hotel. An officer with the homeless outreach team says that kind of help comes on a case-by-case basis.
That's Josh that came and talked to you?
Yeah, Josh.
James waits here for several hours.
Hopefully, it would include the hotel stay.
But nobody from the city connects him to help.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. Next time.
I returned to the scene of the crime.
A day on jury duty is not usually.
All right.
I tell you.
Look at all these people.
Oh my God, look at this.
One for fanfare.
Autographs.
But a summons to court will never be the same for Shirley Bennett.
You look so much better.
Oh, I'm sure I do. Oh my God.
I bet you.
On Thursday, the 69-year-old enjoys her time in the spotlight.
Where's Kim Kardashian? Is she supposed to be here?
Because the last time Shirley was at the Arapahoe County Courthouse, she remembers leaving the courtroom, sitting on a bench, and then nothing.
66 a month. Can everybody back away?
A district attorney, who is also a doctor, kept track of her pulse. Deputies did compressions for about 10 minutes before South Metro paramedics arrived.
You know, that's what we're trained to do, is keep going. And that's a good thing that we did, because here's Shirley.
3 heart attacks later, Shirley is camera ready.
You're looking at a woman who should be dead, but not so. She's alive and well and going on with living her life and doing the things she needs to do. Thank you for tuning into our news. Now we're going to go to Cars are stuck on I-70 in the snowstorm.
Her words are not just good, they are heartfelt.
I look around, I'm overwhelmed and overcome. Okay, let me get together. Overcome because I went through a crisis totally unexpected. And God sent angels with skin and invisible wings.
After this TV story, Shirley says there should be a Netflix special.
I want a hug. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Healing hands.
She'd call the story a reason for jury duty.
Okay, honey.
And she'd play all the parts.
We're glad that you had it here. So.
As I said, I'll never complain about jury duty again.
Street after street, the promise of progress is seen and heard. But as homes are rebuilt and remodeled more than a year after the Marshall Fire, that progress isn't the same for everyone.
I felt very confused.
A remodel sits unfinished at this Louisville home long after it was damaged by smoke. The people doing the work now aren't the ones who were initially paid to do it. In the fall of 2022, CR Contracting came in to remodel the kitchen and bathroom.
And so I really felt like I'd won the lottery.
Ready? Yes, ma'am.
I felt like our luck was changing and I was so excited, and this was supposed to be like this good thing, you know, this good thing after a really hard year.
The pair paid CR Contracting more than $175,000. They don't know where the money went.
Correct. I paid them 95% of the total project. It felt like a trauma all over again.
Now, they don't even want to show their faces for fear of becoming victims again.
For once, nobody's complaining about the noise we're making.
The owner of CR Contracting, Bob Blanke, talked to us last year when he switched up his business model to do more work for people impacted by the Marshall Fire. The problems began when the excavation work ended and Bob started doing remodels again in the summer. A dozen homeowners in Boulder and Broomfield counties told us they later found out money they paid to Bob never went to workers he hired.
There's too many emotions right now. I'm mad as hell, you know.
David, Jared, and Lance were all hired by CR Contracting to do different jobs at this Louisville home and about a dozen others in the area.
Paint, flooring, framing, drywall. We were supposed to do the tile, but didn't get paid, so we didn't come back. Amount I have invoiced right now is $22,500.
Right now, we're at a little over $15,000 for what's owed on the roof.
The balance is right around $40,000.
Tens of thousands of dollars these subcontractors say Bob Blanke owes them. Broomfield police say he owes more than $200,000 to 19 victims.
Yeah, we feel very vulnerable.
The trauma didn't end with an unfinished project. Homeowners learned subcontractors weren't paid when the workers sent notices to them saying they might put a lien on their home.
I mean, this is the type of thing that can affect people financially for years.
By staying anonymous, this couple hopes they can avoid more subcontractors using their home as collateral.
And so we are now looking like the bad guys because we are trying to protect ourselves. In the same token, we are trying to protect them. And hoping that these liens help trigger a chain reaction for more people to show their faces, for more people like us to come forward, because I think the story should be told.
At the tone, please record your message.
Bob hasn't responded to the multiple ways we've reached out.
Hi, this is Katie.
Oh, hi, Katie. Bob had mentioned that you had wanted to talk to me about.
But his bankruptcy and debt negotiation lawyer, David Serafin, gave us a call.
You know, Bob wanted me to mention that he's not trying to avoid anybody. He's not trying to run from anybody. He's trying to make everything right. He's trying to get everybody paid.
In a letter sent to us from his lawyer, Bob wrote that he's sorry and that construction is a tough business that has become impossible to execute successfully. He added he plans to liquidate assets and partially settle accounts.
These homeowners paid him this money to go into places. Like, where did it go if it didn't go toward their projects or to the subcontractors?
Right, and I can't comment on that. But I can say that this person, Mr. Blanke, is not a person who, you know, lives a lavish life.
I want to ask Bob where his integrity is.
As these homeowners go into debt, they wonder about what could have been.
We were easy new customers to say yes and to believe in the promise of what he could offer.
Progress stopped by a broken promise.
I felt like this was our investment in taking care of ourselves, and they were not able to follow through on that, and that is what I feel most devastated by.
Katie Eastman, 9 News.
So we're going to stop the stream for the discussion, right? Oh, yeah.
It has to be first. Oh, in the order, yeah. So there is an order of things that how it has to go. I'll copy that and paste it at the bottom of that spreadsheet. How's that? So we're good to go.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
So
And they don't have to hit every category. They have to hit
No.
2 of the first 3.
No, I'm gonna put all of this in here so you have a.
So it doesn't look like this person has the.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So. All right. So. Okay, so hopefully that'll give you a little there. Read it there. Okay, go ahead and are you ready? You can start the stream and roll it.
And we're live.
This is not normal! After 2 shootings at East High School in less than 2 months, anger is obvious.
This is traumatic. They shouldn't have to do this.
Parents confront the mayor and police chief
You guys don't get it?
as they wait outside the crime scene to see if their kids are okay. Yet
But before the big meal, runners need a little fuel to get over the finish line.
Fireball!
I'm a fireball.
Woo!
Some turkey trotters know how to pace themselves.
This guy's beautiful. No, don't look! Don't look! Don't look!
Other runners are just making room for dinner.
Not our fault. Not our fault.
For Erica and her friends, today isn't about winners and losers. It's about being together.
Oh my gosh, just seeing the energy, cheering people on, seeing the community, lots of tradition. It's awesome to witness.
In Denver, Mike Grady, 9 News.
Yeah, let's trot it out. Good job.
Our Marshall Zellinger got a look at some technology created in Broomfield that can not only track the drone, but find the person flying it.
Kyle, think of the last flight you took. You're able to go online and figure out where that plane is at any moment, where it was, how long it's going to take. Kind of like that plane flying Taylor Swift. But that same type of newsworthy reporting is not available to track drones currently. Right now, the only way to figure out where a drone is to listen for that buzz, look around for it, and maybe be able to find the person controlling it. If you don't have tickets to the Taylor Swift concert, you're not going by the stadium, but Dave Burt is.